Lin's eyes burned as he looked at them. Faced with the bandits' attacks, you can give up all the food, horses, and oxen, but what will you eat afterward? You can choose to flee from here, but can your speed outmatch the horses? Can you outrun their arrows? Even if you flee from here, who will step forward the next time you're faced with bandits? Who can guarantee that the one who dies won't be you? Even if you reach the next village, faced with even stronger forces, can you still keep running? And where will you run to? The many villagers fell into deep thought. Lin took a step forward, his words striking like a hammer. Ladies and gentlemen, the chance to live is something you have to fight for yourself. Relying solely on Lin and Red is naturally no match for these bandits. However, Lin has the villagers. The oppression of the Lord and bandits is like a whip. The villagers are like lambs. They have power, but they lack the courage to resist the whip lashing at them. So, Lin gives them courage. Lin tightly gripped the iron axe in his right hand, took heavy steps, and moved toward the dozen or so bandits ahead. Red and Kesey followed closely. As they watched Lin's back, hesitation filled the villagers' faces. Gavin and Wilbur, holding an iron hoe and cross pickaxe, and Guy, with a hoe, followed. 2 villagers picked up the sickle and hoe beside them. Another 2 villagers grabbed a hammer and an axe. More and more villagers were encouraged. Regardless of being men or women, they picked up the farming tools beside them. Even those few children picked up the hard stones at their feet. With resolute expressions, they surrounded the dozen or so bandits. Over 80 villagers wielding iron farming tools, plus a few coachmen and guards from the trade caravan, faced 12 sword-bearing bandits directly. At this moment, they did not retreat in the slightest. In the face of survival, they were ready to die. As the leader of the bandits, Isaac was filled with shock when he saw those resolute faces. Were these really just a group of villagers and farmers? Isaac even felt that the people standing before him were a group of desperados. He took a deep breath and shouted, "What do you want to do?" "We are members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood." A deep voice resounded, entering everyone's ears. Isaac's body trembled, and he quickly looked at the young lord. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp hoe crashed down on him. Isaac quickly drew the long knife he held, placing it before him. A crisp sound rang out. Isaac snorted coldly, twisting the blade to slice across the villager's neck. Scarlet blood sprayed, splattering onto the faces of the villagers. As they smelled the scent of blood, the villagers' adrenaline surged even more. Without any hesitation, they raised their farming tools and smashed them onto Isaac's body. Although he wore thin armor under his long coat, protecting against the sharpness of the tools, he couldn't withstand the impact force. Isaac couldn't help but cough a few times, shaking off the villager in front of him with a slash. He looked at the remaining members. "These villagers have revolted. Leave here first." "Yes, Captain Isaac." Isaac just grabbed the reins, trying to drive his horse out of the villagers' encirclement. A sharp whizzing sound rang out again. Isaac frowned tightly, quickly raising his scimitar to slice the arrow in front of him. But he did not expect another arrow to follow closely, shooting fiercely toward him. A strong pain immediately spread from his abdomen. Isaac's eyes contracted. The arrow had pierced right through a gap in his chain armor. In the moment he paused, 7 or 8 villagers rushed up. They forcibly dragged him down from the horse, slamming heavily onto the ground. Seeing the bodies surrounding him, Isaac was panic-stricken, wanting to immediately stand up, but a sharp pain struck once more. Isaac found that due to the fall, the arrow had completely pierced through his abdomen. One hoe, rake, or axe after another came swinging down. Isaac tightened his right hand, and the short knife in his right hand had disappeared. Various farm tools rained down, striking his body, his head, his limbs. A strong dizziness came over him, and Isaac lay on the ground, gasping weakly. Blood soaked through his clothes, flowing from his back. Through the gaps between the villagers, he saw that the members of the Brotherhood not far from him suffered the same fate. They were about to be beaten to death by the villagers with farm tools. Isaac felt the villagers' attack come to a stop. He struggled to open his eyes, and the young lord stood before him, young and handsome. Yet he felt an inexplicable fear. Cold words reached Isaac's ears. Isaac's body trembled. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. He never dreamed that one day he would die at the hands of farmers he could kill with ease. This time, The bandit night raid came quickly and ended quickly. All 13 bandits perished, and at the same time, 15 villagers died. These bandits were mostly runaway peasants or commoners, with no combat experience. But they were equipped with weapons and rode horses, enough to inflict deadly harm on the villagers. Lin strode to the villagers' corpses, casting a glance at everyone. He said in a deep voice, "They sacrificed for the village's interests. They are the village's heroes. As for heroes, I, Lin, am never stingy. The families of the fallen will receive 5 gold pounds of compensation. If they have children, their children will be prioritized for my favor when they grow up." Listening to Lin's words, the villagers' downtrodden expressions gradually lifted, not only because of the 5 gold pounds of compensation from Lin, but also because of Master Lin's promise. Lin's words did not stop. Why was our village attacked by bandits? The villagers widened their eyes, puzzled, looking at Lin. Too weak. We are too weak. Only 13 bandits, armed with just one weapon, riding just one horse, killed 15 of our villagers. If 30 bandits came this time, 50 bandits, would the village be wiped out? Lin paused for a few seconds. Therefore, I've decided to form a guard team. To protect the safety of the territory, the safety of the village, your safety. Members of the guard team will become a sharp blade, punishing evil, a shield protecting the territory's safety. Even if they die, they should die at the front lines. The villagers instantly widened their eyes. Members of the guard team will not need to participate in daily labor and will have a pound of meat with every meal. They will receive a shilling as monthly pay. The villagers looked excited. Wants to join the guard team? A burly man stepped forward without hesitation. Master Lin, I, Covier, am willing to join the guard team. Another man also stepped forward. I, Fraser, am willing to join. I am willing to join. Lin left Red to select suitable guards. George knelt directly before Lin, his expression full of guilt. Master Lin, I am guilty. I deserve death. I let the caravan stay in Morgantown for 2 days, thinking we had shaken off the bandits' watchful eyes. I did not expect them to track your territory. Lin made a sound of acknowledgement without any grudge. To bring back as much cargo as possible, the fully loaded double-horse carriage would naturally attract the bandits' covetous eyes. Without absolute military power, this is unavoidable. But what intrigued Lin was what the bandit leader said about the Iron Blood Brotherhood. This night is destined to be a sleepless one. The deceased are gone, the living remain. The death of 15 villagers forced Lin to reduce the workforce for rock salt excavation and the salt factory. The proficiency in rock salt excavation and the salt factory has increased, significantly boosting work efficiency. Every day, over 300 pounds of fine salt can still be produced. The following morning, George left the village with 3,000 pounds of fine salt. Without the burden of over 10,000 pounds of rock salt, the speed of the carriage dramatically increased. On the open ground of the village, 5 sturdy and robust men stood in front of Red. They were the members of the guard team selected by Red. Lin did not have high expectations for these guards, as they were temporarily formed from physically strong villagers. As long as they can maintain their physical fitness and power and rush forward at the first moment wielding scimitars left by thieves during critical moments, that's sufficient. What surprised Lin was, Red was now leading the 5 members of the guard team in physical training. After questioning Red, Lin learned. In George's caravan guards, there was an old soldier who participated in the Windless Valley campaign. Earl Becker, who owned Lancashire, attempted to break away from the Chaldee Empire to establish a kingdom. The Emperor of the Empire sent out 50,000 cavalry, along with Mitchell Carolyn, known as the Spear of the Empire, to suppress them. The 50,000 Imperial army marched majestically into Lancashire, the vanguard advancing unhindered, straight into Windless Valley. However, as the army entered Windless Valley, they encountered the ambush of Earl Becker's forces. Rolling stones and logs fell from the valley top, causing heavy losses to the Imperial army. Earl Becker's forces seized the opportunity to engage in close combat in the already narrow Windless Valley. After a long campaign, coupled with the ambush, the Imperial army suffered numerous casualties. Blood flowed like rivers. In the face of a crisis, confronting the encirclement by Earl Becker's forces, Mitchell, the Spear of the Empire, demonstrated unmatched prowess, leading 5,000 cavalry to break through the encirclement. The Imperial army still suffered heavy losses, and the Empire's prestige was utterly diminished. The Spear of the Empire returned with 100,000 troops and suppressed Earl Becker. But after the suppression, the Spear of the Empire vanished forever from the eyes of the world. The 5,000 cavalry that broke out of the encirclement also disappeared without a trace. Lin walked along the gravel path, inspecting the village. The increase in plowing oxen and draft horses led to the barns being completely insufficient, and immediate expansion was needed. Every time George returns, he brings back plowing oxen and draft horses, and the number will only grow. Additionally, Lin needs to start considering building a pasture. Next, there's the granary for storing food and the cellar for keeping meat. The population hasn't increased, but the amount of grain brought back keeps growing, necessitating a larger granary to store it all. The cellar also needs to be built immediately, even though there's now fine salt to preserve meat. As the seasons change, the weather will get hotter. It's necessary to dig and build a temperature-controlled cellar to store preserved meat and keep it fresh longer. Now with Colin having level 3 construction skills, Lin can directly assign these tasks to him. Lin directly assigned Colin 10 apprentices, having him craft the beds, chairs, tables needed in the village. Up to now, Lin is still sleeping on bare wooden floors. Lin thinks he must be the most frugal lord. As Lin passed the blacksmith shop, a cheerful and excited voice called out to him. "Master Lin, you came at just the right time. I was about to look for you." Irello's face was full of smiles. Walking into the blacksmith shop, Irello immediately wheeled out a wheel plow. Wheel plow, crafted through special forging, solid and sharp, requires draft animals harnessed to pull it forward, can be used for deep plowing, etc. Looking at the words before him, Lin raised an eyebrow. The wheel plow forged by Irello is identical to what Lin remembers. Having Irello continue crafting them, Lin called over Gavin and Wilbur. One person pushed the plow, another led 2 plowing oxen, heading towards the cleared but not yet cultivated land nearby. Gavin held a branch in his hand, guiding the plowing oxen ahead. Wilby gripped the handle of the plow, moving his left hand to lower the plow head that was hovering over the plow car. The sharp and solid plow head instantly pierced into the soil. The plowing oxen, maintaining steady steps, slowed down. But it was still within the endurance range of the 2 plowing oxen. Because when designing the heavy plow, Lin considered aspects like center of gravity and force, aiming to save the plowing oxen's energy as much as possible. The plow sliced through the soil, severing tree roots embedded within. About 20 centimeters deep of fertile soil was turned over under the action of the curved plow blade and fell beside the plow. Looking at the deep furrows left by the heavy plow, Lin nodded in satisfaction. The heavy plow can expose the lower fertile soil, mix it with the upper layer, and bring the roots of some weeds to the bottom for further decomposition, providing nutrients for the upcoming plantation. Neither the iron hoe nor the light plow could achieve such effects. It can improve cultivation efficiency and reduce the number of villagers needed on the land. This is why Lin insisted on forging the heavy plow. At the moment, Gavin and Wilbur's faces had a trace of indescribable excitement. With the existence of the heavy plow, the efficiency of opening up Wasteland has greatly improved. Even when plowing the land with oxen, aside from speed improvement, the presence of wheels makes it even easier. Lin stood at the edge of the plowed field, watching for about half an hour, estimating in his mind. With Gavin and Wilbur possessing level 2 planting skills, in half an hour, the plowing oxen plowed approximately 200 square meters. At this efficiency, working 8 hours and deducting rest for both oxen and humans, at least 15 acres of land can be plowed in a day. Lin has 2,000 pounds of high-quality iron, enough to forge 20 such wheel plows, requiring 40 strong adult plowing oxen. But he currently only owns 28 of them, although draft horses can be used for plowing to some extent. However, in terms of endurance and speed, they are far inferior to plowing oxen. Lin sighed. He must acquire more plowing oxen. Having Gavin and Wilbur continue to plow the open land, Lin walked through the fields inspecting. Wherever he looked, there was lush greenery. It was the half-acre of vegetable seeds he bought and planted in Kent Village, now growing. They were cabbages and spinach. Especially the spinach, with its short growth cycle, could be harvested in a few days. In the vegetable field, Lin squatted beside a furrow, his gaze sweeping over each spinach plant. Seeing spinach with 7 or 8 true leaves, Lin grasped the spinach leaves with his left hand and with his right hand, cut the spinach leaves with a sickle, placing them into a willow basket beside him. Collection experience +1. Collection experience +1. Spinach can be uprooted or harvested with a sickle. When harvested, spinach has the chance to grow a second crop. Lin carefully put spinach leaves into the willow basket, increasing his collection experience bit by bit. Once the basket was full, Lin stood up and stretched lazily. Kisi, Connie, and Mola were also harvesting spinach in the fields. Lin's gaze stretched into the distance, and his brow instantly furrowed. A few miles away from the village, a large team was slowly coming. Where they passed, dust rose from the ground. Continuous heavy sounds of metal chains dragging echoed. Several horse-drawn carriages were parked on the clearing in front of the village. The deafening sound of horses snorting echoed continuously. A young man dressed in a loose fine wool robe jumped down from one of the carriages. Beneath the brown-yellow long hair was a fair and handsome face. The young man's gaze swept over Red and Kisi before finally landing on Lin. He hurriedly stepped forward to stand before Lin, speaking respectfully. "You must be Master Lin, right? I am Grayson Brown, introduced by Mr. George, the slave merchant." Lin nodded. "I am Lin." Receiving Lin's affirmative response, Grayson visibly relaxed. "Master Lin, Mr. George mentioned you wanted to purchase slaves, but these slaves, they're all from the Khanate." Lin's gaze turned toward the back of the carriages. There, people with wheat-colored skin were sitting on the ground. Clad in simple, worn-out coarse cloth robes, they couldn't fully cover their tall figures, nor could they hide the whip scars on their bodies. Beneath the tangled long hair were thin and weak faces with numb and bewildered expressions, their eyes filled with fear. Transported by slave ships from the Khanate by the slave merchant, they had endured much hardship. Seeing Lin's sweeping gaze, these slaves quickly lowered their heads, daring not to make eye contact with this lord. Some of the slaves even started to tremble. Clearly, Grayson had already tamed them on the slave ship. Noticing Lin's glance, Grayson quickly explained, "Master Lin, you probably know the fierce customs of the Khanate. It is impossible to transport them without whipping, isn't that so? But rest assured, Master Lin, I can assure you on my merchant's honor that their bodies are healthy, and they have no infectious diseases." Lin nodded, speaking, "How many slaves are here? How are they sold?" Grayson recalled for 2 seconds. "In total, there are 108, but a few despaired and chose suicide on the way, and 3 starved to death. Now there are 93 left." When it came to the price, Grayson hesitated. "Master Lin, slaves from the Khanate are stronger than ordinary slaves, so the price is a bit higher." Lin said calmly, "Just name the price directly." Grayson tentatively said, 7 shillings per slave. Lin nodded, "No problem." Hearing Lin's affirmative response, Grayson relaxed internally. The slaves from the Khanate have at last been sold. He almost thought they would be left on his hands. These slaves he'd bought from another slave trader. Everyone knows the slaves from the nomadic tribes of the Khanate are strong, some even able to do the work of 2 ordinary slaves. Thus, they are welcomed by many lords. Grayson chose to become a middleman, but he didn't expect that after transporting the slaves to the fisherman's wharf in Kakasong, after holding them for a month, no nobility was interested. Primarily, the price was too high. An ordinary healthy slave costs only 4 to 5 shillings. And he had spent 5 shillings just to buy a slave from the Khanate from the previous trader. This does not include transport costs, market entry tax, and sales tax. If not priced at 7 shillings, he would make no profit and directly suffer a complete loss. Grayson didn't know how much these slaves, with their large appetites and quick digestion from the nomadic tribes, ate up his shillings. After learning from George that Lin wanted to buy these slaves, he simply cut their food supply entirely. Of the 93 slaves, 62 were adult men, 28 were adult women, and there were 3 children. But Lin didn't care. Eventually, the 93 slaves were sold for 32 gold pounds. Lin looked directly at Grayson, saying, "I can give you 2 payment options. First is 32 gold pounds, Second is 1,300 pounds of fine salt. Grayson instantly widened his eyes. Fine salt. Realizing Lynn wasn't joking, Grayson was utterly shocked. He wanted to look around and see where the salt mine was. But remember, this was Lynn's territory, and the Lord stood right in front of him. Grayson abandoned that thought. As a cross-regional trader, Grayson knew the value of fine salt all too well. With the current chaotic situation, the market price of fine salt had risen to 7 pence a pound, with a tendency to rise to 8 pence. This was just the general market price. The further north, toward the desperate Great Wall of the Cirrus Kingdom in the northern region, the higher the price. The price had even stabilized at 1 shilling per pound. Because of the freezing cold in the northern region, heavy snow falls every year, making it impossible to produce edible salt, and transportation is exceedingly difficult. Transport ships cannot reach, and even carriages find it hard to move forward. Only by relying on the snow horses unique to northern Stygia, with ironclad horseshoes or iron chains tied to the carriage wheels, could fine salt be transported in. The transport costs are right there, so naturally, the price is high. The Lord, whose territory seemed to be in the early stages of development, had a salt mine, and could even turn rock salt into fine salt. As long as Lynn was given enough time, he was bound to rise to power. Without any hesitation, Grayson decisively said, "Master Lynn, I want the fine salt. I want 1,300 pounds of fine salt." Lynn nodded. "No problem." Lynn never thought Grayson would opt for gold pounds. The value of gold pounds is fixed, but fine salt is in short supply, its value currently on the rise. 1,300 pounds of fine salt. Even a pig would know its value. Grayson, looking at the generous Lynn in front of him, asked, "Master Lynn, I also have some iron and silk fabrics on my wagon. Are you interested?" Lynn raised his eyebrows. "How much do you have?" Grayson said joyfully, explaining, 500 pounds of quality iron, all silk fabrics from the southern region's Portland's empire, 50 pieces. Altogether, 30 gold pounds. What do you think?" Lynn didn't hesitate at all. "Yes, according to your price." The southern region of the Portland's empire has many famous specialties. For example, timber, honey, iron ore, and fur. But the most famous is their silk fabrics. It's said that the textile craftsmanship of the Portland's empire is so exquisitely delicate because it is inherited from the elves of the Forest of Oblivion. Hence, the silk fabrics of the Portland's empire are very expensive, priced so that a single piece could sell for 10 shillings, hundreds, even thousands of shillings. Only those emperor of the empire, well-established lord nobility, or great merchants could afford it. According to Grayson's price, each piece of silk fabric was only about 10 shillings, not too expensive. With the silk fabrics, Lynn could make a few sets of well-fitting clothes. As a lord, wearing clothes no different from the villagers. It may look approachable, but loses the dignity a lord should possess. The trade with Grayson just emptied all of Lynn's fine salt produced in recent days. Everything was worth it. Grayson left fully loaded. The carts were piled high with rock salt and fine salt. To avoid attracting attention, he covered the top with layers of linen cloth and oilcloth. He didn't even need Lynn's instructions. As a merchant, he understood the importance of secrecy. By keeping Lynn's secret, he also kept a new source of fine salt hidden for himself. The fewer people know about Lynn's sale of fine salt, the fewer competitors Grayson would have. Even if other merchants were unaware, he could quickly seize this market, even at a small profit. The key is, the value of fine salt is increasing, and Grayson couldn't manage a small profit even if he wanted to. As for the Merchant Association, to hell with his great-grandfather's Merchant Association. Grayson only believes in gold pounds. Master Lynn told him that he could trade any goods other than salt here for fine salt. Grayson became even more excited. As for the output of Master Lynn's salt mine, how long it could be mined, and whether anyone would come to control it, these were none of his concern. These were matters for Master Lynn to worry about. What Grayson regretted most was that Master Lynn's village was clearly on the banks of the Acadia River. Yet it was blocked by a waterfall hundreds of miles away. Otherwise, he could sail a longship directly to Master Lynn's village, continuously transporting slaves or other goods there. Lynn stood on the clearing, scanning the 93 slaves in front of him. They appeared terrified, their gazes shifting back and forth. In this way, They hoped to ease the oppression from the Lord. They were from the fierce nation of the Shar Khanate, unwilling to become anyone's slaves. But after the Shar Khanate lost a war with the Tetlon Empire, they had to accept the reality of becoming slaves. The slave merchants' months of whipping and indoctrination had imprinted a steel mark in their minds, making them understand they were indeed slaves. The addition of 93 slaves greatly enhanced the village's labor force. Lin immediately called Colin, instructing him to lead these slaves into the forest to cut down trees. They needed to expand the cattle barns and horse stables and build simple wooden houses for the slaves. Lin considered himself not an authoritarian, at least not for now. He could provide these slaves with 3 meals a day and wooden houses to live in. Each slave was worth 7 shillings, not to mention. The main point was, he lacked labor too much. The loss of one slave through starvation or illness far exceeded the costs of food and wooden houses daily. Besides, he had too many tasks ahead. Expanding the mining scale of the salt mine. Expanding the salt factory to increase the production of fine salt. Building pastures to develop animal husbandry. Obtaining steady sources of meat and leather to lay foundations for making armor and breeding warhorses in the future. Reclaiming arable land to expand the planting scale. Acquiring stable supplies of grains and cereals. When the world falls into chaos, even money wouldn't buy food. Only growing your own food is most reliable. Excavating stone mines to burn lime for paving the main roads around the village with lime gravel roads. Gravel roads would sink into the soil with ongoing usage. If possible, Lin wished he could split each slave in two. Half a day's continuous cutting made these already hungry and exhausted slaves even more resentful. But they dared not express their anger. They knew they belonged to the young lord as personal property. At his will, they could be executed at any time. The overseer responsible for them told them they could finish work. They were utterly shocked. Was finishing work even something slaves could say? When they were brought back to the clearing in the village and saw pottery pots brewing barley porridge, their eyes widened. The rich aroma of barley mixed with the scent of meat enveloped them. Barley stew porridge. On the wooden racks beside them lay stacks upon stacks of barley bread. Their eyes glazed over, fixating on the food, swallowing uncontrollably. The 10 guards wielding scimitars kept them rational. Red immediately understood and led the 10 guards away from the pottery pots. From the front of the slave line, a white-haired slave abruptly stepped forward to the wooden rack. Without hesitation, he grabbed a barley roll, attempting to stuff it into his mouth. An arrow shot out, followed by a sharp sound, hitting his chest. The slave's eyes widened, and he fell backward. To his death, he never released the barley bread in his hand. The eager slaves became terrified, retreating repeatedly. Lin stepped forward, glancing across them. Countless slave eyes fell upon him. Lin remained calm. "I am the lord of this territory, Lin. Without my orders, any action you take will be punished, severe ones. Result in death. However, as long as you obey my orders, you will receive 3 meals a day, each with meat. The logs you cut today are meant for constructing the wooden huts you will live in tomorrow." Though a slave was worth 7 shillings, Lin could refrain from killing him. Even if that slave was somewhat old, he could still perform simple labor, clearing weeds, helping in the kitchen, etc. But Lin needed to assert his power. He wanted to convey to these slaves, disobedience meant death, while obedience would earn food and shelter. The slaves exclaimed at this, filled with disbelief. Despite the shock, none dared to speak. Because the Lord hadn't told them they could speak. Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Now, you can eat." The slaves still couldn't trust their ears. Even as slaves, or even as villagers of the Shar Khanate, they had never tasted such fine foods. The Shar Khanate was exceedingly poor, poor enough to invade the Tetlon Empire. A child dragging chains slowly approached the rack, picked up a piece of barley bread amid everyone's gaze, and started chewing. Seeing Master Lin's guards remain still, a female slave slowly approached. More and more slaves began to move. At last, each held a bowl of barley stew porridge and a piece of barley bread, sitting unabashedly on the gravel ground, munching away, even disregarding the barley porridge's heat. All the slaves slept on the clearing outside the village. With their bellies full, they slept soundly through the night. No incident occurred in the village overnight. To Lin's curiosity, no slave attempted escape under the cover of night. After breakfast, the slaves were led back to the forest edge to continue cutting logs. The amount of food they consumed over those 2 meals exceeded what they had eaten on the longship for a month. They could hardly remember the last time they felt full. Rows of wooden houses were built, surrounding the village. An open large kitchen, 5 large pottery pots can be used simultaneously for cooking. Beside the kitchen, 3 smoke rooms and a cellar are established, used to store meat and vegetables transported back from outside. A livestock shed capable of accommodating 70 to 80 heads of livestock stands several hundred meters to the right side of the village. The right side is a barren land of low hills stretching endlessly. Lynn plans to construct the future pasture over there, making plans in advance. The total population of the village has reached 180, with efficiency and labor rising sharply. Whenever a wheel plow is forged and completed, Lynn would instruct Gavin and Wilbur to teach 2 slaves, making them undertake the tilling. Before summer planting, for every extra acre of land cultivated, an extra acre of wheat can be planted. Having a stable food source is having confidence. Lynn roughly calculated 180 people need to consume over 700 pounds of food daily. If you add the livestock, close to 1,000 pounds of food is needed per day. Right now, it's still fine. When the scale expands in the future to thousands or tens of thousands of people, relying solely on buying grain won't suffice. Watching Guy lead slaves with level 2 breeding experience to orderly guide the draft horses and oxen into their respective barns. The oxen and draft horses lay down on the soft and dry land, beginning to rest. Let these cattle and horses rest well first. They'll be the main force when officially starting the cultivation. With Guy around, he's not worried about the breeding side of things. Professional matters are best left to professional people. What Lynn regrets is the lack of domesticated pigs in the village for now. 2 wild boar piglets had been raised for a month, but only weighed 20 to 30 pounds. Breeding at the mature stage is a bit too distant. Lynn went to the blacksmith shop. The constant clash of metal against metal resounded in his ears. Since the first wheel plow was forged, the pace of the blacksmith shop has accelerated. Both Arello and his apprentices are busy working. Unlike in the beginning, only Arello was busy rushing around, with apprentices just standing there wide-eyed and watching. Pieces of forged plows were taken out of the furnace. Under Arello's guidance, the apprentices swung hefty arms and hammered down, perfecting the details of the plow tools. To further speed up the blacksmith shop, Lynn added 5 more robust laborers to assist in forging cross pickaxes and iron hoes. The increase of manpower isn't to make the work easier for them, but to ensure they work in shifts, continuously day and night. Lynn felt maybe in less than half a month, in about 10 days, they could complete the forging of 20-wheel plows. Lynn was just about to head to the salt factory when he was stopped by Lex, emerging from the brewing workshop. Seeing Lex's face full of smiles, Lynn asked, "Are you thinking about the iron pot? George hasn't returned yet. We don't have more iron to forge you an iron pot." Though an exchange of 500 pounds of quality iron was made from Grayson, Lynn had other uses for it. Not only did he withhold iron from Lex, but Lynn even contemplated melting down the iron pot in Lex's brewing workshop. But upon thinking the pot has too much residue and the difficulty in forging iron is too high, melting it down wouldn't have much value. He abandoned the idea. Lex quickly shook his head. "Master Lynn, you misunderstood. I thought of an idea to increase the profits of the brewing workshop." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." Lex said, "Master Lynn, you might consider opening a tavern in Morgantown, specifically to sell beer. The price of beer naturally can't compare to wine, but it can be sold more with less profit. That's one point. Secondly, a warehouse can be set up behind the tavern, serving as a transit station to purchase any goods needed by the village from the town." Lynn gave Lex a surprised glance. Not because the idea was good, but because Lex could think of such an idea. This thought was something Lynn considered when planning to sell rock salt. On the surface, it seems to have many benefits and no harm. But practically, opening a tavern or shop is more complex than imagined, involving the interests of various manor lords in Morgantown and the restrictions from church doctrines. His identity would be more easily exposed. If Lynn were a regular lord, he'd consider opening a shop in Morgantown. But Lynn is a bastard with a record of attempted murder. until he has absolute power to swat down any future enemies. Aside from George, Lynn didn't see anyone suitable for commerce. Sending Lex back to continue brewing, Lynn headed to the salt factory instead. Lynn has increased the number of people at the open pit salt mine to 50. With the help of cross pickaxes and iron hose for excavation, they can now extract 3,500 pounds of rock salt daily. The salt factory's daily production of fine salt also reached 400 pounds. Even though the salt factory can't completely process all the extracted rock salt, Lynn prefers to store it and slowly process it. Lynn's gaze kept scanning through the slaves. Strings of words flashed before Lynn's eyes. With the growing population in the village, Lynn needs more talented people with management abilities. After a rough scan, Lynn didn't see any suitable talent. Upon reconsideration, he found this normal. The Shar Khanate was only temporarily defeated by the Tetlon Empire. These are just slaves from the Shar Khanate, not war captives. Lynn instructed Red to expand the guard team to 10 people. The cumulative population in the village now reaches a high of 180, and 5 guards are somewhat insufficient. 10 tall and strong guards, each equipped with a scimitar confiscated from bandits. More than enough to deal with slaves. Having arranged everything, Lynn left the open pit salt mine. In the corner of the crushed rock salt processing area of the salt factory, a burly middle-aged man was fixatedly watching Lynn's departing figure. His sturdy right hand gripped the iron hammer, his right arm tense. Even the diamond-shaped muscles could be seen. The iron hammer fell, shattering the rock salt in front of him into egg-sized fragments. Even though rubble splattered over him, he paid no heed to the pain. A sallow-skinned boy approached him. The boy responsible for collecting salt shards anxiously glanced around. He spoke quietly. "Brother, have you decided? Are we escaping tonight?" Ross showed determination. "Yes, Charles. We leave tonight." Facing Ross's unquestionable expression, Charles felt hesitant. He still asked, "But Ross, how are we leaving this territory? They have a guard team, horses, and sharp scimitars. Even if, Ross, you are strong and can help me escape the territory, can we go back to the Shar Khanate?" Charles pointed to his face. "This will reveal our identity." There was a menacing scar there. To easily identify the slaves, the slave traders would leave this kind of branding on each slave's body. Shoulder, chest, it could even be the arm. Or the face. Seeing the scar on Charles's face brought a sharp pain to Ross's heart. His own chest was branded with the marking of a slave by those traffickers. If it were on the body, it could be covered with clothes. But it's on the face, such a brand would follow Charles for life. Ross's somewhat wavering resolve hardened once again. "Don't concern yourself. I'm a horseback warrior of the Shar Khanate. Shar Khanate needs me." Feeling the imposing aura emanating from Ross, Charles had no words. Lynn returned to Irello's blacksmith shop. Rolling up his sleeves, he revealed his muscular arms, gripped the iron hammer, and began forging. He wanted to continue grinding, forging, skill experience. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. Standing by the forging water wheel, Irello, who was guiding the apprentices, saw this scene, and his face showed a complex expression. Their Master Lin really couldn't rest for a moment. Irello witnessed that Master Lin, after inspecting various places in the village, came to his blacksmith shop. With Lin's help, the efficiency of the blacksmith shop improved once again. Various styles of iron tools such as iron hose, cross pickaxes, and iron rakes were continuously forged. Your forging skill has upgraded to level 1, unlocking, milestone. Reward obtained, memory pearl ×1. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, Lin raised an eyebrow. With a thought, Lin opened milestone. A series of icons appeared in his eyes. The 9 major professional categories each had their own milestones. First cabin, construct your first cabin. Completed, reward. 10 energy stones, pending collection. Smoke-filled room, build a smokehouse for curing meat. Completed, reward. 10 energy stones, pending collection. Source of water, dig a clean well. Completed, reward. 10 energy stones, pending collection. Grass grasp, pull grass with your hands for the first time. Completed, reward. 10 energy stones, pending collection. Weed remover, eliminate 1,000 weeds. Completed, reward. 10 energy stones, pending collection. Flint spear, create a flint-long spear. Completed. Reward. 10 energy stones. Pending collection. Lin quickly glanced through, collecting all the energy stones. He fell into thought. What use do these energy stones have? Energy stone, remaining 450, can be used to enhance character attributes, improve ability levels, etc. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, Lin's eyes widened. Enhancing character attributes? Increasing skill levels? Quickly, Lin's thoughts returned to normal. Only character development, not card drawing. If told Lin could draw cards, it would be something he couldn't quite accept. With a thought, Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Attributes: Attack F++, Defense F++, Speed F+, Constitution E+, Energy E+. Talent: Heavenly Artifacts. Construction: Level 1, 22/200, plus. Hunting: Level 0, 59/100, plus. Cooking: Level 1, 6/200, plus. Forging: Level 1, 2/200, plus. Medicine: Level 0, 0/100, plus. Breeding: Level 0, 23/100, plus. After unlocking, achievement, and obtaining energy stones, the option plus appeared on his attribute panel. He now had only 3 skills left to upgrade: hunting, medicine, and breeding. Lin tried clicking on medicine. 10 energy stones were instantly reduced, and 1 point of experience was added to the medicine skill. Some knowledge about herbal treatment appeared in Lin's mind. 10 energy stones increase 1 point of experience. However, for Lin, this was an additional way to gain skill experience. By continually grinding skills, gaining experience while unlocking various achievements to obtain energy stones. Then using the energy stones, enhancing some hard-to-upgrade skills, or boosting attributes. The more Lin reasoned, the more he felt the existence of energy stones was crucial. Looking at the panel with 2 E's and 3 F's attributes, he wasn't surprised at all. Originally just an ordinary person, with a somewhat large and stout physique, Lin simply decided to refrain from adding points. Wait to obtain more energy stones before making plans. In mid-April in Caldi, the sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Lin and Red rode horses, galloping across the vast wasteland. Lin hunted while exploring his territory. Previously, he was always busy surviving, busy developing, and indeed didn't have time for exploration. If not for last time when a villager spotted a wild deer and went after it, coincidentally finding the open pit salt mine. Perhaps now, he'd still be thinking of ways to expand the brewing workshop's production scale. Now with the vein detector function, Lin must explore the territory in full, hopefully discovering coal and iron mines. In the future, he wouldn't lack fuel and quality iron for forging armor. Lin, along with Red and several guards, riding horses, stood on top of a gigantic waterfall. The waterfall, like a wild and untamed dragon, leaped down. Carrying a mountain sea-like momentum, it crashed onto the river's surface below, making a deafening sound. This was the end of the Acadia River and the edge of Lin's territory. Beyond that, it was a range of towering mountains. Lin glanced at the waterfall's height. The drop was at least 7 to 8 meters high. Trying to level this waterfall with manpower, making the Acadia River flow smoothly, was practically a pipe dream. Transport ships couldn't pass through here to reach his village. This is one of the reasons Lin explored along the Acadia River. He needed to thoroughly investigate the rivers near the village. Lin looked at the vein detector, confirmed there were no prompts. He nudged the horse's belly, and the horses galloped toward the village. Discovering another vein would be challenging. On the hillside wasteland on the village's right side, there were no findings. When Lin saw the general outline of the village, it was already dusk. From a distance, he saw a convoy of carts parked in the open space in front of the village. Behind the carts, there was a group of slaves with wrists and ankles bound by ropes. George, who had just returned, learned from Kesey that Master Lin had gone out and waited all along. Seeing Lin leap off the horse's back, George hurriedly came to greet him. Kneeling on one knee before Lin, George spoke respectfully. "Master Lin, mission accomplished without fail." Lin nodded, motioning George to stand. With some excitement in his words, George continued, "Master Lin, I brought you the most desired slaves, a total of 120. Lynn approvingly said, "Well done." The 93 slaves Grayson brought last time only allowed the village to develop steadily. Now, with George bringing another 100 or so slaves, many plans in Lynn's mind could commence. George continued, "Additionally, there's 800 pounds of quality iron, 30,000 pounds of barley, wheat, and various beans, 3,000 pounds of meat, 5 plow oxen, 10 draft horses, iron pots." Whether slaves or these goods, they were what he currently needed most. Seeing villagers unload goods from the carts, Lynn felt a wave of satisfaction. Thankfully, he had expanded the new granary and cattle shed, horse stable in advance. Otherwise, it would have overflowed. The village under the night was filled with tranquility and peace. No flashy lights, no bustling traffic. What there were figures strolling on the village paths. The recent bandit invasion made them cherish their serene life even more. After Lynn's iron and blood indoctrination and the temptation of food, the newly joined slaves became compliant and honest. They were full of anticipation about becoming Master Lynn's slaves. Unable to change their fate as slaves, being well-fed was their final prayer. The night gradually deepened. Among the cluster of slaves on the open ground, snores rose and fell in succession. Ross, leaning against a pile of logs, had his eyes closed slightly, but his right arm was twisting back and forth. Suddenly, his arm slackened. The rope binding his wrists snapped in the middle. Ross, holding the sharp edge of a flint blade, continued cutting the rope on his feet. After a while, he opened his eyes. Without any movement, his gaze swept around. Confirming there was nothing unusual, Ross moved his right hand and placed it on Charles's arm beside him. Feeling the warmth on his arm, Charles, who was fast asleep, opened his sleepy eyes. Seeing Ross' determined expression and that he was helping him untie the rope on his hands, Charles immediately understood. Charles allowed Ross to untie him as he whispered softly, "Ross, are we really going to escape like this?" Ross said nothing, continuing to untie. Charles continued asking, "Have you thought about that taking me with you? We won't be able to escape from here. They have horses, swords, and bows. Ross, I'll only be a burden to you." Ross' hands trembled slightly as he untied. Charles, somewhat relieved, said, "I know Ross is a warrior of the Shar Khanate, with the whole Khanate in his heart, so, Ross, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Escape by yourself? Return to the Shar Khanate, and come back for me when the Khanate is victorious." Charles, reflecting, said, "You also don't have to worry about me. I feel Master Lin seems pretty decent. At least so far, I haven't gone hungry." Ross, who was helping Charles untie, suddenly paused his right hand and slapped Charles across the face. The sound was crisp and clear. A visible handprint appeared on Charles's cheek. Watching the blood trickle from Charles's mouth corner, Ross admonished, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're my brother. Of course, I'm taking you with me." Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, Charles didn't make a sound. His mouth curved into a smile instead. Charles moved his arm, pushing away Ross' hands from continuing to untie him. In Ross' soon-to-be angry expression, he pushed Ross away again. Before Ross could speak, Charles stared at Ross. "Ross, I'm too weak. I can't escape. Understand." Seeing Charles's resolute expression, Ross' pupils contracted, speechless with shock. Charles was only 10. He initially thought Charles understood nothing. Still that little boy who called brother, brother following behind him. Unexpectedly, he had become so mature. Charles's expression turned stern. "Go, quickly. Otherwise, I'll call the guards to catch you." Unwillingly, Ross tried to keep untying Charles. A decisive shout came from Charles's mouth. Some light sleepers among the slaves opened their eyes in confusion. Even the guard on night watch from afar looked this way. Ross immediately stopped his actions. Until moments later, everything returned to calmness. Charles smiled faintly. "Go." Ross gave Charles a deep look, crouched low, and crawled out of the village without looking back. Charles watched the receding figure, a trace of relief on his face. His gaze shifted, and a vigilant guard seemed to have noticed something. He gripped the scimitar and looked in the direction Ross had vanished. A ruthless and resolute gleam exploded in Charles's pure eyes. He picked up a stone with his right hand and fiercely smashed it on the face of a sleeping middle-aged male slave beside him. The middle-aged male slave woke up instantly, yelling in pain. The voice was so loud that it startled all the slaves on the clearing awake. The middle-aged male slave, seeing Charles and the blood-stained rock in his hand, erupted in rage, grabbing Charles's neck with his right hand. Under this force, Charles collapsed, pinned to the ground by the middle-aged male slave. The middle-aged male slave's eyes were wide with anger, demanding, "Do you want to die?" Suffering, unable to breathe, his neck felt like it was going to break. The middle-aged male slave slapped Charles across the face. A stream of fresh blood shot out from Charles's mouth, splattering on the middle-aged male slave's face. Seeing the guard's gaze drawn over, there was no fear in Charles, only a devilish smile. The surrounding slaves, witnessing such a scene, began shouting, "Someone, a murder is happening! A murder is happening! That child! Save that child!" The middle-aged male slave wiped the blood off his face, the fury in his eyes almost bursting forth. His eyes quickly searched, and a sharp flint blade edge appeared in view. Without any hesitation, he picked up the flint blade edge and thrust it towards Charles's chest. However, the flint blade edge in the middle-aged male slave's hand had not yet struck down. A sturdy tree trunk smashed on the back of his head. With such force, the trunk splintered in the middle. His eyes rolled back as he fell powerlessly onto Charles. A strong right leg kicked the middle-aged male slave's body off. Charles opened his blurred eyes to see the face before him, his voice weak. "Why did you come back?" Ross gently helped Charles lean against the pile of logs, showing a smile. "Compared to the Sharkhanate, I think you need me more." Charles's face registered surprise. Looking at Ross' face, his breath caught in sobs. Charles said, I thought I was going to die here alone." The slaves parted, a path emerged. Lynn arrived with Red and several guards. Seeing the middle-aged male slave lying on the ground convulsing, with blood gushing from the back of his head, Lynn frowned. This middle-aged man was doomed. Lynn's voice was deep. What happened? Among slaves, there would be fights over unequal food distribution, living space, or personality clashes. But when there's a death, it damages the Lord's interests. Slaves are the Lord's property. Only the Lord can decide the slave's life and death. Hearing Lynn's authoritative inquiry, even Ross, a warrior of the Sharkhanate, felt his heart tense. The guard hastily explained. After learning about the events, Lynn's gaze fell on the robust young man in front of him. A string of words floated in Lynn's eyes. Name: Ross Anderson. Ability: Breeding Level 3, Collection Level 2, Construction Level 2. Attributes: Attack D+, Defense D-, Speed D, Constitution D+, Energy D. Talent: Good rider, a born cavalryman, can easily control horses. Skills: Charge, while riding, can effectively leverage the horse's strength to break through enemy lines. 5-dimensional attributes. This is the strongest role attribute panel Lynn had seen. Ross had just killed one of his able-bodied male slaves. Lynn stared straight at Ross. "Did you kill my slave?" Lynn's gaze, Red's gaze, the gaze of the guard team, and the gaze of the slaves, all fell upon Rose. Rose's expression was calm, with no fear whatsoever. Compared to a direct charge against enemy cavalry, compared to the threat of death, what does this matter? He's not even afraid of death. Rose looked at Lynn, speaking with determination. "I killed him. You can dispose of me as you wish." Lynn said nothing, instead looking beside Rose. There a thin boy was sitting. Name: Charles Anderson. Ability: Breeding Level 1, Collection Level 1. Attributes: Attack F-, Defense F-, Speed F-, Constitution F-, Energy F. Talent: Good rider, a natural cavalryman who can easily control horses. The same surname and the same good rider talent. Lynn asked, "So, was it because of the trouble your brother caused, and you killed my slave to save him?" Why was Lynn so sure that the boy next to him was his brother? Rose's eyes contracted. He hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with Charles." Lynn shouted, "That's not important. What matters is that a slave capable of doing heavy work is dead. Do you know what this means?" Rose remained silent. It meant that Lynn's interests had been harmed. Rose said firmly, "I can vow loyalty to the Lord." Lynn said, "What do you think you have to offer me in loyalty?" Rose took a deep breath, bent his body, and spoke sincerely. former deputy captain of the 6th Cavalry Brigade of the Kruma tribe of the Shar Khanate, Rose Anderson, is willing to give his life for Master Lin. Admitting his identity meant admitting he was a prisoner of war. This was a humiliation for Rose, from Lin's behavior, as well as shooting the slave who took liberties in trying to eat bread. Lin was a decisive, punishing, and rewarding lord. He could generously feed every slave, but could also kill those who disobey orders. Rose wanted to survive. He wanted to survive with Charles. Only by proving his value could the two brothers survive. The identity of a deputy captain of the 6th Cavalry Brigade of the Kruma tribe justifiably demonstrated his value. Listening to Rose's uttered words, Lin was not overly surprised. With a 5D attribute, possessing talent and skills, how could he possibly be an ordinary slave? Lin stared directly at Rose. Your life already belongs to me. Rose quickly thought back, saying, I can help the Lord train cavalry. The cavalry of the Kruma tribe's 6th Brigade was all trained by me. This was exactly what he needed most. Red's strength wasn't weak, but was merely accumulated through constant hunting experience. Even if some training methods were obtained from the veterans of Windless Valley, they still weren't complete and methodical training systems. The importance of Rose was instantly apparent. Lin looked at Rose, saying in a deep voice, I accept your loyalty. Rose visibly relaxed, bending over again. Thank you, my master. Lin looked towards Red. Take them to rest in the cabin and prepare some meat for them. He needed strong slaves, but he needed talented people like Rose even more. Early the next morning, with 5,000 pounds of fine salt and 3,000 pounds of beer, he left. By now, George didn't need Master Lin's instructions anymore. He also needed to know what to bring back. Food, slaves, high-quality iron. Everything except salt. Master Lin needed them all. Unfortunately, the carriage had limited capacity. On the third day after George's departure, 20 wheeled heavy plows were finally forged. The number of oxen was slightly insufficient, but draft horses could temporarily replace them. Under the guidance of the veterans Gavin and Wilbur, oxen in pairs pulled the wheeled heavy plows, cultivating the open grounds. The wheeled heavy plow was like a fierce war machine, brutally tearing apart clothing, rudely flipping over, blatantly exposing itself to everyone's view. Watching the path of the oxen, where the soil was turned to the surface, smooth and unobstructed, Lin felt a strange satisfaction. The previous scenes of clearing Wasteland with flint shovels were still vivid in memory. Though there were 20 wheeled heavy plows, the varying skill levels of the slaves in farming would affect cultivation efficiency. Over time, as the slaves' proficiency improved, cultivating 100 acres a day would surely be achievable. Each heavy plow required one slave to drive the oxen and horse, one slave to stabilize the heavy plow, and 2 assistants to remove the clinging mud from the plow, or to drive away mosquitoes and flies from the oxen and draft horses. That is to say, the normal operation of 20 heavy plows required 80 people. It's only mid-April now. There are still 40 days until the summer planting in June. It's almost possible to cultivate 4,000 acres of farmland. Lin sighed. Indeed, when the labor force increases, expanding the planting scale becomes simple. Some villagers with farming experience watched the efficiency of the heavy plows. The expression on their faces was one of shock. Are these the heavy plows invented by Master Lin? Such powerful plowshares, capable of cutting through sapling roots and turning over those stones. With such heavy plows, a bountiful harvest is guaranteed. Master Lin is truly a genius. They were uneducated and lacked knowledge. Before witnessing the heavy plows, they could never have imagined that such plows could be made. All they knew was that oxen could pull light plows, turning the top layer of soil, and they used their hands to clear stones and branches rooted in the soil. They knew this wasted time and labor. They had no way to change any of it. They could only follow the passed-down experience to toil arduously. This was the restriction from both thought and era. But the heavy plow in front of them shattered their vision, crushing the experience lodged in their minds. So this is how you could farm. Retracting his gaze, Lin called for Kisi. How is the progress of the composting? Kisi, without any reservations, started speaking directly. Master Lin, previously manpower was limited. Only one porter was collecting manure for composting, so the compost was not much. Lin acknowledged. Increase the number of porters to 10 and tell them they can earn 1 penny in wages each day. Porters faced livestock and manure daily. Compared to digging and salt making, the working environment was much harsher. Providing a penny in wages daily meant nothing to Lynn, but it could stabilize and motivate the porter's efficiency. Of the 120 slaves George brought back, 80 were used for land cultivation. Lynn was preparing to start lime burning. Even though the village paths were paved with gravel, as more carts returned with fine salt and trade caravans arrived, the originally tidy gravel roads turned muddy again. You could even see wooden wheel ruts on the ground. If a salt cart capsized in the mud, the loss would be at least dozens of gold pounds. The burnt lime was used for paving roads and building stone houses, and it could also improve soil acidity. The task of overseeing wasteland reclamation was assigned to Kesey. Lynn, with 40 men, headed toward the distant mountains. Lynn grasped the handle of the cross pickaxe with both hands, lifted it high, and then, using the weight of the cross pickaxe and the power of his body driving his arms, slammed it down hard. The sharp pickaxe tip sank into a piece of gray-white stone. Limestone, moderate hardness, can be used to burn lime cement, building stone, soil improvement, and more. With a crisp sound, the limestone instantly shattered into small rubble. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Lynn expertly swung the cross pickaxe sideways, a pile of rubble sliding backward. Several slaves gathered the rubble into baskets and poured them into the cart. Lynn stood straight, wiping the sweat off his cheek with his sleeve. He glanced around. Dozens of slaves, like him, were diligently excavating. Even Master Lynn, as a lord, was working so hard. How could they, as slaves, dare to slack off? After half a day of digging, seeing the experience increase by a dozen points, Lynn exhaled a hot breath. It was truly exhausting. Before explosive mining the stone, manual digging was always high-intensity labor. Fortunately, Lynn only planned to pave the road from the salt factory to the village, along with some main roads. Otherwise, relying on the manpower of 40 slaves would indeed be insufficient. After instructing a few guards to keep watching the slaves continue mining, Lynn rode his horse along the road back to the village. As far as the eye could see, several wheel plows were plowing the open land, pulled by oxen. Smoke from the kitchen chimneys wafting. That was the chef cooking lunch. Draft horse carts carrying fine salt were driven back to the village, storing the fine salt in the warehouse. In the wheat fields, a few villagers were removing weeds that stole nutrients from the wheat. After more than 2 months of growth, the wheat had already reached flowering stage. After pollination, when the pollen grains from the wheat flowers combine with the pistil, the wheat enters the grain-filling stage. The days to maturity and harvest were not far off. On the open space in front of the village, a row of sturdy figures standing in formation caught Lynn's attention. Rose was solemnly instructing them. Since Master Lynn asked me to train you in military skills, then I am your instructor. Orders must be obeyed without question. This is the basic rule you must adhere to as soldiers. We will start with physical training, beginning with the strength and endurance of your upper and lower limbs. The words were powerful and commanding, the tone as strong as steel. Rose was indeed deserving of being the former deputy leader of the 6th Cavalry Brigade of the Kruma tribe in the Shar Khanate. Lynn didn't know why Rose became a prisoner of war, but he certainly had great strength. Lynn was somewhat surprised to see that Red, the guard captain, was also among those being trained. This guy really wanted to improve. After joining Lynn's guard team, these guards no longer had to engage in any labor. Full-time commitment. Lynn provided for their meals and accommodation, even caring for their families together. Their only responsibility was to complete their training and protect the village's interests. Before Rose arrived, perhaps they were still quite relaxed. But now, their physical training and strength training were no less intense than the labor of the slaves. Carrying logs individually, running weighted cross-country, doing push-ups and sit-ups, and so on. Rose even deliberately assigned some of the heavier tasks, normally handled by villagers, to the guards. That was to improve their physical fitness. Lynn had the chef specially cook meals for the guard team. Each meal included a pound of meat, chicken or pork, a pound of barley porridge, barley buns, and vegetables. This standard was almost similar to that of a knight's meal. To forge a mighty army, It's impossible without sufficient gold pounds. Turning his gaze a little further, Lin looked into the distance. There, a thin boy with a sallow complexion was leaning against the doorframe, watching Rose train the guard team. His eyes were full of yearning and hope. Perhaps sensing Lin's gaze, Charles looked over in curiosity. When he saw it was Lin, his face showed a startle. But thinking of the wooden house he now lived in and the food he used, Charles sensibly walked towards Lin. Charles bent his body and spoke respectfully, "My master." Rose had pledged allegiance to Lin, so as his biological brother, he naturally was also Master Lin's servant. Lin was not surprised, nodded, and said, "Is your health better?" Upon hearing Master Lin's inquiry, Charles was startled and quickly responded, "Master, I am better. I can work now." Lin ignored his words. "I want to know what happened to your tribe." 15 years old can be considered an adult age, so 10-year-old Charles certainly wasn't entirely oblivious. Charles hesitated slightly, but still began to speak. "My master." In the face of the Jade Knight Corps' charge from the Tetlon Empire, the Kruma tribe fled without a fight. Lin raised an eyebrow. The Jade Knight Corps. That name was well known. The fully armored elite cavalry of the Tetlon Empire. The knights wore full-body armor as green as jade, including helmets, chest armor, arm armor, and leg armor, and their war horses were draped in complete horse armor, almost immune to arrows and swords. Never mind tens of thousands of fully armored elite cavalry. Thousands would terrify countless light cavalry. Seeing the fear in Charles's expression, Lin spoke calmly. "Your brother, Rose, is he a deserter?" Hearing that harsh term from Lin's mouth, Charles's entire demeanor changed instantly. His immature face was full of boundless anger, and he shouted furiously, "Rose is not a deserter." At this moment, Charles was very much like a cat that had its fur standing on end. Lin said calmly, "If not a deserter, why was he captured? A true warrior would only die on the battlefield, never be captured." Charles was taken aback. His momentum immediately weakened and disappeared. His words were somewhat reminiscent. The 6th Brigade led by Rose. Not a single person wanted to flee. They faced the charge of the Tetlon Empire's Jade Knights head-on, and in the end, the 6th Brigade was either dead or captured. Knowing full well that facing such a large-scale, fully armored elite cavalry like the Jade Knight Corps, there was no chance of victory. Yet Rose still didn't allow his 6th Brigade to flee. For the so-called empire in his heart, for the so-called honor, he gave up his own life and freedom. Is such behavior worth it? Lin couldn't make a judgment. A country, precisely because there are such soldiers, can forge ahead, whether in defense or invasion. 40 slaves worked in the stone mine for 3 days. The pile of limestone fragments was as high as a small mountain. Lin stopped these slaves and divided them into 3 groups, assigning different tasks. A dozen or so went to the Acadia River to dig clay for building a kiln to burn lime. A dozen or so dug pits for the kiln to burn lime. The remaining dozen went to the edge of the forest to transport the dried branches left from previous logging. The kiln for burning lime was broadly similar to the kiln for charcoal. It consisted of a kiln chamber, a flue, a fire mouth, etc. When a day had passed, hundreds of pounds of clay were dug up and piled near the limestone heap. A number of medium-sized pits, 5 to 6 meters wide, were completed. Watching them mixing the clay, mud, and straw with their feet, Lin looked at Colin. Before building the kiln, the ground inside the kiln chamber must be compacted to ensure the kiln's stability. Colin glanced at the uneven mud in the pit and nodded in understanding. Lin continued, "The kiln wall should be 20 centimeters thick, directly shaped into brick forms from the mixed clay, mud, and straw, then stacked, with mud to fill the gaps. A firebox, about a meter in size, must be left at the kiln's base for burning wood. The firebox should be slightly lower than the kiln chamber to ensure flames enter the kiln. The surroundings of the kiln must have ventilation openings. Lastly, the kiln roof. Once the limestone and wood are staggered and piled up, a dome structure can be used to seal the top." Hearing Master Lin's detailed explanation, Colin nodded in understanding. He had heard of such traditional methods for burning limestone. However, what Colin was curious about was, how did Master Lin know everything? 40 slaves were busy on the open ground. Brick after brick of earth was being shaped by them, starting to pile up along the side of the pit. One earthen kiln after another also sprang up from the soil. A medium-sized earthen kiln about 5 to 6 meters large can burn approximately 5 to 6 tons of lime. Lin had them set up 10 kilns, which needed to be burned continuously for 7 days before the limestone could turn into the lime Lin wanted, producing about 60 tons of limestone. Lin merely wanted to pave and reinforce the road surface. However, producing lime was not that simple. Without temperature-detecting tools, Lin had to rely on his knowledge to judge by the flame's color and the smoke emerging from the flue. Lin spent almost all his time at the kilns, apart from patrolling the village. He had to strictly control the temperature within the kilns. If the temperature was inadequate or excessive, it would be a waste of time. The lime burning was complete. Lin's cross pickaxe hit the top of the kiln, and white dust rose immediately. Quicklime, made from burned limestone, it can be used for wall construction, soil improvement, disinfection, sterilization, cleaning, deodorizing, and more. Seeing the text before him, Lin nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of him standing guard at the kilns for 7 days. With the quicklime finished, everything from here on would be much simpler. Sand. The Cadia River lacked neither sand nor clay. Crushed stones from the limestone excavation were still not used up, sufficient to pave the road from the village to the open-pit salt mine. Have the 40 slaves dig out another several dozen square meter pit to be used as a mixing pit. Most of the lime was poured in, and water was ferried from the Cadia River and poured in. The quicklime steamed, and a massive amount of heat rose from the mixing pit. Lin involuntarily stepped back a few steps. Such a massive quicklime boiling site could cook a person alive. A few hours later, the quicklime became slaked lime. Lin had the slaves pour the crushed stones and sand in proportions into it, using iron shovel and iron hoe, mixing them evenly to directly start paving based on the previous crushed stone road. Watching the slaves gradually work from the village towards the distant open-pit salt mine, Lin's 3,000 meters was not a long distance. With draft horse-drawn carts, it took just 2 days, and the village's crushed stone ground turned white. A white road led to the forest's open-pit salt mine. Midway, a white road branched off towards the distant mountain forest entrance. Despite the distance, Lin still had the slaves continue paving. Grayson arrived at the village with his caravan, sitting on a carriage. Seeing the clean and sturdy white ground, Grayson was full of amazement. It had only been a few days, and Master Lin's village stone ground was completely renewed. Looking at the elegantly dressed man in silk and satin garments, Grayson's eyes shone brightly. With black short hair, a face as chiseled as a knife displaying deep and steady brown eyes, a high-nosed bridge. Grayson smiled. "Master Lin, I brought back the goods you needed." Lin nodded. "What goods?" Grayson explained. 10,000 pounds of barley, 2,000 pounds of wheat, 150 slaves, and 200 pounds of high-quality iron. Grayson truly was a slave trader. The number was increasing every time he came. However, when Lin heard the high-quality iron was only 200 pounds, he couldn't help but frown. "So little high-quality iron," Grayson explained. "Master Lin, I also want to bring you more iron. If there's profit, no matter the hardship, it's worth it." But now the situation has become unstable, and many lords are unwilling to sell high-quality iron. It seems they are preparing for something. "Oh, Master Lin, I'm not sure if it's an illusion. I always feel a war is imminent." If a war indeed breaks out, for a trader like him, dealing across regions and empires, it would both be a disaster and an opportunity. A war would mean the opportunity to profit from the nation's misfortune, but it also meant the risk of dying under the war's iron heel. Lin responded, directly asking, "Where did these slaves come from?" Grayson instantly regained his senses, explaining, "Master Lin, they come from the mountain areas of the Portland's empire, not counted as Portland citizens. They hide in the mountain forests of the Portland's empire, often with 30 or 40 forming a tribe, living off the mountains, self-sufficient. But some gangs for money would go into the mountains to capture these wildlings." Lin didn't care, continuing to ask, "How much in gold pounds total?" Grayson smiled broadly. "Master Lin, a total of 51 gold pounds and 12 shillings, but you can just give 51 gold pounds." Lin considered for a few seconds and responded, 51 gold pounds, or 1,750 pounds of fine salt. You may choose." Grayson almost had no hesitation, hurriedly saying, "Master Lin, I want the fine salt. I want the fine salt." His words filled with urgency, fearing Master Lin might regret. Understand, the last batch of fine salt was only 2,300 pounds. He transported the fine salt to the most fringes of the Portland's empire, Canary Wharf, selling all this salt to the local salt merchants, fetching a price of 9 pence per pound. He profited 19 gold pounds directly. Conveniently, he could also transport Portland's empire's slaves to Lin, profiting from both ends. Lin did not hesitate, instructing Red to have the villagers move the fine salt from the warehouse. Seeing those sacks wrapped and tied in linen cloth filled with fine salt, Grayson's eyes sparkled. In the villagers' eyes, it was for curing meat and seasoning food fine salt. In his eyes, that was the sparkling gold pounds. Grayson suddenly thought of something, hastily asking Lin, "Master Lin, I have a friend. My warehouse has stored 20,000 pounds of barley harvested 2 years ago and 10,000 pounds of peas, Master Lin." Lin raised an eyebrow. "Bring them all over, and I can pay the current market price. Last year's barley, last year's peas, can't they be eaten?" With Lin's reply, Grayson's smile deepened. Grayson could completely haggle with his friend, cutting the price to a dangerously low level, purchasing under market price for himself. Then he would deliver them to Master Lin's territory to make a big profit at market price. Once all the fine salt was loaded onto the carriage, Grayson jumped on and left without looking back. He had to return to Kakasong City as soon as possible. If his friend's mind slipped and sold at a low price to another lord, he wouldn't catch this windfall. Watching Grayson disappear, Lin's face was calm. No matter whose grain or goods, as long as they arrive in his territory, he would take it all. Retracting his gaze, Lin looked at the slaves standing on the open ground. They were emaciated, gaunt, and their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Lin took a step forward, shouting loudly, "I am the lord of this land, Lin. As long as you obey my orders, you will not need to suffer hunger." After a few days, Grayson returned again to Lin's village. As he had said before, he brought Lin 50,000 pounds of barley and 20,000 pounds of peas. Barley and peas are the most common grains in the Karidi Empire. They are widely planted and inexpensive. After Lin gave Grayson 2,000 pounds of fine salt, he happily left the village. Lin needed more food. After all, Lin promised they would not only have 3 meals a day, but also no longer suffer hunger. Such a large population consumes 900 pounds of grain and over 100 pounds of meat each day. Fortunately, oxen and draft horses can eat hay, but about 50 cattle and horses would also consume 250 pounds of grain daily. The village's population is experiencing explosive growth, including Lin himself. All are immigrants. The village's birth rate. What birth rate? From when Lin built the first wooden house here to the first batch of free people arriving, the total population has reached 450. Lin has never seen a newborn baby. For a village's development, this is unhealthy. With the 150 slaves brought by Grayson, the village's labor force increased again. Lin called Colin directly and let him take the slaves to the forest edge to cut down trees. With more and more slaves, more and more housing is needed. There are plenty in the forest. Just bring the iron axe and iron saw to cut them. These slaves, hearing they are building wooden houses for themselves, exert as much strength as possible. Watching a large group of slaves leave, Lin turned to Red and rose beside him. "I need more guards," increasing the guard team to 50 people. Red is responsible for selection. Rose, you are in charge of training them. You can choose a piece of land near the village as your training ground. I need them to rush forward immediately when facing bandits, as long as they can do one-for-one exchange. Courage is rarely innate. It often requires iron discipline and rigorous training to forge. Their status is promoted by Lin from villagers to guards. But in the end, they are still ordinary villagers. Rose and Red glanced at each other. Red responded, "Yes, Master Lin." Wooden houses are continuously being built around the village's perimeter. Each family, or 2 people per simple wooden house. There are over 100 wooden houses in the village, including open kitchens, cellars, smoking rooms, brewing workshops, cowsheds, horse stables, granaries, salt storages, wells, and so on. With these various buildings, The total population of the village already reaches the scale of a medium-sized village. Yet a single well in the village cannot meet the villagers' normal drinking water needs. Lin directly called 20 villagers to add 2 more wells on the village's 2 ends. The wells not only need to supply water for kitchens and brewing, but also provide the villagers with normal drinking water. Toilets need to be added. After Lin gave a strict order, those slaves accustomed to relieving outdoors began to enter the toilets. The main road leading from the village to the farmland was also paved with stones, sand, and gravel by the villagers under Lin's directive, facilitating the subsequent transportation of compost and food. Now it's already mid-May, getting closer to June's summer planting. Lin found the village was secretly conducting trading and exchanging activities. He clearly saw a female villager holding a piece of linen cloth, exchanging it for rock salt with another female villager. Lin did not stop it. He actually thought it was a good thing. Only by having supply-demand relationships will people work more diligently during labor. Only then will they feel a sense of belonging to this village. This is exactly what Lin wants. When Lin improved the various facilities in the village, even though there were only 5 acres of wheat, they turned golden. Under the soft breeze, swaying up and down, the heavy heads of wheat bent the wheat stems. At the edge of the wheat field, Lin, Kisi, and Red stood. Kisi's face was full of joy. These wheat were jointly cultivated with Master Lin after clearing the land and sowing them together. Master Lin, so many kernels, the wheat has yielded. It's time to start harvesting. Lin said nothing, moved his right hand, and pulled out a head of wheat to inspect closely. There were 15 or 16 kernels on the head of wheat, each plump. The number discrepancy was significant compared to what Lin envisioned. In his memory, even ordinary ears would have around 30 to 50 kernels. Superior high-yield varieties would have up to 50. After special breeding, like space tons, could even have over 100 kernels per ear. That's true high yield. Thinking again, given his initial conditions, he had reached the limit of cultivating wheat. Comparatively, sowing 15-6 kernels per plant was indeed considered a bumper harvest. This indicates that Lin's improved planting methods conceived in his mind were feasible and practical. Lin nodded and said, "Harvest the wheat." His body bent, holding the upper part of a bunch of wheat in his left hand, and with the right hand holding a sickle, cutting it from the stem's base. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. The collection experience was gradually increasing. Putting the wheat aside, Lin continued harvesting the next batch of wheat. Within a day, a few people, including Lin, finally completed harvesting the 5 acres of wheat field. Subsequent processes of threshing, drying, and storage were still required. Lin roughly estimated, with only using decomposed forest soil for fertilizing these wheat, after a series of procedures, there should be over 600 pounds of wheat. Compared to their sowing planting, it increased yields by at least 30 to 40 pounds per acre. Especially Kisi, Red, and Lex. Their eyes were full of admiration as they looked at Lin. At this moment, Lin was like a god to them. Yielding 30 pounds more on an acre. What about 10 acres? 300 pounds. What about 100 acres? 3,000 pounds. What about 1,000 acres? 30,000 pounds. That is a qualitative improvement. Summer harvest ended. The village formally entered the summer farming phase. Aside from the guard team, brewery, blacksmith shop, open pit salt mine, and salt factory villagers, maintaining their original numbers, Lin invested all the remaining villagers into the land reclamation, roughly divided into 4 batches. The first batch, clearing the weeds, stones, and arm-thick branches from the wasteland. The second batch, driving draft oxen pulling wheel plows to cultivate the open fields. The third batch spread the piled compost evenly over the cultivated soil. The fourth batch used iron hoe and rakes to break large clods and flatten the land, ensuring the even distribution of compost nutrients. Clear divisions of labor, minimizing unnecessary transition work. Focusing on one task, after a while, becomes proficient and can improve efficiency. These people are merely villagers from various countries. Their knowledge comes mostly from the experience of the previous generation. Lin does not need them to have any ideas, just to follow the instructions. Even Lin himself took off his shoes, rolled up his sleeves and trousers, and rushed into the open field. He held the handle of the wheel plow with both hands, stabilizing the plow, and nudged, inserting the plow's blade into the soil at about 20 centimeters depth. This is the ideal depth to bring the fertile deep soil to the surface while reducing the draft oxen's pull to conserve their strength. Gavin, in front, driving the oxen, checked and confirmed they could start, then whipped the oxen's back with a branch in his hand. Two draft oxen stepped with heavy footsteps, moving forward. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. As Lynn previously guessed, it wasn't far off. With 20-wheel plows, about 10 acres of farmland were cultivated in a day. If there are no accidents, at the current rate of cultivation until the start of the summer planting, about 3,000 acres should be opened up. Lynn discovered a difficult problem. Assuming a standard of 1,000 pounds of compost per acre, 3,000 acres would require 1,500 tons of compost. An adult produces only about 4 pounds of feces and urine a day. Oxen and draft horses eat more and produce more, about 50 to 60 pounds a day, mixing it with mature soil and straw. Even so, it is far from reaching 1,500 tons of compost. Lynn never imagined that one day he would worry about manure, going to other villages or small towns for collection. Perhaps this is the best method. According to Lynn's memory, the villagers now only know to use livestock manure to fertilize crops. They are not yet aware of using human manure for fertilization. Otherwise, towns wouldn't have the bad habit of dumping feces in the streets. Leaving the village to Morgantown, even with a horse-drawn cart, would take 3 or 4 days for a round trip. A cart with 2 draft horses can carry 1,500 pounds of goods. If 2 carts are sent to Morgantown for manure collection, a round trip would only be 1.5 tons. Ultimately, Lynn gave up this idea. The journey is long and perilous. Perhaps someday, what the manure transporter brings back from the town won't be manure, but death. With insufficient compost, Lynn could slow down his development. If a crisis is drawn, it would not be worth the loss. Leaving the cultivation work to Kesey, Lynn returned to the village. He walked briskly into the blacksmith shop, looking directly at Arello. "How is my evaporative crystallization iron pot coming along?" Arello, who was reprimanding an apprentice, instantly broke into a smile. "Master Lynn, your iron pots are finished. As per your request, there are a total of 4 iron pots, each capable of holding 2,000 pounds of salt water. However, Master Lynn, all the high-quality iron you brought has been used up." Lynn nodded. "No problem." These iron pots were naturally for Lynn to improve the evaporative crystallization efficiency of the salt factory. Because iron conducts heat well and evenly, it can allow salt to crystallize from salt water more quickly. This enhances the fine salt production. With George and Grayson both transporting and trading goods, the fine salt production is lagging. Even though these 4 iron pots have used up all his high-quality iron, everything was worth it. As long as it can increase the fine salt production, he can trade goods at a faster rate. Summoning a group of villagers, Lynn had them carry the pots to the salt factory. Inside the salt factory, the clay and stone vats had long been broken up by Lynn's orders, leaving only a stove. When the 4 iron pots were placed on the stove, they fit perfectly. Next, Lynn was to wait for the daily fine salt output from the salt factory. The sound of powerful shouts echoed continuously from the training ground outside the village. The 50 guards were divided into 3 groups by rows for different physical training. A dozen took turns supervising the villagers' labor. A dozen, in pairs, carried a log on their shoulders, performing squats. This was to train their lower limb strength. A dozen were pressing their fingers into the ground, with their legs propped on a 1-meter-tall wooden horse, doing supports. This was to train their core stability. It was clear that Rose, as an instructor, noticed the physical weaknesses of each. Looking at the sweat-drenched guards, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. The price of a pound of meat per meal and 1 shilling a month wasn't so easy to keep in pocket. Just as Lynn was prepared to continue leveling up the hunting skill, a guard carried an old man with white hair towards Lynn. A slightly old voice arose from the villager's mouth. "Such sacrilege against God and disrespect for holy rites is truly blasphemous. Your evil deeds make me worry for your soul's salvation. Truly lamentable and pathetic." Hearing the old man's words, Lynn slightly furrowed his brows. This strange speech felt strangely familiar to him. When they reached Lynn, the guard hastily reported, "Master Lynn, This old man refuses to work and is inciting villagers to leave immediately. Lin nodded. Go ahead and carry on with your duties. The guard hesitated, glancing at the old man, but, without a word, turned and left. Gazing at the old man before him, Lin's mind stirred. A string of text appeared in front of his eyes. Ability, Level 3 Medicine, Collection Level 2, Planting Level 2. Attributes, Attack F, Defense F+, Speed F-, Constitution F-, Energy D+. Talent, Blessing, has a small chance to realize a blessing prayer. Skills, Healing Light, can heal patients through sincere prayers. Lin's gaze swept swiftly over old John's panel. Just as he was about to close it, his eyes slightly widened. These talents and skills, are they something an ordinary person can have? Extraordinary ability? Old John, is he a priest? A priest with extraordinary abilities? Suppressing his complex feelings, Lin looked directly at old John and spoke in a deep voice. You don't want to work? Old John rolled his eyes at Lin. Only a fool would want to work. Who would stand if they could lie down? Lin didn't mind at all. But you are my slave. If you want to eat your fill, you must work. Otherwise, death. Feeling the authority emanating from Lin, old John's white beard shivered. He quickly explained, Evil Lord, I, John Evans, am a priest of the church. Only the Creator can kill me. Lin's mouth curled into a smile. Is that so? If I wish, I don't even have to lay a hand on you. You would still die here. Hunger will get to you before I do, dragging you into the endless abyss. Old John nodded silently, his bright eyes rolling swiftly. Old John spoke. Merciful Lord, considering your treatment of slaves, you wouldn't starve old John to death. Lin shook his head. I would. Old John was again silent. Old John spoke hesitantly. Merciful Lord, old John's age is getting on. If possible, old John would like to exchange a simpler job for the food you've given. Would that be possible? Lin's mouth lifted. Of course. I need you to treat the injured in the village and teach the children their studies. In this world, knowledge is in the hands of a few people. The church clergy, nobility, and scholars. Previously, Lin was pondering about whom to appoint for educating the children. Old John then appeared. Lin did not expect those dozen children to learn any profound knowledge. He merely wished they could understand numbers and recognize letters, at least being able to comprehend the contents of a letter. Not only children, but the guards of the guard team also needed to learn. This was Lin's most basic requirement. Old John was somewhat surprised. It was his first time hearing a lord who would be so concerned about the education of children in his domain, besides his own children. Looking at Lin's serious face, Old John's heart was moved. He agreed. Everything will be just as you, Lord, require. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Reclaiming Wasteland is a dangerous labor. It has always been so. 2 adult oxen pull the wheel plow, flipping the soil to the side. The villagers, who already struggled to handle the heavy plow, might easily lose their footing, fall, and get injured by the plow. 5 or 6 people were carried back to the village. Fortunately, with the presence of Old John. What disappointed Lin a bit was that Old John did not use his healing light skill. Instead, he gathered various herbs from around the village to apply herbal treatments to the injured. For those injured, Lin had no sympathy. After herbal treatment, if they couldn't continue to handle the plow, they were to use a sickle to clear weeds. If they couldn't clear weeds, they were to help in the kitchen. In any case, labor should not be idle. In Lin's wooden house, Kisi was standing in front of Lin. She explained, Master Lin, after you modified the evaporator to a large iron pot, the production of fine salt doubled. Now the salt factory can produce 600 pounds of fine salt daily. A daily output of 600 pounds of fine salt, priced at 7 pence per pound. Each day can earn him 17 gold pounds, 10 shillings. If used to buy barley, it's quite a lot. But if buying armor, it would only be enough for 1 set of finely crafted chain armor. With this little gold pound income, let alone building an army, it's barely enough to sustain the villagers. Lin looked at Kisi. How much rock salt and fine salt is still left in the salt warehouse? Kisi hesitated a bit and explained. In the last trade with the merchant Grayson, it was all cleared. About 50,000 pounds of rock salt and around 2,000 pounds of fine salt are left. Lin nodded and dismissed Kisi, letting her go back to rest. The The Kisi before him seemed more mature and composed, busy as she was with village affairs. A caravan of 10 two-horse carts came grandly towards the village. Every cart was loaded with goods. During this time, Lin had the villagers repair the limestone road on the wasteland. Otherwise, the former muddy dirt and gravel roads of the wasteland would certainly not bear the weight of the carts. Standing at the village entrance, Lin had a glance and noticed that this time George did not bring back any slaves. Jumping down from the cart, George hurried to Lin, bending over as he spoke. "Master Lin, I apologize. This time I could not bring you the slaves you desired. However, I brought you a lot of high-quality iron and grain." Lin raised an eyebrow. What he lacked most currently was high-quality iron and grain. Lin asked, "How much high-quality iron is there?" George quickly explained, 3,000 pounds of high-quality iron. "Master Lin, I have reached a steel sale agreement with an iron trader from the Portland's Empire. Please have a look to decide." He took a rolled brown parchment from his bosom and handed it to Lin. Lin accepted it and began to read. The contents of the agreement were not complicated. The iron trader from Portland's Empire and George reached an agreement to sell high-quality iron to George at a price 2 pence above market price. The iron merchant needs a month for each round trip to the Portland's Empire. In a month, 3,000 pounds of high-quality iron would be delivered to Lin. It was the maximum load for a longship. Returning the parchment to George, Lin nodded and said, "No problem. You take full responsibility for this. Let the iron merchant proceed with the delivery." The price of high-quality iron, 6 pence a pound, plus 2 pence makes it 8 pence. 3,000 pounds of high-quality iron is 100 gold pounds. Just the 6-day output of the salt factory, Lin could afford it. Receiving Lin's response, George nodded solemnly. "All right, Master Lin. Besides the high-quality iron, I also brought back 20,000 pounds of grain. This is the remaining 50 gold pounds." Lin nodded. "Well done." He glanced at Kisi, who quickly took the bag. Instantly, the weighty sensation appeared. Lin felt somewhat amazed in his heart. Even it was the first time to see so many gold pounds. After all, it was mostly bartering before. Lin naturally understood why George brought back the gold pounds. Not due to lack of money to buy supplies, but his carts were limited, the market temporarily limited. Lin acknowledged, "Very well done, go rest." Bag after bag of goods was unloaded from the carts by the villagers. The high-quality iron was sent to the blacksmith shop. The grain was stored in the granary. With the 50,000 pounds of barley and 20,000 pounds of peas brought by Grayson, and now the 20,000 pounds of grain brought back by George. It was enough for the 450 mouths of villagers and 50 heads of livestock to eat for some time. But only for a period. During spring plowing, Lin planted only 5 acres of wheat. Lin still needs to keep buying grain to get through summer plowing. All the previous iron was used to make iron pots. From these 3,000 pounds of high-quality iron, Lin planned to allocate a portion for making weapons for the guard team. The number of the guard team expanded to 50 people. Aside from the 13 scimitars and 1 set of half-finished chain armor previously acquired, these guards didn't even possess a decent weapon. The remaining iron would all be used by Lin to forge wool plows. Grain is the foundation of all development. Under the night sky, the villagers stood on the open ground. 400 villagers were standing on the open ground. Their eyes were all fixed on the front. There, Master Lin was standing with Arello of the blacksmith shop. Scanning the crowd, Lin spoke solemnly. "Arello, the blacksmith of the blacksmith shop, is a hero in my eyes. In my time of need, he led 15 apprentices to forge 20 wool plows day and night. Not to mention that these guards don't even have a proper weapon. I am willing not only to give my gratitude, but also to give him a fitting reward. A reward that is as heavy as this." Lin took out 20 gold pounds and placed them in Arello's hands. Lin's voice pierced through the curious gathering of villagers. "As long as you can complete the tasks I assign, you too can earn golden pounds as a reward." Lin had put actions to his words, taking out genuine gold pounds. He's here to stimulate their senses, to show them that following him and completing tasks as required not only ensures that they have enough to eat and a place to live, but also begin to amass wealth. Lin's eyes were like torches, staring intently at a wild chicken ahead. His right hand released the bowstring, and in the sound of the string vibrating, The iron arrow shot forward furiously. Piercing through space, it accurately hit the chicken's abdomen, not even waiting for the chicken to flutter. The power of the iron arrow lifted it and nailed it fiercely onto the tree trunk ahead. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. A little bit of experience is increasing. A guard quickly stepped forward and picked up the wild chicken. Red handed Lin another arrow from the quiver behind him. Lin glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Hunting, level 0, 95/100. Lin and his 10 guards had been in the forest for 2 days, aiming to grind the level of the hunting skill, and incidentally, explore the veins of the forest. As he walked, Lin's eyes swept around the surroundings. The primordial forest is teeming with wildlife and wild animals. Not far from their starting point, Lin's gaze focused. Ahead of them, 50 meters away, 7 or 8 wild boars were foraging among the dead branches. Sounds of satisfaction constantly emitted from their mouths. Adhering to the spirit of being here, since you've seen it. Lin immediately organized the 10 guards to hunt the boar group. Unlike before, when they were so embarrassed. Holding iron axes and hoes, they began to confront the wolves and boars. Now each of Lin's men holds a combat iron spear, plus a scimitar on their waist. A day ago, Irello had already handed over the iron spears to Lin. The production of iron spears, after having hydraulic forging, became relatively simple. 8 or 9 adult boars lay in a pool of blood. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Your hunting has risen to level 1. Unlocking. Resource management. Reward obtained. Memory pearl ×1. Red was instructed to organize the guards to rest in place and cook pork dishes. Lin had long prepared for several days of being out. Thus, he brought along 2 chefs to cook. Since the development began, Lin refuses to nostalgically eat roast meat. He has not genuinely tasted sweet yet. With a thought, Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel and started examining. As a lord, if he doesn't even know the breadth of his cultivated lands, the labor force, the number of soldiers, and the resources, etc., would he be a good lord? Because he doesn't know where the defects and advantages of his territory lie. The presence of the resource management feature instantly quantifies all this data and displays it on the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Currency resources. Gold pounds, 30 gold pounds. Total population, 450 people. Villagers, 449 people. Cultivated land, 600 acres. Barley, 85,000 pounds. Processed resources. Fine salt, 4,900 pounds. Quality iron, 2,800 pounds. Iron curved saber, 13 pieces. Iron sword, 47 pieces. Iron spear, 40 pieces. Draft cattle, 28 heads. Draft horse, 25 horses. Salt mine, large open-pit salt mine. The entire village was developed little by Lin himself, so he naturally knew it well. With this resource management panel, Lin can know the current resource details of the village more accurately. Lin finally understood that his territory was too poor. With just these few supplies, how could he compete with others? He comfortably had a meal of pig slaughtering feast. Letting the guards carry the wild boar meat on the ground, Lin and Red's group returned to the village. Riding on horseback, Lin held the reins with both hands. The sound of horses' hooves echoed around his ears. Lin gazed into the distance. There was a village bathed in fragmented golden sunlight of the sunset. Wisps of cooking smoke rose slowly from the chimneys of wooden houses. In the gentle breeze, the smoke floated like silk brocade in the sky, tranquil and far-reaching. Lin felt a mysterious throb. Red looked into the distance, just about to remind Master Lin of such a wonderful view, only to find Lin already lost in the scenery. That chiseled face, those deep and complex eyes, despite the abilities Master Lin showed, making them feel like a god. From being saved from the mouth of a wild wolf at first, beast cage, fishing cage, hunting, mortise and tenon-structured log cabins, to reclaiming improved planting methods, selling beer, burning charcoal, firing ceramics. Just over 2 months ago, this was still a wasteland. But at this moment Red understood, Master Lin, like them, is just an ordinary person who is influenced by the environment. This made Red admire him even more. Seeing Lin return, Kisi, who was in charge of managing the village, quickly approached Lin. She reported the situation over the past 4 days. Master Lin, everything has been normal these past few days. 400 acres of farmland were opened up, and the salt factory ground 2,400 pounds of fine salt. Kisi's tone became a bit strange. Master Lin, something magical has happened in the village. Lin looked at her in confusion. Kisi hurriedly explained. An unexpected incident occurred during the reclamation. Gavin was seriously injured by a villager with a sickle. The villager was tied up by Instructor Ross, and the gravely injured Gavin. After Old John's hands glowed with white light, and he spoke incantations, the bloody knife wounds on him directly healed. Lin raised an eyebrow. Clearly, Old John had used the healing light skill on Gavin. Lin felt that the memories merged in his mind were a bit insufficient. With Kisi leading the way, Lin walked towards the log cabin of Gavin's family of 3. Before getting close, he heard the voice of Gavin's wife Connie from the cabin. Concern, worry, and the relief of surviving a disaster. Gavin and Wilbur only have level 2, planting, but they are among the few who understood Lin's method of developing planting. After confirming Gavin was not in danger, Lin went to Old John's cabin. When Old John's wooden door was opened, Old John's face, seemingly aged by 10 years, appeared before Lin. Clearly, casting the healing light skill was a huge drain for him. Lin arranged for Kisi to send a few pounds of meat to Old John as compensation. Lin found the villager who had injured Gavin with a sickle. Instructor Ross, standing nearby, immediately approached. Ross spoke respectfully. "My lord." Lin responded, looking at the villager tied to a log. The villager's face was bruised, blood-streaked, with swollen eyes. Ross spared his life. Lin asked, "Why did you make a move?" The villager grinned, revealing blood-stained yellow teeth. Don't you think the gush of blood is like a hot spring? Just like when my father was beheaded by bandits. Splashing everywhere. On my face, on my brother's corpse, on my mother's corpse. The villager went mad, driven completely insane by the system of this world. He can only be swallowed by the torrents of this system. The system of this world constrains the villagers, these slaves, tightly around the neck. Deep-rooted thoughts make them unable to breathe, unable to dare to resist. To change this situation, there are only 2 paths. Change oneself, from life to death. Change the world, conquer the world by force. Lin wants to survive. Thus, he can only choose to conquer this world. Everything starts with farming. The work of forging wheel plows at the blacksmith shop continues. From initially taking 3 days to forge 1 plow, now it takes only 2.5 days to forge one. No cutting corners or shoddy production in the forging process. This increase in efficiency is undoubtedly remarkable. The number of wheel plows is steadily increasing. All the draft horses and oxen are used to clear the land. Fortunately, George returned during this period. He brought back 14 adult oxen and 11 draft horses for Lin, along with pulling the grains using oxen and draft horses and carrying it with 2 horse wagons. George brought back 80,000 pounds of peas and 4,000 pounds of meat. This was specifically instructed by Lin before George left. Looking at the increased numbers on the resource management panel, Lin feels his tense heart slightly relax. Upon hearing George's words, he becomes tense again. George says gravely, "Master Lin, I heard some bad news. Grayson has been detained by church officials." Lin's brows furrow instantly. "What's the reason?" George explains, "If the source is correct, it's likely due to fine salt. Without the Merchant Association's consent, Grayson privately sold fine salt in Kakasong City. Many of his goods were seized and confiscated by church officials." Lin's expression turns somewhat serious. He's not worried about Grayson's goods, of course. Lin's concern is if Grayson, under the church's torture, might reveal the location of his open-pit salt mine. If it draws attention from the church or other lords, time left for Lin would be quite limited. George perceives Lin's worry and quickly says, "Master Lin, you don't need to worry too much. Grayson is part of the Brown clan." Lin is somewhat surprised. "Chad Brown of the great merchant Brown clan?" George nods and responds, "Yes, Master Lin. Across the Garonia continent, there is a merchant guild spanning several great empires. The guild members are composed of emperors, lords, and even church officials from various empires. The purpose of establishing the merchant guild is to protect the merchants' interests. Initially, the guild had over 100 members, comprising major lords and merchants from all empires. Changes in emperors, weakening of great lords, decline of great merchants, gradually reduced the guild members. Until now, the guild consists of only about a dozen members. Grayson Brown's great-grandfather, great merchant Chad Brown, was one of them. In the Caridi Empire, three major forces exist: the emperor, the lords, and the church. The three forces govern the entire Caridi Empire. The emperor is the highest ruler of the empire. The three great dukes pledge allegiance to the emperor, and the church supports the emperor's rule. Lords hold high autonomy in their territories. The vassal system by itself disperses and restricts the emperor's power. If the emperor wants to implement a decision, it is difficult to do so effectively without the support of the noble council. The church and the emperor have long been engaged in power struggles. Simply held, it is about the divine right of kings. The church aims to control everything in the Caridi Empire, including the current emperor, Charlemagne VI. The lords and the church have always had a dispute over the collection of the tithing. The three forces grow increasingly chaotic, which is advantageous for Lynn. He can have more time to develop himself. The 14 oxen and 11 draft horses brought back by George further improve the efficiency of clearing land. 40 wheel plows rotate back and forth on the open land. The amount of arable land cultivated daily has reached 200 acres. At this rate, Lynn feels that nearly 3,000 acres of farmland can be cultivated before summer planting. After forging 40 wheeled heavy plows, Lynn halted the blacksmith shop. With the oxen and draft horses he currently owns, any more wheeled heavy plows would just gather dust parked at the side. Unless the villagers replace the oxen and horses to pull the heavy plows. Lynn arrived at the blacksmith shop and looked at Arello, saying solemnly, "I need you to forge 100 combat iron spears." Combat iron spears are not the lance of a knight. The entire iron spear is 2 to 3 meters in length, with a diamond-shaped spearhead. Its piercing ability is excellent, making it more effective at penetrating enemy armor or body protection. It can form a phalanx for cavalry defense or for combat with infantry. Even, it can be used as a javelin for throwing. Moreover, the longer it is, the stronger it becomes. Arello's eyes widened, and Lynn could clearly see a hint of delight. He's been forging either farm tools or implements every day. Has Master Lynn finally asked him to forge weapons? His mood was somewhat excited. As a family of blacksmiths, Arello naturally wished to forge weapons for the Lord. That is the ultimate destiny of a blacksmith. According to the previous timing and patterns of Grayson returning to the village. Yesterday, he should have been jogging over to stand before Lynn, calling Master. Grayson has indeed been detained. What comforted Lynn was, occasionally, teams of 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 free people would arrive from faraway Morgantown to his village. They were coming to look for work. Free people, most of them possessed level 2 skills. Lynn even saw a few free people with 3rd level skills, far superior compared to slaves. From Lynn's mouth they learned, as long as they obey orders and work hard, food and lodging are provided here, along with edible salt and pence. They had no hesitation in joining Lynn's village. No need to discuss future plans or dreams with them. Their only concern was whether they could eat their fill every day. In the blink of an eye, early June arrived. Perhaps it's due to the proximity to the Elfini Empire in the western region. Despite the blazing sun, Lynn did not feel the scorching heat. Instead, the temperature was pleasant, mysteriously comfortable. The surface temperature during the day seemed to hover around 24 or 25 degrees. The main forces in charge of cultivation, the oxen and draft horses, did not cease their battle. They still needed at least half a month more to continue their cultivation. Guy, with 3rd level breeding skills, was overseeing things with his apprentices. The labor of oxen and draft horses wasn't too frequent. Even within a single day, they would take several breaks lying down to rest and receive dry grass and grain feed. Standing at the edge of the cultivated farmland, looking ahead at the soil neatly leveled by iron hoes and rakes, stretching into the distance, he felt an inexplicable comfort. This is what farming looks like. He asked curiously, "Master Lynn, what crop are you planning to plant on this open land?" Lynn didn't hesitate. Peas. Peas are the most planted bean crop after summer cultivation in the Caridi Empire. not only because of the Karidi Empire's cool climate, but also because the rhizobia at the root of peas can fix nitrogen from the air, increasing the nitrogen content in the soil, enhancing soil fertility. Given Lin's situation with insufficient compost, he can harvest bean grains while also improving soil fertility. Peas can even serve as fodder for livestock, preparing for the construction of a pasture and developing animal husbandry in the future. Coincidentally, his granary held over 10,000 pounds of peas, which could be used as seed. Kisi nodded in understanding. Considering the fertility of the land cultivated by the village and the moisture content, summer planting peas is indeed the optimal choice. Once cultivation reached 3,000 acres, Lin halted all heavy plows. Preparation for summer planting began. In the evening, Lin had the chef cook a good dinner. After cultivating the farmland for a month, the cattle and horses were quite exhausted both physically and mentally. On the empty ground in front of the village, the cross-shaped bonfire built with logs burned brightly, dispelling the darkness around the entire village. Looking at the mountain of bread on the table and the pottery pot filled with steaming, fragrant stew. Not only that, beside the bonfire, there were still 3 golden roasted pigs resting. The golden pork sizzled with pork fat, the aroma wafting everywhere. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This scene had transformed into a grand bonfire party. When Lin called Lex to bring out 2 barrels of beer, the atmosphere of the entire bonfire party instantly reached a climax. The kind of life that only lords could possess. After Lin gave permission, the villagers divided into several groups to collect their share of food. Voluntarily queue up? Indeed, it was a voluntary queue. However, it was after Lin chopped off the heads of 2 villagers. There were no more incidents of crowding or trampling. The food they ate and the beer they drank were nothing for Lin, who owned a platinum open-pit salt mine. To the villagers, this was the reward for their hard work. Even though it was just a full meal, a piece of crispy pork, a gallon of bitter beer, they needed to see hope in life. As for whether villagers might get drunk and not get up tomorrow, Lin didn't need to worry at all. The guards' whips would wake them up. Lin called upon 20 male villagers to move bags of peas out of the warehouse, then summoned 200 female villagers to use sieves woven from wicker and vines to pick out the pea seeds. To ensure a good harvest of peas, it was necessary to select carefully from the very first step. Select only those peas that were plump and lustrous to increase germination rate. For planting peas, at least 20 pounds of pea seeds were needed for 1 acre. Lin decided to increase to 30 pounds per acre, requiring 9,000 pounds for 3,000 acres. Then poured the selected 9,000 pounds of pea seeds into a large pottery pot filled with rock salt, soaking for half an hour. Soaking in salt water was more effective than Lin's previous method of mixing wheat seeds with plant ash. It could serve as a disinfectant against certain fungi. Moreover, it could break the dormancy of the pea seeds and increase germination rate. Watching the chunks of rock salt being put into the pottery pot, gradually melting and disappearing, the villagers looked on with expressions of regret. They knew that before coming to Master Lin's territory, they didn't even know the taste of salt. The price was too high. They simply couldn't afford it. But now, Master Lin was using precious rock salt to soak those cheap pea seeds. Wasn't this using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Master Lin had his own reasons for doing so. After taking 2 days to complete the selection and soaking of pea seeds, Lin called on all the farmers to begin preparing for planting. Farmers had already spread fertilizer into soil that had been plowed with a heavy plow, further leveling it with iron hoes and rakes. For planting peas, Lin adopted the strip sowing method. During the next fertilizing period, it could reduce the demand for compost and precisely know the growth conditions of the seedlings. Under the watchful eyes of the farmers, Lin took a hoe and dug a shallow trench in the flat ground. Taking half a step forward, he dug a second shallow trench. Lin picked up a handful of pea seeds and started placing them. One by one, the pea seeds fell from Lin's fingers. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Lin spoke. The distance between each shallow trench is 20 centimeters. Place 1 pea seed at every 4 centimeters. In soil with poorer fertility, the distance between shallow trenches should be about 30 centimeters, placing 1 pea seed at every 5 or 6 centimeters. But Lin had already instructed the farmers to spread a layer of compost on this land. Lin looked at Kesey, Gavin, and Wilbur. Got it. The three of them nodded in agreement. Not just them, but even some villagers with planting skills behind them were nodding. Pea planting technology wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in controlling the details of pea planting. Lin divided 300 farmers into 3 groups for division of labor. The first group, holding iron hoes, dug shallow trenches on the farmland. The second group, holding pea seeds, carried out systematic sowing. The third group, covering the soil by gently burying the shallow trenches dug out with iron hoes. For several hundred farmers, planting peas on 3,000 acres of farmland was not considered much. Lin knew he still couldn't relax his vigilance. He needed this batch of pea planting to be successful and reap a harvest. Needed pea plants to improve the fertility of this land, and also needed peas as food. Just as Lin was watching the farmers planting, a guard came to Lin. Master Lin, a migrant said he knows you and wants to see you. Lin frowned. A vagabond? What's his name? The guard recalled for a second. He said his name is Grayson. Seeing the man before him dressed in ragged clothes, with brownish-yellow hair resembling a bird's nest, standing barefoot on the limestone ground. Lin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Had he not been able to see Grayson's name and skill level, he truly would have thought he was a migrant. He had Kesey fetch suitable clothing for Grayson. While getting dressed, Grayson cursed under his breath. Once I develop and become the richest person on the Garonia continent, I will definitely take down the church. Fiercely capture the female pope, lock her in the room, and brutally whip her. To make the church aware of the consequences of provoking me, Grayson, that old fart Chad, couldn't he have rescued me out sooner? Lin didn't interrupt Grayson's tirade of grievances. Feeling Lin's gaze, Grayson ceased his rant. He looked at Lin with sincerity, speaking, Master Lin, I am bankrupt. Lin leaned forward, looking at Grayson. Tell me more. Grayson took a deep breath and began explaining. Master Lin, I admit this time I was careless. I was betrayed. To quickly purchase the quality iron and slaves Master Lin desired, I had to cash out my fine salt quickly. Coincidentally, a friend's longship was vacant, so at his plea, I sold all the salt to him. I gave him a condition. He was to sell the fine salt only after shipping out of Kakasong City. Selling in Kakasong City would indeed cause a fluctuation in fine salt prices, attracting the attention of some big figures. Lin placed his left hand on the table, tapping rhythmically with 5 fingers. Grayson continued, but he violated our agreement. He began selling in Kakasong City, causing the fine salt prices there to start spiking. But that's not a big deal, just a few thousand pounds of salt. It wouldn't take long to recover. However, it hurt the interests of the church in Kakasong City. My friend was detained by the church deacon, and he immediately exposed me, which led to my imprisonment in the church prison. Lin nodded. And now you're out. Grayson looked directly at Lin. Yes, Master Lin, I'm out. Because I am Grayson Brown, the damn great merchant, Sea Black Snake, Chad Brown's great-grandson. The Brown clan, who have traversed the Sea of Vortex for nearly a century, have made a name for themselves across the Garonia continent. They profit immensely among the empires due to their familiarity with the sea and their complete nautical charts. The patriarch, Chad Brown, rose to power by selling slaves, earning the nickname Sea Black Snake. The tradition for succeeding the business in the Brown clan is to give the younger generation a sum of seed capital, allowing them to venture across the continent and conduct business. At the age of 20, whoever can establish their enterprise and earn the most gold pounds, that person becomes the clan's successor. But if an accident occurs during the venture, or they encounter difficulties, just like Grayson now, there are 2 choices if they want the Brown clan to step in and assist. 1. Give up competing for the position of Brown clan's patriarch. 2. Relinquish all personal assets and start over. Unwilling to give up, Grayson resolutely chose the second option. Grayson aims for a comeback. Right now, the only one who can help him is Lin in front of him. Looking at Lin's handsome face, Grayson felt somewhat fortunate. Grateful that he didn't lower the purchase price of rock salt and fine salt before. The goods delivered to Master Lin were not lacking in weight, and the quality was fairly decent. As for being slightly off, no one can achieve absolute precision. Lin spoke calmly. Your friend, Is his name Grayson? Grayson appeared a bit bewildered. Master Lin, what are you talking about? Lin said, should I recount your story based on what you told me? Grayson did not refuse. Lin began. In order to quickly cash out the fine salt you had, you came to my village to purchase goods again, disregarding merchant guild rules by selling fine salt directly in Kakasong City. The price I offered you is 7 pence per pound. You could easily sell it for 8 or 9 pence. With such an effortless resale, you could profit 30 gold pounds from nearly 4,000 pounds of fine salt. However, you didn't anticipate that the church in Kakasong City strictly regulated salt prices, leading to your capture and imprisonment by church officials. To prevent me from suspecting you, you fabricated a friend, is that right? Listening to Lin's almost perfect reasoning, Grayson was somewhat surprised. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin. Grayson even felt that lying in front of Lin was like being an inexperienced recruit. Lin continued, however, there are 2 points I admire about you. Grayson asked, what are they? Lin spoke eloquently. First, you would rather use the clan's power than reveal my involvement. Second, your confidence in your judgment. You were confident that upon coming to my territory, I would choose to help you. If Grayson had revealed Lin's involvement, the person sitting in front of him now wouldn't just be Grayson. Grayson's brow instantly raised. Master Lin, you mean to say? Lin calmly said, I will lend you 20 gold pounds, 3,000 pounds of fine salt, and a carriage to transport the salt. Grayson's eyes almost lit up, but in the next second, the light in his eyes dimmed, his turning eyes full of cunning and calmness. He knew there was no free lunch in this world, especially in front of Master Lin. Grayson tentatively asked, what do I need to give in return? Lin reclined in his chair. You need to give your loyalty. Grayson was taken aback, then shook his head. Mr. Lin, you might be disappointed. The Brown clan has clear rules that no member shall pledge allegiance to any outsider. Otherwise, the member will be expelled and the bloodline recovered. Lin shook his head. I don't need your allegiance. I just need you. Once you become the patriarch of the Brown clan, to extend a helping hand in my time of crisis, just as I'm helping you now. Grayson found it hard to believe. That's simple? And how can you be so sure, Master Lin, that I will become the patriarch of the Brown clan? Lin smiled faintly, not answering Grayson. Grayson quickly pondered in his mind. He understood Lin's intentions. Master Lin had made a long-term investment in him, an investment in the future. 20 gold pounds, plus 3,000 pounds of fine salt and a carriage, altogether equals 100 gold pounds. For Master Lin, who owns a salt mine, it's a drop in the ocean. But for him currently penniless, it's a godsend. He desperately needed this money and goods. If he could become the patriarch of the Brown clan because of it, Lin would be the biggest winner. Of course, he wouldn't lose either. Grayson stood up and bowed deeply to Lin. Thank you, Master Lin. I, Grayson Brown, will be your most loyal business partner. Lin remained seated, nodding calmly, as the villagers loaded the bags of fine salt onto the carriage. Grayson hurriedly departed, not even minding the dimming evening sky. According to Grayson's words, by my grandfather's name, I'm going to make money now. Grayson's arrival was merely a small interlude. The summer plowing continued. Across large expanses of farmland, ridges were left behind as if they had been plowed by a 9-toothed rake. Those were traces left after planting peas. 3,000 acres of land were divided among 300 farmers, who completed planting in half a month without bad weather. By then, the summer plowing would just about be over. The village was entrusted to Kisi for management on his behalf. In the early morning of the next day, Lin, accompanied by Red and 10 guards, left the village. This time, he intended to explore further into the territory. While exploring, Lin planned to search for some herbs. He wanted to start grinding for medicine skill experience. Lin had thought carefully. Items that can be manually grinded out are too wasteful to enhance skill levels with energy stones. Using them to increase personal attributes is the optimal choice. Collection experience +1. Collection experience +1. Plantain acquired 1. The experience points increased slowly, bit by bit. Lin was not discouraged. His gaze swept over, gathering all the herbs that could be used as medicine and placing them in the basket behind him. It was already mid-June, with temperatures gradually rising. Weeds and herbs grew wildly, bursting with abundant life energy. This made it easier for Lin to collect herbs. Red and the others were full of confusion. They couldn't quite understand their Master Lin now. They were well aware that Master Lin's actions were always correct. Looking at the two baskets of variously colored herbs hung on the horses, Lin nodded with satisfaction. Once back at the village, after washing and processing these herbs, they could be made into various potions. Sweeping his gaze, he realized he was in a low hill area, rolling uninterruptedly to the distant horizon. Lin had been wandering these low hills with Red and the others for 5 days. Not finding any veins, Lin shook his head. Pack up and prepare to go back. Red responded and organized the guards to start packing. A text window appeared in front of Lin. Or vein detector, 200 meters southeast, medium-sized open-pit coal mine. Lin originally thought he could find an open-pit salt mine near the village. It was already a blessing from above. But unexpectedly, the heavens favored him once more. A small hill of deep brown appeared in Lin's eyes. The scale of the hill was rounded, mostly covered by a layer of green vegetation. Only the top had dozens of square meters of exposed coal, revealing its original appearance. Medium open-pit coal mine, composed of the remains of plants and animals gradually transforming into a coal mine through complex biochemical reactions. Standing at the edge of the open-pit coal mine, Lin picked up a piece of dark brown rock underfoot. The surface of the rock was glossy, with a smooth and hard texture. Anthracite, combustion material, can be used for heating, cooking, forging, etc. Seeing the words in front of him, Lin raised an eyebrow. Typically, coal mines are divided into 3 types: lignite, bituminous coal, and anthracite. Anthracite has the highest heat output of the 3. It can burn stably and fully without black smoke, while also generating strong heat. If it weren't for the ore vein detector, Lin would never have thought this was a medium-sized open-pit coal mine. With the open-pit coal mine, mining could provide almost unlimited fuel, not only for heating, cooking, and forging. The efficiency of the salt factory salt production could also be significantly enhanced. Seeing Master Lin holding a piece of stone, reluctant to put it down, Red picked up a piece as well. After feeling it slightly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he said, "Master Lin, is this a coal mine?" Lin glanced at him. "Yes, a coal mine." 2 explorations took 9 days, without finding an iron mine. But finding a medium open-pit coal mine made Lin feel pretty good. The next consideration was how to start mining coal. Lin looked at the holographic map. The distance from the village to the open-pit coal mine was 20 li. Without mechanized transportation, the distance was quite far. The location of the open-pit coal mine was downstream of the village, making it impossible to utilize the Acadia River for transport. The mined anthracite could only be transported by cart. The barren hill was full of rabbit holes and stones. For the carts to pass smoothly, roads must be paved. 3,000 mu of pea fields were not yet fully planted. With limited labor, Lin had to temporarily shelve the anthracite mining plan. After 5 days away, no abnormal situations appeared in the village. This was due to Lin's cultivation of their mindset and Kesey's well-organized talent ability. The first time back at the wooden house, Lin called on Arello and Colin through Kesey. A level 3 forging, a level 3 construction. Lin sat on a chair, eyes fixed on the 2 of them. "Gentlemen, I need you to cooperate again to build 20 carts with brakes." The slope of the open-pit coal mine wasn't high, but making the carts go up safely and come down safely was challenging. Empty carts could go up, but coming down was problematic. After digging, coal blocks would be scattered everywhere on the mining ground. Even with horseshoes, the draft horse's legs would be cut by coal blocks. Lin was concerned that a cart loaded with over 1,000 pounds of coal, the cart's descent speed would be faster than the draft horse and people. To use draft horses to go up the hill and transport anthracite, the cart's brakes must be perfected. After explaining the cart's purpose, Arello and Colin exchanged glances. Their eyes were full of surprise. Master Lin had found a coal mine in the territory after being away for a few days. Lin said, "So, I need carts that can handle coal loads and brake on slopes." Colin frowned deeply, and Arello was also pondering something. A little while later, Colin spoke with regret. "I'm sorry, Master Lin. I don't know how to make brakes." Arello nodded in agreement. until Lynn used charcoal to roughly draw the outline of a braked wheel on the wall. Colin and Arello's eyes gradually lit up. When Lynn made the ox cart frame before, he gained and integrated the knowledge of making brake carts. Colin quickly moved to the wall, looking at the unique design, and stammered, "Master Lynn, this is." Lynn replied calmly, "Friction brakes." The principle of friction brakes is simple, using things like sticks and the friction between the wheels to achieve stable deceleration. However, the design on the wall improved on the ordinary friction brakes, upgraded the wooden connection between the brake pad and frame to high-quality iron connectors, incorporated the lever principle to adjust brake force so when descending too fast, the cart could be forcefully braked. Lynn added a wheel-locking device to prevent accidental rolling after parking. After finishing drawing the cart design from memory, Lynn clapped the charcoal dust from his hands. "Do you understand now?" Listening to Lynn, Colin and Arello came to their senses. Colin nodded repeatedly. "Master Lynn, no problem. If Arello collaborates with me, we can make such carts." Arello responded, "Yes, Master Lynn." Lynn nodded in satisfaction. "I wish to see these 20 carts after the summer plowing." In the discussions between Colin and Arello, the two left Lynn's wooden house. Neither Colin's carpenter's house nor Arello's blacksmith shop requires them to labor. Their task is to relentlessly create the labor tools needed by the village. Picking up 2 baskets of herbs, Lynn headed towards the well. Amid the curious gazes of some villagers, he began washing the herbs. Herbs collected back, if to be used as medicine, need several processing steps: cleaning, sorting, drying, crushing, packing, and storage. Once cleaned, Lynn found some flat baskets to naturally sun-dry the sorted herbs and wick away moisture. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Gradually gaining experience, Lynn's mind was enriched with knowledge about medicine. Lynn sat in front of the kitchen stove. On the stove, a pottery pot was continuously boiling. A cool aroma entered Lynn's nose and mouth through the steam. Lynn felt an inexplicable comfort. Boiling mint in the pottery pot for 20 minutes. He then poured the mint soup into a bowl. The fresh fragrance and herbal aroma became even more intense. Lynn looked at it, and a string of words emerged. Mint soup, non-toxic, made by boiling mint, can be used to relieve symptoms such as fever, headache, and sore throat caused by colds. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and took a sip. The taste was slightly sweet with a faint coolness. Pouring the mint soup from the pottery pot into a large pot, he instructed the cook to distribute these concoctions to the villagers. Lynn continued brewing more remedies. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Old John sat on a log, looking with astonishment at the pottery bowl in his hand. Inside the pottery bowl, a yellow-green liquid was gently swaying. However, he could clearly discern the strong mint fragrance emanating from the liquid. He tried taking a sip, and the slight sweetness of mint and herbal aroma immediately swept across his taste buds. A comfortable, cool sensation instantly came over him. In this summer, it indeed provided a refreshing coolness. Old John turned his head towards the distant kitchen. The esteemed lord was brewing herbal decoction. Old John's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Why does this lord feel so peculiar? A little girl, only 4 or 5 years old, came to him. "Old John, how do you read this letter?" "Sorry, I forgot." Hearing the little girl's words, Old John finally withdrew his gaze. 2 consecutive days. Whenever Lynn woke up, he was either brewing herbal decoction in the kitchen or in the blacksmith shop. 3 points, 1 line. At most, occasionally he'd go to the salt factory. His medicine skill experience was rapidly increasing. Medicine, level 0, 51/100. Lynn poured a freshly brewed batch of rosemary potion into a pottery pot. Arello quickly found Lynn. There was a hint of excitement on his face. "Master Lynn, according to your request, the carriage with friction brakes has been completed." Lynn raised an eyebrow, put down the pottery pot, and headed towards the distant carpentry shop. The carriage mainly involved woodworking, with Lynn having Colin lead, and Arello responsible for forging the necessary iron components. Seeing the empty carriage parked at the entrance of the wooden house, his eyes brightened. Brake components, iron connectors linking the brake components to the chassis, adjustment devices, everything was complete. It was almost exactly as he'd drawn it. "Colin, standing nearby, dared not disturb Lin and waited silently by his side. Lin tried the brake system of the empty carriage, pulling the rope connecting the brake block. The brake block immediately created friction with the wheel, and even when pushed with full force, it only moved a few centimeters. Lin nodded. Nicely done. Hearing Lin's words of praise, Colin and Arello felt a sense of relief. To rush this carriage, they had put a lot of thought into it. The empty carriage they made was approved by Master Lin. With Lin's affirmative response, Colin and Arello threw themselves wholeheartedly into making the carriage. Once the design was confirmed, and having production experience, with the joint efforts of 25 others, a carriage could be completed in almost less than a day. Time passed day by day. The village's pea planting was coming to an end. 10 double-horse carriages were passing through the forest road. Perhaps because carriages often passed by, the ground was full of sunken carriage wheel marks. Sitting in the first carriage, George felt the bumps and couldn't help but frown. The mountain road was too difficult, severely affecting the efficiency of the merchant team's return to the village. It seemed he needed to report to Master Lin, asking him to repair the mountain road. This mountain road had been traveled many times. George was already used to it. This little mishap didn't affect his joyful mood in the slightest. 10 carriages, with a total load of 20,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds of premium iron, 17,000 pounds of grain. This wasn't what made him happy. What made George happy was that he had purchased 150 healthy slaves from Master Lin. After passing through the forest, they came to a wasteland. From a distance, George could see the village ahead, and the land that had been almost entirely cultivated and planted with crops. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Neatly arranged ridges, clean and free of any weeds. Just one look gave George a strange sense of comfort. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is what farming should look like. Those he had seen before, could they even be called farming? The slaves he brought back were full of astonishment. Lin's medicine skill finally leveled up. Your medicine has leveled up to level 1. Unlocking, collection, and compendium. Reward received, memory pearl times 1. With a thought, he opened Heavenly Artifacts and found the collection and compendium feature. It was an icon of an ancient scroll. After glancing at it a few times, Lin understood. Once a high-quality item is acquired, the corresponding icon can be activated. For each activated icon, the corresponding energy stone can be claimed. Currently, Lin can only claim the energy stones for the ordinary iron axe icon and the excellent hornbow icon. Each icon provides 100 energy stones, and Lin received 200. This feature wasn't bad. It increased Lin's avenues for obtaining energy stones. He glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel, noticing only breeding hadn't leveled up yet. 3,000 acres of tillable land were completely cultivated by yesterday. Subsequently, they just needed to fertilize and irrigate according to the growth state of the peas. Lin let all the villagers have a good rest for a day. Letting the villagers rest was to enable them to work better. Stepping out of the wooden house, Lin saw a group of villagers standing on the village's open ground. Adding the slaves George brought back this time, the village's total population had already reached 620 people. Excluding the 50-member guard team, 10 people at the brewing workshop, 15 at the blacksmith shop, and 10 at the carpentry house. 10 people in the kitchen, 10 farmers including Gavin and Wilbur responsible for weeding 3,000 acres, 200 at the salt factory and rock salt mining. 5 people under Guy responsible for breeding, and 20 children. The remaining 300 villagers, Lin put all of them into road construction. From the village's fork, all the way to the distant open-pit coal mine. 100 people quarrying limestone, 100 producing lime, and 100 using lime, sand, and gravel to pave the road. It took 2 hours just to walk it. This was a large project. It required a lot of manpower and resources. Even so, Lin insisted on digging. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Only by mining the coal mine could they have more high-temperature fuel. With high-temperature fuel, Lin could proceed with the next steps of development. He could increase the output of fine salt at the salt factory, produce more lime for building stone houses, and so on. Whether for village construction or for sale, the 300-member strong team marched out of the village. Upon reaching the fork, the 3 teams headed towards different areas. They needed to continuously quarry stone, continuously produce lime, and continuously pave the road. And Lin came to the breeding farm under Guy's management, getting ready to start raising pigs. In a large cowshed, the main labor force for land reclamation, dozens of draft oxen finally stopped to rest. But the draft horses didn't have such privilege. The draft horses had to pull the carriage newly made by Colin and Arello, transporting limestone. In the spacious pigsty, two earth-colored wild boars were constantly spinning around. After being domesticated, the wild boar piglets adapted to the pigsty environment and grew extremely fast. In just 1 month, the wild boar piglets had grown at least 20 to 30 pounds. Lin's gaze shifted to a large tub of pig feed not far away. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a bucket, and scooped up half a bucket of pig feed, pouring it into the feeding trough. Breeding experience +1. Breeding experience +1. The movements so skillful, the expressions so composed. Even Guy was taken aback. Their master Lin, not minding the mess and stench of the pigsty was one thing, but actually scooping up pig feed and starting to feed the pigs? Who would believe it if this got out? Guy hurried forward, hastily saying, "Master Lin, these dirty and tiring tasks are for us to handle. How can we let you do it?" Lin's gaze fell on Guy. Guy immediately became quiet, not daring to say another word. Just as Lin was about to speak, several soft howls came from not far behind him. It was the sound of wolves howling. Two small dogs, over 30 centimeters long and round like terriers, were playing and tumbling together. Moving clumsily, they would trip and fall uncontrollably after just a few steps. They got up, continuing to play and bite each other. Wild wolf cub, in pup stage, delicate and adorable, without any attack power, etc. Compared to the wild wolf cubs Lin had seen before, these were clearly much sturdier. Their coats were no longer matted like before and had become smooth. Lin stepped forward, crouching in front of the wild wolves. The two playful wild wolves instantly became wary, retreating and huddling together. Two pairs of round eyes stared straight at Lin. Lin did not approach further, but maintained a certain distance. Regardless of the type of cub, they tend to be rather shy and sensitive. Just as Lin was about to find something, the attentive Guy came over in small steps, handing him a clay bowl filled with fresh minced pork. Lin took it, pinching out a lump of mince and holding it between his fingers. The familiar aroma of meat wafted into the noses of the two wild wolf cubs. The tempting scent of food drove them to move closer to Lin. Their round black noses sniffed at Lin's fingers. Once they confirmed it was meat, they immediately began to lick. Breeding experience +1. Breeding experience +1. A wet, ticklish feeling appeared on Lin's fingers. Lin's eyebrows couldn't help but rise. This was no different from keeping pets at home. After eating several lumps of minced meat and licking Lin's fingers clean, the two wild wolf cubs, with their bellies full and round, huddled together in a nest made from soft hay and fell asleep. Lin stood up and looked at Guy. "Have you named them?" Guy quickly shook his head. "Not yet, master. We were waiting for you to name them." Lin nodded, looking at the black and white fur of the two wild wolf cubs. "Let's call them by Ling and Black Knight." After medicine reached level 1, Lin's 3-point routine changed. It became the kitchen, the breeding ground, and the blacksmith shop. Breeding, level 0, 76/100. Watching the breeding experience slowly increase bit by bit, Lin's heart was full of emotion. All that was the result of his hard work. The path through the forest. 7 or 8 burly men were riding on fine horses. The stout man at the front had his stomach fat layered into 3 rolls, gathering his expensive silky robe at the front. The robe was smooth, with neck and cuffs adorned with a profusion of gold and silver thread embroidery. The burly man tightened his grip on the scimitar inlaid with emeralds, and he spoke. "Walker, are you sure the pig slayer of Old Powell escaped to this desolate mountain wilderness?" The follower known as Walker quickly nudged his horse's sides, urging it to speed up, and came up beside the stout man. "Yes, Master Aiden, I can assure you on my life." The stout man, Aiden Morrison, gave a vague affirmative sound. With a flick of his hand, a gold coin suddenly appeared and shot towards Walker at the flick of Aiden's thumb. Watching the gold coin shining in the sunlight, Walker's eyes grew wide. He spread his palms to catch the falling gold coins. However, the coins hit the back of his hand and fell towards the ground. Walker's eyes narrowed as he flipped off his horse. Kneeling on the ground, overgrown with weeds and piled with dead leaves, he searched for a moment, and the coin appeared in his hand. Ignoring the pain from his rolling fall, Walker's face was full of delight as he looked at the portrait on the gold pound. The other dozen followers cast envious glances. Aiden glanced disdainfully at Walker and looked forward. He began to speak to himself. Old Powell is quite the lecher, already in his 60s or 70s, with nothing on him that can get hard. Yet he could still marry a girl who just came of age. Even so, he was a manor lord and theft by Marquis Duca. How could he be killed by those lowly swine? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. The key is, he's dead, and I must go to the Marquis's castle in Bordeaux City for the swearing allegiance ceremony. The anger on Aiden's face became more and more apparent. The emerald scimitar in his hand creaked. From Morrison Manor to the Marquis's castle in Bordeaux City, it took a dozen days for a round trip. Even with a few young maids accompanying and attending in the carriage, he was still worn out. It took him 6 or 7 days by carriage to reach Bordeaux City, go to the Marquis's castle, to prepare for swearing allegiance and receiving enfeoffment. Aiden didn't even see Marquis Duca's face and was brushed off with a land patent. This was what made Aiden the most angry. A dozen followers silently followed from behind on horses, not daring to utter a word. Aiden loosened his speech. Walker, find those farmers who fled the village, cut them all down. Just right for the greyhounds in the manor. They haven't had live meat in a while. Walker, who just climbed onto his horse, hurriedly responded. The road construction work continued. About 2 miles of road had been paved. This speed was not considered slow. One must know that before paving the road, villagers needed to clear large stones on the wasteland and fill those pits. Watching the clumsy villagers, Lynn felt frustrated, wanting to lend a hand. Rose rode his horse, galloping to Lynn's side. He dismounted nimbly and bowed to Lynn. Master Lynn, someone is trying to intrude on your territory. The guard team has stopped them. Lynn's brows furrowed. Intruders. This is Aiden Morrison, a newly enfeoffed vassal by Marquis Duca, the manor lord of Morrison Manor. Walker shouted recklessly, trying to maintain Master Aiden's dignity. Aiden's face was full of gloom. He didn't know where 2 or 3 dozens of sturdy, tall men came from, surrounding them, gripping iron spears, their expressions stern. Plus, the brand marks unwittingly exposed on their chests. Aiden could recognize at a glance that these men were slaves from Shar Khanate. Slaves from Shar Khanate, here at the Khaldi Empire's border. Aiden was somewhat surprised. Standard weapons, well-trained guards. Could it be that on the other side of this forest road, a newly enfeoffed lord was present? Only this reason could reasonably explain everything before him. But, no matter how much Aiden tried to recall, he couldn't remember receiving any correspondence from Marquis Duca indicating a new lord was enfeoffed beyond this forest. Aiden's thoughts made a turn. There was another possibility. A batch of free people migrated here and developed this land. And they hadn't received recognition from Marquis Duca, so he received no notice. This place was still unclaimed land. If he could enslave these free people or kill them all, this territory would be his. With this thought, Aiden's mood instantly improved. Walker continued to shout, "Is there a person in charge? Let your person in charge come to meet our master." Arrogant and frenzied shouts, a look of arrogance, and that bloated body like a fat pig. These are the standard features of the world's noble lords. Covered from head to toe in a nauseating mix of sweat and body odor, mingled with the scent of perfume. Lynn was somewhat grateful that he had been exiled to this barren land. Barren, impoverished, but free. Lynn had thought of sending someone else to face them, but he realized that no one could replace him. He mounted his horse, which headed towards the entrance of the forest ahead. There, dozens of figures were facing off against each other. Aiden was pondering whether to have his followers strike first and initiate an attack. They were on horseback, with a significant advantage over these guards. A calm voice rang out. "I am the lord of this territory." Aiden looked past the guards in front of him, towards the back. There, a tall young man on horseback was striding forth. The voice continued to emanate from the young man's mouth. "Entering my territory without an invitation, I can consider it an infringement of my rights. Even if I were to have the guards kill you now, Marquis Duca wouldn't do anything to me." Aiden's face instantly stiffened. He quickly retorted, "You say it's an infringement, and so it is? And who are you anyway?" I've never heard that this land has a lord. Show the charter given by Marquis Duca to prove your identity. Lin moved his hand, taking out the land charter from his bosom. Looking at the letter in Lin's hand, with the emblem of crossed greatsword and shield clearly visible, Aiden's eyes slightly narrowed. He was certain it was indeed Marquis Duca's land charter, because in his pocket was an identical letter. Aiden thought of something and questioned, I need to see the contents of the letter, otherwise how do I know you aren't a fake? Lin grinned. Of course, you can come forward and see. Aiden was about to urge his horse forward, when his eyes shifted. You want to kill me? Lin ignored his words, looking straight at him. 10 seconds. Aiden questioned, What 10 seconds? Lin's voice was calm. In 10 seconds, if you're still in my sight, we'll start killing. Aiden was taken aback. He didn't sense any murderous intent from the young man. But those simple and casual words made him fearful. Aiden left with his followers. Walker, beside him, somewhat unwillingly said, Master Aiden, are we just leaving like this? The murderer of Master Bauer is still in his territory. Aiden frowned and retorted, Then what do you think I should do? Walker replied without hesitation. Of course, we should use our advantage with the horses to wipe them all out. They only have a dozen guards. Not only could we avenge Master Bauer, but also expand your territory. Aiden moved his right hand, drawing out the scimitar inlaid with emeralds. A cold flash cut down directly from Walker's neck. Walker's words were abruptly stopped. As the horse continued to move, Walker's head rolled off his shoulders into the nearby bushes. The heavy thud of a body crashing to the ground resounded as Walker's corpse fell off the horse. Aiden took out a handkerchief, wiping the crimson off the scimitar. Putting the scimitar back into its sheath, he spoke calmly. Ford, search his body. That gold pound is yours. The bearded man called Ford quickly jumped off the horse. Ignoring the blood on Walker's body, he quickly searched. Ford spoke, Master Aiden, there's a tattoo on his chest. It's the Iron Blood Brotherhood's tattoo. Aiden responded with a hum. I knew it. That's why he was so eager. Bring him back. The greyhounds love eating fresh meat like this. Lin, riding on his horse, watched the dozen riders gradually disappear, finally vanishing into the forest. Lin looked at Red. I need you to do something for me. Red quickly responded. Master Lin, just give your orders. Lin nodded, instructing him with a few words. Red rode his horse alone, following behind the dozen riders. Lin looked at Rose, praising, Well done. Following the bandit invasion last time, Lin immediately had Rose set up advanced scouts at the forest entrance for patrol and reconnaissance, effectively preventing enemies from making their way into the territory. Rose bowed quickly. It is my duty to relieve the master's worries and difficulties. Lin looked directly at Rose, speaking in a deep voice. Rose, can I trust you? The words echoed powerfully, resonating through the mountains and forests. The sudden question left a momentary surprise on Rose's face. The next second, Rose regained his composure. He stood tall and straight, responding with a loud voice. My lord, you can always trust me. The direction your sword points is the battlefield where I, Ross Anderson, will rush with fervor. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Rose, I need you to form a squad of soldiers to guard the entrance to this forest and protect the territory behind it. Rose took a deep breath. If the enemy wants to enter my master's territory, they must step over my corpse. The arrival of several riders made him feel a sense of crisis. The armed forces of the territory must be strengthened. The road construction work did not stop because of this. All the villagers were diligently working, not even knowing what was happening in the forest. Lin increased the workload of the villagers. From 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, changed to 6 in the morning to 8 in the evening. The efficiency of road construction improved significantly. When the road was extended to 5 kilometers, Grayson arrived at the village. He jumped off the carriage and strode up to Lin. His face was full of smiles. Master Lin, I have brought back everything you wanted. 1,000 pounds of iron, 10,000 pounds of barley and beans, and 150 slaves. Lin glanced at the back of Grayson's carriage. Slaves bound with ropes were standing on the open grounds. Lin nodded and said, Well done. How much in gold pounds? Grayson was just a merchant he cooperated with. Unlike George, who became his vassal, The price of goods must be clearly understood. Grayson, without any hesitation, 55 gold pounds and 16 shillings. Lin quickly calculated in his mind, 1,910 of fine salt, or gold pounds. Grayson had no hesitation. Fine salt. All of it in fine salt. He still needed to rely on the rarity and price difference of fine salt to turn his fortunes. The transaction completed. As the villagers unloaded the cargo, Grayson remembered the villagers' road paving during his journey. Filled with curiosity, he asked, "Master Lin, where are you paving the road to?" Lin did not conceal it. Open pit coal mine. Grayson's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Master Lin was still mining open pit salt mines, rapidly accumulating development capital. And yet, on the other hand, he found an open pit coal mine? This seemingly remote and barren empire's frontier actually has such rich mineral resources? Master Lin is about to soar. If Master Lin finds an iron mine as well, with his wisdom and mindset, he will certainly achieve great things. Thinking of this, Grayson felt increasingly fortunate. As long as he maintained reverence for Master Lin and didn't make any major mistakes, he could continuously exchange fine salt or coal mines from Master Lin and earn the price difference. After the last ordeal, his 2-year enterprise was entirely confiscated by the Butte clan. Grayson felt hopeless in fighting for the position of the patriarch of the Butte clan. But now, holding on to Master Lin's strong support, Grayson felt he could try again. All 100 slaves brought back by Grayson were put to road construction by Lin. He wanted to quickly connect the village with the open pit coal mine. Originally, only 500 meters of road could be paved in a day. Now, it increased to 600 meters. In just a few more days, the lime road would be completed. In the breeding farm, Lin was feeding fresh pork paste to 2 wild wolf pups. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. A burly figure stained with fresh blood rode into the village on horseback. It was Red, whom Lin had dispatched. After a few inquiries, he found out Lin's location. His face was full of exhaustion, his words somewhat weak. "Master Lin, I am fortunate not to have failed you." Watching as Red handed over a letter, Lin reached out to take it. "Go back and have a good rest." Red bowed slightly and withdrew. Staring at the letter, stained with bloody fingerprints, Lin opened it and started to read. The contents were pretty much what he guessed. Inquiries about his fiefdom's matters. Lin originally thought that after presenting the fief charter, Aiden would choose to trust him, but did not expect him to be so suspicious. Fortunately, Lin had prepared a backup plan. He had Red follow behind Aiden to intercept and kill the followers Aiden sent to report to the Marquis' castle midway. From near Morgantown to the Marquis' castle, it would take at least 5 to 6 days on horseback. With many bandits along the way, encountering accidents is normal. Lin understood that this was merely a temporary fix. To not fear outside threats, one must become strong. Lin held a straw brush, brushing the back of an ox. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Slowly accumulating a bit of experience. A somewhat urgent sound of footsteps approached from afar. Kesey's voice rose from behind Lin. "Master Lin, the lime road to the open pit coal mine is dry. It's passable now." Lin acknowledged and put down the cleaning tool, leaving the cowsheet. The rested Red followed closely, riding a horse, galloping on the white lime road surface. From the village to the open pit coal mine, it took less than 20 minutes. Lin felt a surge of satisfaction. To get rich, build roads first. Simple is the greatest way. In front of the open pit coal mine, 300 laborers were standing. Next to the villagers were 20 friction horse-drawn carts, jointly forged by Colin and Arello. Preparations for mining were all set. Lin divided tasks among the villagers. Only clear division of work can improve work efficiency. 100 strong men were responsible for going to the top of the open pit coal mine and starting to dig from the top. 50 villagers were responsible for transporting the mined anthracite to the mountain's foot. 100 villagers at the foot of the mountain crushed and selected the transported anthracite. The last 50 villagers transported the selected anthracite back to the village for storage. Coal mine excavation began. Lin, with his shirt off, raised the iron pick high above his head. Using its weight and his body's momentum, slammed down fiercely. A chunk of anthracite, weighing more than 10 pounds, broke off and fell from the rock. Turning the iron pick in his hand, he smashed the heavy end onto the anthracite. The anthracite shattered into 7 to 8 pieces. I'm really not a black slave. First time mining coal. Completed. Rewards. 10 energy stones to be collected. Collection experience +1. Collection experience +1. Then the responsible villagers used iron shovels to gather these coal fragments and transport them by carts to the foot of the coal mine. Excavation of coal mines and salt mines is roughly similar. The difference is that under Lin's feet, the open-pit coal mine is anthracite. No need for processing, it can be directly used. The heat value of anthracite is similar to charcoal, but burns more persistently and continuously. Lin felt satisfied looking at the constantly increasing experience on the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Wiping off the beads of sweat on his cheeks, Lin continued to gain skill experience. Under the sunshine, he freely swung in the sweat. This feeling of arduous labor, only those who experience it know. By midday, Lin's clothing was covered with a layer of white powder. That was Lin's flowing sweat, dried to form salt. Around him, villagers occasionally cast unusual glances at Lin, as the Lord, Master Lin, surprisingly worked like them, holding tools, excavating coal in this filthy mine. But they dared not have any thoughts. Lin stopped, boarded a cart pulling over 1,000 pounds of anthracite, heading to the foot of the coal mine. Jumping off the cart, Lin headed straight for the kitchen. It took almost 2 hours to walk from the open-pit coal mine back to the village. To improve excavation efficiency, Lin directly appointed 5 chefs temporarily to come to the open-pit coal mine site to cook for the miners. One chef quickly poured a bowl of mint water and handed it over. Lin reached out to take it and drank it in one gulp, the cool and comfortable feeling immediately flowing through his body. Make sure to supply drinking water for the miners on the mountain promptly. Add some fine salt to the water. Don't let them get too thirsty. Mid-June in the Karidi Empire. Although the temperature wasn't very high, around 20 degrees or so, but under the scorching sun and intense physical labor, they would still sweat profusely. If they don't replenish enough water, the loss of salt in the body could easily lead to fainting, and in severe cases, even death. The chef respectfully responded, "Yes, Master Lin." Putting down the clay bowl in his hand, Lin's gaze turned to the open-pit coal mine ahead. At the top of the coal mine, robust figures were excavating. On the mountain road dug out around the coal mine, carts were pulling frictional wagons, slowly descending. On the empty ground not far away, silhouettes were holding iron hammers, busy with crushing and selection. Then, the villagers driving the carts transported the crushed and screened anthracite back to the village. Everything proceeded according to the original plan. Lin rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the distant coal crushing area. It was not until dusk. Lin sat in a cart, following the miners' team back to the village. Red walked in the front, holding the reins of the cart. After a day's labor, both Lin and the miners felt somewhat tired. With a thought, Lin opened the resource panel. Fuel resources, 5,000 pounds. 300 people produced 5,000 pounds of anthracite in one day. The main issue was that the journey from the coal mine to the village was quite distant. After all, excavation had just begun. When these miners become skilled, efficiency will improve, and the production of anthracite will naturally increase. Subtle voices rose within the team of miners. A day's labor, finally over. Yes, another tiring day. It's indeed exhausting, but don't you find this life reassuring? No need to work hard during the day and then have to go somewhere else to work overtime at night. No need to worry if the 3-year-old at home will be hungry. Just follow Master Lin's instructions. Do your job, eat when it's time, and rest when it's dark. For me, I have no other thoughts, as long as my family can have enough to eat, and I can cuddle with my wife and kids when sleeping. I'm very satisfied. Salt factory, evaporation and crystallization zone. 4 huge iron pots were set up on the stoves. Salt water filtered through the brine storage pool was rapidly boiling inside. Clouds of steam continuously drifted out. Beneath the iron pot, burning red-hot anthracite was emitting powerful heat. Beside him, Kisi began to explain. Master Lin, with anthracite, the efficiency of boiling and evaporating has become faster. Now the amount of fine salt produced in a day is about 700 pounds. Lin calculated a bit. 700 pounds of fine salt, sold at 7 pence per pound. This means the daily production capacity of the salt factory is 20 gold pounds. Must speed up the salt-making efficiency of the salt factory. Lin began to ponder in his mind, starting from the source of the salt factory. The excavation of the open-pit salt mine wasn't slow. 60 people excavating simultaneously could produce nearly 8,000 pounds of rock salt in a day. 8,000 pounds of rock salt was enough for one stone mill and 40 people to crush simultaneously, with some left over. The remaining rock salt was all stored in the warehouse. Then 20 people would sort and clean it before pouring it into the brine storage pool for mixing and dissolving. 30 people would pour the brine into the iron pots for evaporation and crystallization. 10 people continuously added anthracite for burning. 10 people were responsible for stirring the salt water in the iron pots, making the heating more even and thorough. 30 people were responsible for scooping out the crystallized salt and grinding it into fine salt. Going through it once, Lin discovered the cause. The efficiency of manpower labor is too slow, even if Lin treated them with a balance of rewards and punishments. Working 10 hours daily without interruption, producing 700 pounds of fine salt daily was already the villager's limit. To further increase production, he could only expand the scale and invest more labor force. Lin inspected the village. Everyone was diligently working at their respective posts, shining and radiating warmth. There was no need for the guard's whip. After all, the treatment Lin provided for them was simply too good. Lin wanted to increase the armed forces of the territory and expand the salt factory. However, there was simply too much labor shortage. One could only hope that George or Grayson would bring back more slaves. A series of somewhat immature voices reached Lin's ears. Lin raised an eyebrow and followed the source of the sound. Inside a semi-open wooden house, Old John was standing in front of a patched-up template, teaching the children how to read. Perhaps because he saw Lin, Old John stopped. He said to the children, "Take a 10-minute break," and came over to Lin. Old John bowed deeply to Lin. "Thank you, Master Lin. It is you who have helped me find a purpose to live for." Lin looked at Old John in confusion. Old John began to explain. "Master Lin, do you know? Their thirst for knowledge is like a drought-cracked land, eagerly needing knowledge to irrigate. In teaching them to acquire knowledge, I felt the value of life." Lin felt that Old John's emotions were a bit excited today. "Then shine and radiate here. These children just happen to need you." Old John's white eyebrows raised. "Of course, Master Lin." Lin changed the subject. "But there's one thing. I must warn you. You can only teach knowledge. If I catch you spreading church doctrines, death will drag you into the abyss." Old John's eyes widened. "Master Lin, what do you mean? Can I interpret your words as blasphemy against God?" Lin said indifferently. "You can choose to interpret it like that. But Old John, this world has no God. If God existed, why would you, as a priest, become a slave?" In Lin's view, no matter what church doctrine, they were merely ideological shackles used by the empire to assist in governance. To tame them, make them obedient and afraid to resist, and then gloriously proclaim, from God's decree. There is no need for such church doctrines in Lin's territory. He only wants those children to learn to read and understand meaning. That's enough. If he must instill a spiritual deity in them, he is the one who allows these people to eat well and live in wooden houses. If he must impart doctrine to them, it would be absolute obedience to Lin. Old John fell into silence. It's not that he recognizes Master Lin as offending God, but because Lin's words made him understand what took him half a lifetime. His original name was John Ralph. From the Silver Moon Church in Silver Moon City, in the Red Dragon Duke's territory of the Caridi Empire. As a youth, he was the eldest son of Baron Ralph of Silver Moon City. He was brave and fearless, and fair and just. As long as nothing unexpected happened, inheriting the Baron title was just a matter of time. But at the age of 8, John met a priest. Under the guidance of the priest, he joined the church, becoming the priest's assistant. It was normal for John, a noble, to join the church and become a follower of God. But John's obsession with the church and God far exceeded that of ordinary nobility. He read and memorized the Oath of Light, voraciously reading all church-related literature, sown in his mind, taking root and growing, sacred and inviolable. As he reached adulthood, John inherited the title of Baron Ralph. taking control of all power of the Ralph clan. To express his devotion to God, John offered everything he had. The gold and silver treasures of the Ralph clan, land, servants, even John himself. The priest who introduced John to the church was promoted to bishop. With the bishop's recommendation, John became a priest of the Silver Moon Church. It was his devotion that moved God, which allowed him to become a priest. Thus, to be closer to God, to listen to God's instructions and teachings. John thought that all believers in the church should be like him, to offer everything for the church, for the God they worshipped. John saw a scene he could not believe for a lifetime. Behind the main hall of the church, the bishop entangled with two nuns, unbearable and nauseating. The bishop told him the two nuns were lost, and he was conducting a teaching ceremony. Having never experienced such things, John believed the bishop's words. But gradually, he fell into confusion. Some noble women coming to the church to confess, some lost girls in their adolescence. The confession room, the baptismal pool room, all stained with their sweat. John realized that not everyone was as devout in worshiping God as he was. John knew these believers had long been occupied by demons. John knew it was time to act. John walked into the bishop's bedroom and inserted a silver dagger into the bishop's heart. John walked into the priest's bedroom, ending the priest with a silver dagger. Finally, the church's three nuns. Blood stained the entire Silver Moon Church red, flowing across the marble floor. The filth within the church was finally cleaned away by him. But John fell into confusion. The Silver Moon Church had existed since the victory in the Battle of Light and Darkness. It had existed for hundreds of years. If God truly existed, why would God allow these demons to occupy the church? John did not understand. He left the Silver Moon Church, walked out of Silver Moon City, and left the Caridi Empire. He wanted to find the truth. John traveled to many places and met many people. For a piece of barley bread, sacrificing his companion into death. For a few pence, drawing a dagger into a stranger's body. For a piece of land, blood brothers turned to blades and swords. The world was bitter for everyone. Despite everyone kneeling in prayer to the deity, God still did not bestow any miracle. The drought-cracked land remained dry. The land barren of crops remained barren. John no longer prayed to God, but his words remained untouched by those of God. A child of 7 or 8 was trampled by a soldier's warhorse, left bloody and mangled. John instinctively knelt before the child and began to pray. Pure radiance appeared in his palm. The child's wounds instantly healed, miraculously revived. John felt as though he possessed the power of God. The cost was his life energy. John felt his body become weak and aged. John finally understood. If a miracle occurred, it would never come from God, but from equal exchange. He could not save all. If people wished to survive, they could only rely on their efforts. John understood this principle, but he was once again caught in bewilderment. His former life, had been devoted to the church. As John pondered on what to live for in the future, he was captured by slave traders. The Caridi Empire seems to be getting increasingly chaotic. 2 groups of refugees fleeing from other villages have arrived in his territory. Lin is not panicked at all. Instead, he is quite expectant. The more chaotic the situation, the more time and opportunities he has to develop. If the entire Caridi Empire were united, working as one, Lin would have surrendered immediately. While everyone was enthusiastically mining in the open-pit coal mine, 10 wagons drawn by 2 horses each, filled with various goods, along with slaves dragged behind, formed a long procession. Even though on this trip, George brought back slaves for Master Lin, he did not show any joy, because the price of slaves has risen. A draft horse was worth 3 slaves, with a top price of 3 shillings. The vast majority of slaves were skinny and emaciated, not suitable for heavy labor. The work of 3 slaves barely matched that of a healthy draft horse. But now, even an ordinary slave costs 4 shillings. This is daylight robbery. Fortunately, it's not long after the summer harvest. A large amount of grain has appeared on the market, and prices have dropped a bit. George returned to Master Lin's territory, watching the wagons transporting coal into the village. The gloom on his face instantly vanished, replaced by joy. He sighed in his heart. Master Lin is truly chosen by God. He got off the wagon and approached Lin. Master Lin, I brought back many slaves for you. 280 healthy slaves. Lin's eyes lit up. Well done. 280 slaves are enough for Lin to accomplish many things. George looked troubled, hesitant to speak. Lin asked, "What happened?" Upon hearing Lin's question, George began to explain. "Master Lin, I heard some news when I was in Morgantown. A group of bandits is prowling near Kakasong City, numbering at least 100 to 200 people. They have already looted several villages, and the group of bandits is called Iron Blood Brotherhood." George was all too familiar with them. They were the ones who tracked him and attacked the village last time. Lin nodded, showing no surprise. This information he already learned from the refugees who had joined the village. In comparison to the appearance and scale of these bandits, Lin is curious about what Marquis Duca is doing now. The villages are being looted, villagers turning into refugees, land left unworked, no one leasing land to pay taxes. All of this damages his interests. He let George step back and have a good rest. Dusk slowly settled in. The villagers who had gone out to work were returning to the village. Lin gathered all the villagers on the open ground in front of the village. Looking at the nearly 1,000 villagers before him, Lin felt a sense of vast numbers. This is the number a territory should have. Lin's gaze swept over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, "I am the lord of this territory, Lin. I must share with you some troubling news. A group of bandits is prowling near Kakasong City." Everyone's expression suddenly became tense. Lin continued, "The earliest villagers to join this village might know. It's the Iron Blood Brotherhood, who killed 15 villagers here before. I want to know, how many of you left the lands you've lived on for generations because of bandits?" Lin's gaze continued to sweep over the villagers. Many villagers wanted to speak, but found no one expressed anything. They all chose silence. The man standing before them is Master Lin. They are just villagers, slaves. How could they dare to converse with the Lord? The calm yet determined voice echoed on the open ground. Everyone's eyes turned towards it. It was Kisi, standing not far from Lin. Red's firm voice followed. Shouts filled with hatred erupted from the silent crowd. "My family was killed by the bandits." One voice after another, rising and falling. Lin raised his hand, and the shouting ceased. "On my land, many of you live well. Perhaps some have forgotten the feeling when family was killed, and they had to leave their homes. I am now reopening your scars for you. Your parents died tragically under the bandits' knives, your homes burned by bandits, your women." Everyone clenched their fists, some even gritting their teeth. The scene of bandits entering the village seemed to flash before their eyes. Lin continued, "Now, I need to recruit 100 soldiers to protect the village you rely on, to safeguard my territory. As soldiers, you will undergo grueling training, bathe in blood, stand on the forefront of war." Lin's direct gaze swept over each villager's face. This time, they did not look away. A strong man raised his right hand. Another man raised his hand. Voices echoed one after another across the village grounds. The solemn-faced Ross glanced at Lin with a complex emotion in his heart. Because Lin is a good lord, he could be an excellent commander. Lin made sure everyone in the territory could eat their fill. Thus, he could achieve the villagers' sincere responsiveness to his call. Seeing those excited faces, Lin nodded with satisfaction. "I see your determination. Those willing, step forward to be selected by Instructor Ross." Lin glanced towards Ross, and Ross understood. The village's total population had reached 1,000. Aside from some specific work positions, selecting 100 physically fit villagers to train as soldiers, adding the 50 guards from the Red Guard team. The village's armed force reached 150. After subjecting 150 soldiers to a full military training process, then equipping them with suitable weapons, they would be sufficient to deal with an ordinary bandit corps. Ross finally finalized the selection of 100 soldiers. Lin casually glanced over them. Among the 100 soldiers, over 50 were slaves from the Shar Khanate. Lin saw no issue with this. Even though these slaves from the Shar Khanate had been starved for over a month by slave merchants, becoming thin. After Lin's care, with generous portions of stewed meat, barley porridge, and coarse grain feedings, they had long recovered. Furthermore, their physical fitness was originally stronger than ordinary slaves. Even Lin would choose them first. To train villagers who have never undergone any training into qualified soldiers is not easy. If earlier, under the influence of the vengeful, angry atmosphere. At Lin's command, they would have picked up the nearest iron tools without hesitation to fight bandits. Now that the atmosphere had dissipated, the blood had cooled. To have them hold weapons and fight bandits, that would be impossible. To achieve, words mean action, and actions are ceased by words. They must undergo a baptism of sweat and blood. The sky had just begun to brighten. Lin, who woke up early, walked out of the wooden house and headed straight to the blacksmith shop. With the recruitment of 100 soldiers completed, he needed to equip them with suitable gear as soon as possible. Last night, Lin had already made his decision. The training and instruction of the 100 soldiers would be fully led by Commander Luo Si. As development progressed and military forces expanded, a cavalry corps would be formed. Then, these 100 men would serve as cavalry captains, commanding more cavalry. Of course, this was only Lin's rough idea for now. At present, he neither had so many soldiers nor war horses for battles. Training a war horse was difficult. First, there needed to be vast lands and resources to establish a ranch within the territory. Carefully select stallions and mares for breeding, thus nurturing fine war horses suited for battlefield needs. It required spending a significant amount of time, effort, and meticulous care to train the war horses. Charging, turning, obeying commands, making them fearless of sharp, long spears and torches. Hence, the price of a mature warhorse was extremely high. An ordinary mature warhorse was priced at 30 gold pounds. If it had a superior lineage, the cost would soar to 50 gold pounds. For descendants of warhorses with significant battle achievements, the price could even reach over 100 gold pounds. It's important to know that the yearly salary of an ordinary free person was less than 5 gold pounds. To train several thousand, or even tens of thousands, of elite cavalry would be a money pit. Currently, Lin did not have those conditions. Inside the blacksmith shop, Irello and Colin were already waiting. Looking at the two, Lin said in a deep voice, "You know the purpose of my visit. From the initial creation of the wheel plow to fastening metal parts for friction brakes to crafting iron picks and iron shovels for coal mining." Irello felt that it had been a long time since he had a proper rest. Wanting to pocket 10 gold pounds was not as easy as he imagined. Irello took a deep breath, forcibly gathering his spirit. "Master Lin, feel free to give your instructions." Colin nodded in agreement. Lin said, "I need to rush the production of 100 round shields." Lin looked at the resource panel, and there was still 1,400 pounds of quality iron remaining. He had thought about directly crafting plate armor or padded armor. However, with the current workforce, it was simply impossible, not to mention the high-quality iron and leather needed for crafting armor. Lin couldn't even meet the requirement for skilled blacksmiths. Whether it was plate armor or padded armor, even a simple standardized set would take at least a month. The time required was too long. The roaming bandits were rampant. Facing a threat that could emerge at any moment, Lin could only opt for a second-best solution: round shields for defense and iron spears for striking down enemies. Even when facing over 100 mounted bandits, they would have the strength to fight. Each round shield didn't consume much quality iron, and with the remaining quality iron, he could afford it. Lin continued, "The design of the round shield doesn't need to be too complicated. Use sturdy wood as the basic framework, embed an iron shield center in the middle, and affix an iron rim to the edge. In a month, I want to see 100 round shields." Irello furrowed his brows, pondering for a brief moment. He spoke up, "Master Lin, if Colin can cooperate with me, no problem." Having gone through several rounds of forging and rushing orders, his blacksmith apprentices were no longer novices unfamiliar with wielding a hammer. Plus, with the intense heat of the anthracite and Colin's wooden framework for the round shields, a month's time would be sufficient. Irello had this confidence. Colin nodded. "I can be responsible for making the basic framework of the round shield. Previously, when I led them to chop wood and build log cabins, I saw a lot of oak. Using it as the basic framework for the round shield is suitable." Lin replied, "Then start immediately. Let me know what you need at once." Irello and Colin quickly bowed. Lin left the wooden house, walking through the village. In the not-too-distant training ground, over 100 figures were engaging in basic instruction training, such as turning left, turning right, defensive stances, attack formations, and more. If they couldn't understand or execute even these commands, it would be like sending a scattered mob to the battlefield, just throwing themselves at danger. In the distance, over 100 people were still paving roads. Lin's goal was to lay the road all the way to the end of the mountains and forests. After hearing about the road conditions from George, Lin deemed it necessary to pave the road. Then, at the entrance to the mountains, defensive works could be set up. Initially, Cheval de Frise could be erected, and then Luo could lead his soldiers to garrison it. After producing more lime, they would directly construct Arrow Tower city walls. The city walls would be built along the mountains, with soldiers defending from the city. With the support of the towering mountains on both sides, it would truly achieve a state of easy defense and difficult assault. If others wanted to enter his territory, it would be up to Lin's approval. Time passed day by day. Several more groups of free people arrived in Lin's village. From their accounts, it was learned that the Iron Blood Brotherhood had already roamed to Buffalo Town next to Morgantown. The distance from Morgantown was just over 200 miles. The bandit corps were drawing closer and closer. Under the cloak of night, on the vast estate lands, a 3-story mansion stood tall. On the stone-built walls and the walnut long table covered with linen cloth tablecloths. On the candelabras, oil-based candles were inserted, emitting a warm yellow glow, illuminating the entire mansion brightly. Aiden, as chubby as a fat pig, sat in the main seat, continuously chewing food in his mouth. The smacking sounds he made were very much like the sound of the 2 wild piglets in Lin's pigsty eating feed. 3 or 4 young maids, each holding a tray in one hand and a fork to spear food in the other, held the food to Aiden's mouth, waiting for him to open his mouth to eat. From a distance at the dining table, personal attendant Ford was waiting with his head lowered. After the servants wiped Aiden's mouth clean, he casually pulled a maid into his arms. These maids were all his property, and as the manor lord, he could do as he pleased. Aiden didn't even glance at Ford, asking, "What's the matter?" Ford still kept his head lowered. "Master Aiden. Wood has been away to the Marquis's castle for a long time and still hasn't returned." Aiden suddenly paused. He gazed directly at Ford. "How long has he been gone?" Ford started to think in his mind. "Master, it should be 12 days. If there were no delays, he should have returned by now." Aiden's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's wait a little longer. He might not have been able to meet Ducas, the old man." For a messenger follower to meet a great lord wasn't easy, let alone a follower. Even if he himself went to the Marquis's castle, he might not see Ducas. Aiden changed his tone, his voice deepening. "I sent you to investigate that piece of land. How has the investigation been?" Ford's face showed slight tension, explaining, "Master, that area has only one entrance, and it's guarded by patrols. The people I brought couldn't get in." Aiden widened his eyes. "Useless. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. In the breeding farm, Lin carried a wooden bucket, feeding the wild boar piglets in the pigsty. "Your breeding has leveled up to level 1. Unlocking. Task. Reward obtained. Memory Pearl ×1. Lin's eyebrows rose as he looked at the text prompt before him. He was not at all surprised. Whenever a life skill reaches level 1, it unlocks a function related to farming. When this task feature appeared, Lin felt that all the basic functions should now be unlocked. All 9 great skills had reached level 1. With a thought, Lin opened the task panel to check. The list was completely empty. Perhaps something needs to be triggered before possessing a task. Closing the panel, Lin continued feeding the draft cattle in the barn. The feed for the draft cattle primarily consisted of beans and distillery mash, supplemented by a large quantity of hay, just perfectly maximizing the value of the brewery. After George brought back 2 large iron pots, the brewery's output had already reached 2,000 pounds. Now, with 1,000 villagers, Lin directly built a tavern in the village, providing a place for the villagers to relax after work. As for the price, 1 penny for 3 pounds. Lin walked among the pea fields, inspecting the growth condition of the entire pea crop. The growth of peas related to Lin's future grain yield, so he couldn't help but pay attention. Squatting in the furrow, Lin gazed at the tiny specks of tender green on the ridge. After more than 10 days of growth, the peas had pushed aside the loose soil covering them and sprouted tender shoots. The current weather was suitable, with temperature and humidity creating an excellent growing environment for peas. Lin picked up a piece of soil and crushed it with his fingers. The soil did not turn into powder. Instead, it felt a bit sticky. For now, there was no need to irrigate the pea seedlings. His gaze shifted to the slightly distant land, where there were also pea seedlings just breaking through the soil. The land is like this. It does not tolerate any deceit. After planting the seeds, if you treat them perfunctorily and dismissively, at harvest, it will show you what it means to reap nothing. Lin went to the cotton field. Dozens of cotton plants had grown to nearly 50 or 60 centimeters in height, with light yellow flowers blooming at the tops. Once the flowering period ends, the pollinated cotton will enter the boll stage, developing and producing fruit. Cotton seeds come from the cotton bolls. Lin scanned the cotton plants and saw no signs of pest damage or climbing. After inspecting the fields, Lin was just about to head to the salt factory when Kesey walked up briskly. "Master Lin, Mr. Grayson is here, but he brought a stranger." Lin responded and headed toward the village. Kesey followed closely behind, arriving at the open space in front of the village. Grayson and a young woman came into Lin's view. Before Lin could speak, Grayson brought the woman to him. Grayson bent over and introduced himself first. "Master Lin, please allow me to introduce. This is my sister, Audrey Brown. She is also a slave merchant." Lin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the woman before him. Her hair, as white as snow, cascaded down her shoulders in wisps. With delicate cheeks and fair skin, as smooth as mutton fat jade. She wore a light blue tight-fitting robe, accentuating her graceful figure to the fullest. Even a casual glance would stir one's imagination, but the imposing aura emanating from her prevented any covetous thoughts. She was indeed a great beauty. With a thought, a string of text appeared in front of Lin. Ability, Level 3 Trade, Level 3 Oratory, Level 3 Negotiation. Attributes, Attack E-, Defense F+, Speed E, Constitution F+, Energy F. Talent, Psychological Insight, skilled in analyzing the other party's mental state. Emotional changes and hidden intentions. Skills, Tongue as skillful as a reed. Possesses exceptionally outstanding vocal skills and expressive ability. Looking at Audrey's character panel, Lin was a bit surprised. 3 third-level abilities. And with strong talent and skills, Lin understood that this woman was certainly not ordinary. Audrey casually glanced at Lin, her eyes filled with indifference. Grayson continued, "Master Lin, Audrey wants to make a big deal with you." Lin's eyebrows raised. "A big deal?" Grayson was about to speak, but the woman intercepted the conversation. "A large batch of slaves, 500 people." Her words were cold and straightforward, with an undeniable tone. Lin wasn't surprised at all and asked, "I suppose it's not just as simple as 500 people, right? Even if they all came from nomadic tribes like the Shar Khanate, 500 slaves would only be worth 175 gold pounds." Grayson could complete the transaction alone. Audrey's words were plain. 500 is just the first batch, followed by a second, a third, and even a fourth batch. As long as you can produce the gold pounds, a steady stream of slaves will be delivered to your territory. I want to establish a long-term cooperation with you. If you agree, the second batch of slaves will be delivered in half a month. With open-pit salt and coal mines, buying these slaves would not be difficult for him. What intrigued Lin was the source of these slaves. For batches of 500 slaves meant at least 2,000 people. The number was similar to that of a small town's population. Such a large number of slaves could only mean that somewhere on the continent, a massive war was taking place. Only war could capture and obtain more slaves. Lin stared directly at Audrey. "I need to know the source of these slaves." Audrey said nothing, her slightly strange light gray eyes staring at Lin. Audrey opened her vividly red, moist lips. "Portland's Empire, Southern Campaign. Any other questions?" Lin nodded. "The price." Audrey immediately said, 5 shillings each, 125 gold pounds. Grayson, who had been silent beside them, was extremely tense. Whether it was Lin or Audrey, their words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional sentiment. He was afraid the two might break off negotiations. One was his long-term business partner, and the other was his sister. Lin said, No problem, 125 gold pounds or 4,300 pounds of fine salt. Audrey, always with a cold expression, showed a hint of surprise. Audrey paid no attention to Lynn and turned to leave. The cold voice drifted into Lynn's ear. Hurry and load the goods. Watching Audrey's swaying hips as she strode away on long legs, Lynn withdrew his gaze. Grayson hurried to Lynn's side. Sorry, Master Lynn. Audrey has always been like that in temperament. Lynn said, It's quite good, saves the unnecessary talk. Seeing that Lynn bore no grudge, Grayson felt relieved. Lynn continued, What's the story behind her mention of the Portland's Empire Southern campaign? Grayson glanced back at Audrey. He saw Audrey squatting at the edge of the lime road, curiously looking at the fields. Grayson said, Master Lynn, do you not know? In the south of the Portland's Empire, there have been sightings of witches. The church said, There exists a God in this world. Become a follower of God, and he will protect the faithful from suffering. The church said, They are the agents of God, conveying his will. The church said, The demons have been driven back into the abyss, but their agents still exist in the world. Thus, the witch hunt began. Whenever illness, livestock death, or poor crop yield occurred in a village, people would suspect the secret workings of witches. Those who lived alone, such as elderly women, widows, herbalists, and midwives, were most likely accused as witches. Under severe torture, in extreme agony, innocents were forced to confess to baseless accusations. Witches did indeed exist, but the witch hunt was merely a plot to maintain power. The church used the punishment of witches to prove their sanctity. The emperor used the capture of witches to shift the empire's crises. Grayson's words continued. The Portland's Empire has deployed 50,000 cavalry to the south to arrest anyone suspected of being involved with witches. Even some married women were captured. The husbands who lost their wives surely knew their wives weren't witches, and they took up iron farm tools for a final rebellion. In the end, the gathered rebels numbered in the tens of thousands. But, Master Lin, you know, villagers with farm tools remain just villagers. When the Emperor of Portlands deemed the rebels to be bewitched by witches, cavalry began suppression. Countless people fell under iron hooves, died tragically to knights' lances or maces. Corpses lay everywhere, rivers of blood flowed. The reclaimed lands were stained crimson with the farmers' blood. The number of dead and wounded was as high as 3,000 to 4,000, regardless of age or gender. Other captured villagers were directly enslaved. This battle was called the Southern Campaign. 3,000 people, nearly the permanent population of a small town. Lin listened, tentatively asked, The Portland's Empire's southern summer harvest wasn't good, was it? Grayson looked at Lin in surprise, curiously asked, Master Lin, how did you know? In the southern Portland's Empire, it rained heavily for half a month. The summer harvest yielded nothing. After the villagers moved the bags of fine salt onto Grayson's carriage, Grayson and Audrey left. The sound of horseshoes and the rolling of wheels mixed together. Audrey's eyes were slightly closed, arms folded before her, accentuating the pronounced curvature. Grayson was somewhat anxious. Audrey, will this cause trouble for him? Audrey didn't open her eyes. I don't know. Grayson stared at Audrey. Don't know? He did me a favor. The words were full of determination. Even his leaning body sat upright. Sensing Grayson's change in tone, Audrey slowly opened her gray eyes. He did you a favor. What does that have to do with me? She looked at Grayson, eyes full of mockery. You don't think that it's because of our half-blood kinship I choose to help you, right? Grayson instantly fell silent. If his mother was married legitimately, then Audrey's mother was his father's lustful whim. Her mother died due to difficult childbirth when Audrey was born. As a girl, she was even less favored by the clan. From childhood to adulthood, she never received any grace from the Brown clan. But Audrey grew up amid family alienation solely on her will and capability. She became one of the few female merchants in the Vortex Sea. If you hadn't called me sister when you were little, even if you died, I wouldn't care. Just like Kelson Brown, who died before me a few days ago. Grayson's expression turned somber. Seeing Grayson's aggrieved look, Audrey coldly said, Rest assured, the new acquaintance has greater ambition than yours. Grayson's eyebrows rose. Audrey glanced out the carriage window. Your ambition is merely to restructure the Brown clan from top to bottom. His ambition. might be the entire Karidi Empire. Despite the 500 slaves all coming from Portland's empire, Lynn didn't worry overly much. 3 meals a day, meals with meat. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. Such a life, if it still breeds rebellion. Then, Lynn could only resort to slaughter. 150 soldiers were not just for deterrence. Lynn provided this group of 500 slaves with a sumptuous dinner. Let them rest well in the open field overnight. The next morning early, let them eat a full breakfast again. Equipped each of them with a pickaxe, Lynn drove them all to a distant stone mine. Beside the stone mine, set up makeshift wooden sheds. Then arranged 10 chefs to cook and prepare food for them. Let them work until starving and eat directly. Eat and continue working. Work till tired and sleep right there. Lynn needed large amounts of limestone to burn lime, to pave roads and build the territory's entrance defenses. After 3 days of continuous mining, Lynn withdrew 200 people from the stone mine. 100 people drove carts to transport excavated limestone to lime kilns. The other 100 directly used anthracite to begin loading kilns. With the strong heat of anthracite, lime burning efficiency will greatly improve. Amid Lynn's vigorous construction, a group of cavalry walked along mountain path. Unkempt, dressed simply and poorly. For coolness, boldly unbuttoned their clothes in front, revealing flat bellies. Their expressions varied, with nervousness and numbness. Even in this desolate wilderness, they tightly held weapons. To avoid falling behind, a rider stayed close to another. The middle-aged man complained, "Damn it, my mouth is almost drying like a bird." Hall glanced at Hughes, replied, "Who says it's not? I've gone 3 days without eating. When will this end?" Hughes snorted, "I should have known better than join this Iron Blood Brotherhood. Clearly having passed so many villages, why not loot them? The summer harvest just ended. They have plenty of grain, and the livestock fed on spring's tender grass are fat to bursting by now. If we loot them, wouldn't we have food?" Hall immediately signaled for silence with a finger to his lips. Hughes laughed disdainfully. "Why fear? Just a fallen noble knight. No, even the title of knight is stripped. What's the difference between him and us?" Hall dared not speak, looking hurriedly ahead. Upon a tall and strong black warhorse, with brown hair fluttering, a silhouette like a proud pine stood atop. Dressed in bright silver full-plate armor and a helmet slung at the waist, extra radiant under daylight. Beside the splendid horse, a lance longer than the horse's body hung on a stirrup rack. This was a true knight. Hall just wanted to speak. The leading warhorse suddenly stopped. His eyes quickly contracted. He hastily tugged the reins, distanced from Hughes. "Sir Anthony." "It's Hughes complaining. It's not. Not me." Hughes frowned as he looked at the towering warhorse approaching. He instinctively tightened his grip on the one-handed axe in his hand. Watching the burly knight, he put on the full-face helmet hanging beside him. He took the lance hanging on the stirrup gun rack in his left hand and tucked it under his arm. Hughes finally began to panic. "Anthony, what are you doing?" "I was just speaking casually." The lance in Anthony's hand was already aimed at him. His legs suddenly clamped the horse's belly, and the black warhorse beneath him neighed and started galloping toward Hughes. The people originally following behind Hughes retreated repeatedly, fearing collateral damage. Hughes was terrified and kept backing away, shouting, "Lord Anthony, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense in the team. Please forgive me." The warhorse did not stop. Despite the rugged mountain road, it continued to stride briskly. Its powerful leg muscles pulled, raising its hooves high with each leap. Each time it leaped, mud flew from its iron hooves. Watching this scene, everyone's gaze contracted and they held their breath. The shadow grew larger in his eyes, and Hughes realized Anthony would not spare him. Hughes crouched down, gripping his axe with his right hand, ready for combat. The speed of the warhorse was too fast. The sharp and long spear struck Hughes' chest. The great inertia carried by the horse knocked him off, flying 3 to 4 meters before crashing onto the ground full of gravel, lifeless. Everyone's faces were solemn, not daring to speak. Especially Hall, whose heart was racing. Everyone's gaze fell on the towering knight. He retracted the lance and removed his helmet. Anthony didn't spare a glance at the corpse on the ground. He pulled the reins of the horse and moved forward. It wasn't until Anthony was 7 or 8 meters away that they resumed breathing. The pressure from a real knight made them afraid to breathe. Everyone exchanged glances, squeezed their horses' bellies, and followed Anthony forward. Lynn rode along the lime road, flanked by unclaimed wasteland. It was 20 miles from the village to the mountain forest, and it took Lynn 2 hours on his draft horse to reach the entrance of the forest. The depth of the forest was 5 miles. Lynn rode while scanning the forest around him. The slope wasn't very high, mainly consisting of decomposed soil and dry leaves. With a cross pickaxe or iron shovel, it could be leveled for a camp. Halfway through the forest, Lynn saw villagers laying the road. The remaining 2 or 3 miles would be completed in 2 or 3 days. At the forest's exit, several chevaux de frise blocked the middle of the road. About 10 figures stood there holding iron spears. Seeing Lynn, their eyes immediately lit up and they stood up. They called out with admiration, "Master Lynn." Lynn responded with a nod. Riding on his horse, accompanied by several soldiers, Rose saw Lynn and quickly dismounted. Rose spoke respectfully. "Master, as per your request, the chevaux de frise and guards are arranged." Lynn nodded. "Rose, I plan to build fortifications here." Rose's eyes brightened. "Master, do you mean to establish a gate?" Lynn nodded. "No, a wall. A wall constructed from lime, sand, and stones, 4 meters thick and 10 meters high." Rose's eyes widened instantly. Even with chevaux de frise and soldier guards, they could only block small teams. If a cavalry force of 100 or 80 men charged, such fortifications would be instantly destroyed. Truly, as the master said, construction of such a massive wall gate with soldiers defending it. Unless equipped with heavy siege machinery, the wall gate would be indestructible. In front of the exit was a vast open space, visible for 4 or 5 miles, with clear sight lines. This was Lynn standing on the ground. If a 10-meter-high wall was built, the view would stretch even further. There would be no worry about surprise attacks. The distance between the 2 mountains is about 100 meters, with slopes forming an inverted H shape. On the slopes, there are full of man-sized trees, shrubs, and sharp rocks. All of these need to be cleared. Building fortifications at the forest's exit is indeed a large project. Lynn still plans to prioritize this task. Building fortifications to guard the entrance to the territory allows for farming without worries. Lynn returned to the village. Lime burning was underway. Cartloads of stones and anthracite as fuel were being transported to the riverside below the Acadia River. There, 100 villagers were preparing to construct kilns for burning lime. In 1 or 2 days, burning could begin. Everything was proceeding according to Lynn's plan. Lynn joined the group constructing kilns, rolling up his sleeves. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Little by little, experience was accumulating. The kilns for lime were almost ready. After drying overnight, early in the morning the stones and anthracite would be loaded into the kilns and capped, ready for burning. Except for the patrols arranged by Rose, all villagers returned to the village. They ate dinner and sat by the bonfire, letting its flames dance across their faces. In the light of the fire, their faces were full of satisfaction. Lynn took a sip from his bowl of beer, and 2 figures approached him one after the other. Colin quickly bent down, speaking reverently. "Master Lynn, you were looking for me?" Lynn glanced at Colin and Kesey, nodding. "I need you to oversee the construction of the wall at the forest entrance." After hearing Master Lynn's explanation, Colin frowned. Standing alongside Lynn, Kesey's face showed some surprise. But, more than anything, it was anticipation. Kesey didn't understand why a wall was needed at the forest entrance. But she knew that if a wall served as defense, they'd no longer worry about enemy attacks. Thinking briefly, Colin hesitated. "Master Lynn, I've previously helped other lords build castles, constructing walls. It's really difficult." Lynn naturally understood the problems Colin mentioned. Firstly, the collection of stone. Surrounding the forest, there's plenty of forest, allowing close collection. Transportation wouldn't be an issue. However, relying solely on manual labor to mine and shape the stones was very challenging. Next was the foundation, which must bear the massive weight of the wall, requiring the removal of surface soil to the bedrock. Piling technology might even be needed. Not only must many stonemasons ensure tight joining of stones, but massive manpower is also needed. Transporting large stones relies on manpower, pulleys, ropes, and slopes. He solemnly said, I understand this, but the wall must be built. The existence of the wall pertains to the safety of the entire territory. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin gathered all the villagers together. Looking at the mass of figures on the empty ground before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. Once starting off alone in hell, he had now become the lord of 1,500 villagers. Looking at those honest faces and those pairs of eyes, Lin took a deep breath and began to speak. The most important thing was for Lin to reassign work to all of them. Only through reasonable division of labor could the maximum labor force be exerted. The total population of the village had now reached 1,500, excluding the 150 in the guard team, 15 at Lex's brewing workshop, 15 at the blacksmith shop, and 10 at the carpenter's house. In the kitchen, plus Gavin and Wilbur with 10 farmers for weeding the 3,000 acres of pea fields. At the salt factory and rock salt excavation, they just needed to maintain a daily output of 700 pounds of fine salt. These 700 pounds of fine salt were the main economic source for the entire territory's survival. 5 people led by Guy for breeding, priest Old John with 20 children, and 200 digging the open-pit coal mine. Anthracite was crucial for continuing to burn quicklime and for burning red bricks later. The excavation could not stop. Lin assigned the remaining 850 people entirely to the construction of the city walls. In the pit, quicklime reacted with river water. Under immense heat, plumes of white mist rose. Before Lin, there were over 30 pits, all fervently burning lime. 40 to 50 villagers continuously loaded the burnt and cooled lime into wooden barrels, which were then placed on wagons. Under the guidance and urging of the villagers, wagons moved along the lime trail through the forests toward the mountain entrance. By the distant banks of the Acadia River, 50 to 60 villagers were digging river sand. River sand, unlike desert sand, had distinct particles. It often contained much soil, grass roots, and other impurities. After excavation, it needed to be washed, processed, and dried. This ensured the river sand mixed more thoroughly and evenly with lime and stones. Lin, with Red, rode behind the wagons to inspect. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The hooves of ordinary horses clicked crisply on the ground. Passing through the wasteland, Lin arrived at the forested area. Teams of figures busily worked there. Groups of 20, under temporary captain's leadership, cleared trees and soil at the mountain pass. Cross pickaxes struck rock continuously, producing deafening sounds. Trees, cut and sawed by either an iron saw or iron axe, after limb removal, were neatly piled together. These logs could later be used to transport stones for city wall construction. Massive stones were also being pulled to the mountain pass by draft horses. Uniform chants echoed continuously in the forest. Not far away, Colin wore a stern expression. Lin had appointed him as the chief in charge. Such a massive project even felt taxing for an experienced craftsman like him. However, after last night's instructions from Master Lin, Colin felt confident they could complete it. He shifted his gaze, seeing Lin indeed riding and inspecting from a distance. Colin fully understood the importance of the fortifications and recognized Lin's trust by entrusting such a large project to him. He withdrew his gaze and addressed the dozen or so people ahead. "Gentlemen, have you completed the site survey? Now, what we need to do is organize the personnel for construction." The dozen or so people ahead withdrew their gaze. They quickly responded, "Of course, Colin, whatever you say, we will do." "Yes, although we are stonemasons, our skills are nowhere near as professional as you, Colin." These were ordinary stonemasons, usually only building stone houses at most. Seeing the entire forest bustling and the city wall being built as planned, Lin finally pulled the horse's reins, heading back to the village. Red closely followed. As Lin returned to the village, Lex came briskly to greet him. Stepping knowingly in front of Lin's horse, he held the reins, bringing the horse to a stop. Lin dismounted, and Lex said with a beaming smile, "Master Lin, I have good news." Lin raised his eyebrows, silent for a moment. Lex continued without pause. "The hops you fenced in have all blossomed." A look of surprise spread across Lin's face. However, after pondering briefly, he realized it was already August, the season of hop maturation. Lin stepped forward, walking toward a spot not far from the village. Lex and Red followed closely. With Rose in charge of training and handling the territory's defense forces, Red had become Lin's personal guard. No matter where he went, Red shadowed him. Walking along the newly paved lime road, Lin stood amidst lush green plants. Hanging above the greenery were clusters of off-white bracts. Even before picking them, Lin could clearly smell the hop's aroma. His hand moved, plucking a hop flower, its soft feel covering him immediately. Mature hop can be used for brewing beer, adding flavor and aroma, can be used in medicine, with effects like improving digestion, anti-tuberculosis, calming the nerves, and diuretic. Examining the hop in his hand, Lin nodded in satisfaction. After nearly half a year of waiting, the hops had finally matured. Lin looked at Lex and said, "Call over all the apprentices from the brewing workshop. Let's harvest these hops while the weather's good." "Of course, Master Lin." Lex didn't hesitate, quickly heading to the brewing workshop. In just a few minutes, a dozen or so people arrived at the hop plantation. Lin moved, taking a sickle from Lex's hand, and began harvesting. Growing hops wasn't easy. Forming a scale like the current, with branches over a meter high, was even harder. To ensure future collection, Lin skillfully cut down the hops' vine bracts, placing them in the wicker basket at his feet. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Experience points steadily increased little by little. Lex organized the apprentices to join in harvesting. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat appeared on Lin's face. His back, even more so, was soaked through with sweat. At this moment, Red, with a woven hat in hand, approached Lin. Lin glanced at him and said, "Help me put it on." Red, adept at gauging people, wasn't as stern as one might imagine. Without hesitation, Red helped Lin put on the hat. The sunlight ahead became less glaring. The entire field of hops was finally harvested. Looking at the baskets filled with hop buds, Lin spoke to Lex. "From now on, this hop field will be managed by your brewery. Expand the planting scale, harvest the hops, and oversee the later stages." Lex quickly nodded. "All right, Master Lin, I will immediately arrange for people to conduct the harvest." As an experienced brewer, Lex naturally understood the value of the hops before him. The presence of hops not only improves the taste of brewed beer, but also extends the shelf life of the beer. That means, while increasing the selling price of the hops, the beer can be sold to farther places. The harvested hops need to be thoroughly cleaned and naturally dried or dehydrated before storage, or used to brew beer. The construction of the wall at the Mountain Forest Pass finally began. Huge stone blocks were slowly moved using support frames built from logs. To move a single stone block, nearly 100 people were busily working. The stonemasons chosen by Colin were coordinating the work, ensuring the construction of the wall would proceed without any accidents. With the push of dozens of villagers, the giant stone fell onto the flat ground prepared with a cross pickaxe, making a heavy sound. Lin looked at the granite block, 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and about 1 meter high. This massive stone weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Of course, only the bottom few layers needed such gigantic stones to stabilize the wall's foundation. As the wall's layers increased, the size of the stones at the top would gradually decrease. As one giant stone was placed, another foundation stone was rolled over logs with the help of villagers and several draft horses. Sitting on horseback, Lin observed this scene from afar, nodding with satisfaction. Colin proved to be a level 3 craftsman indeed. Even though it was his first time building such a wall, he organized the work methodically. Jumping off his horse, Lin rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the busy crowd. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. One by one, the massive stones were lifted and stacked by the hard-working villagers. Time gradually passed. Until nightfall, only over a dozen stones were erected and placed at the Mountain Forest Pass. The difficulty of constructing a wall across the forest was evident. This was the final outcome due to Lin's careful division of labor. Primarily relying on manual labor and the most primitive transportation and extraction methods greatly limited the speed and efficiency of construction. After placing the last stone of the day, Lin informed all the villagers that their work was done for the day. Lin never intended for them to work through the night to race against time for construction. Currently, they simply lacked the capability. Firstly, There were no lighting tools. Illuminating a wide area over 100 meters using torches? Completely unrealistic. In the dark nights, insufficient lighting. Conducting such large-scale heavy labor was extremely inefficient. Additionally, accidents could easily occur, leading to loss of workforce. Lin felt it was unnecessary. Secondly, the villagers' energy was limited. After a day's work, these villagers were already exhausted. Rather than exhausting the villagers' labor, it was better to let them return home early, have a hearty dinner, and rest well for a full night. Revitalized, they could re-engage in the massive wall construction project the following day. Receiving news from Master Lin, the villagers were instantly invigorated. Nothing made people feel happier than working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Eagerly, the over 800 people marched out of the forest towards the distant village. Lin, riding among the villagers, scanned the crowd with his gaze, finding almost 90% had a loyalty over 90%. The remaining 80% loyal villagers were those who had recently come to his territory. Lin nodded with satisfaction. The nearby villagers cast admiring and respectful glances at Lin. They knew that this way of life was granted to them by Master Lin. Returning to the village, the blazing bonfire illuminated the open space in front of the village brightly. Dozens of cooks had already prepared large pots of barley porridge, barley bread, and some meat dishes, neatly placed on square wooden tables. On the wooden tables, there were also buckets of beer. The villagers who just returned to the village, seeing this scene, had their eyes light up with excitement. Having learned from past experiences, they no longer needed to be scolded or instructed by the guards to form orderly lines naturally. Each villager stepped up to the wooden table, receiving their portion of food from the cooks. A large piece of barley bread, a large bowl of fresh meat and barley porridge, and a bowl of stew. If they preferred beer, they could also head over to collect a bowl of beer. Sitting at a square table, Lin ate the same food. Though he was the lord of this land, Master Lin to these villagers, compared to surviving alone on snake and wolf meat. These living conditions were already quite good. Lin sat by the bonfire, pondering the discovery of development ahead. Now, he faced numerous challenges. The most urgent task was naturally constructing the wall. Lin didn't know how many bandits were in the Iron Blood Brotherhood. However, he had no intention of finding out. If there were only dozens of bandits, the 100 soldiers trained by Rose would suffice to deal with them. If there were hundreds of bandits, even discovering them would be futile, silently waiting for the bandit attack. Moreover, Aiden Manor Lord's previously arrived manor's strength was still unknown to Lin. The only way to change the situation: the wall. With the wall, Lin would have the capital and time to continue development. Once the wall was completed, soldiers defended the wall, avoiding direct cavalry assaults. Now the territory, though populated, lacked qualified infantry and cavalry. In the future, it was also necessary to vigorously develop animal husbandry and craftsmanship. As thoughts ran through Lin's mind, an old figure appeared before Lin. "Great Lord, your land has been invaded by darkness. If the darkness is not eradicated in advance, this paradise for survival will be consumed by it." Lin's gaze shifted, looking to his side. There, old John was staring at him with wide eyes, full of mystery. Lin furrowed his brow and asked in return, "What darkness?" Red also stared straight at the old man in front of him, his right hand always resting on the scimitar's hilt. Previously, when old John's hands glowed to revive Gavin, it left Red uneasy. Old John, without any hesitation, began to speak. "Master Lin, a little mouse has entered your territory. She contains dark power within her. Although she is still somewhat weak now, given time, she could destroy everything. She will also become a source of calamity." Lin furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "Old John, I don't like riddles." Red instantly tightened his grip on the scimitar he held. Sensing the impatience in Master Lin's words, old John began to explain. "Master Lin, a witch has entered your territory." As he spoke, old John's gaze scanned around the area. He continued, "Although the aura is very weak, old John truly felt it." Lin's brow slightly furrowed. Instantly, a person came to his mind. The latest batch of slaves was brought by Grayson's sister, Odyssey. They came from the Southern War of the Portland's Empire. Lin originally thought that this battlefield was merely a diversion created by the Emperor of Portland's Empire. but it turned out to be real. A powerful witch not only possesses the ability to control elements, but can also use magic items, and even create some fear-inducing magic items. For an empire, the appearance of an unsolvable witch would be catastrophic. Lin looked at Old John and said in a deep voice, "Can you quickly find this witch?" Old John shook his head. "Sorry, Master Lin, I cannot find her, although I have a keen sense for the aura of darkness. But that dark aura is too weak now." Lin nodded and said, "I understand." After informing Master Lin of what he knew, Old John then bowed and withdrew. He didn't need Master Lin's reward, because, after living here for a while, Old John had already decided to spend all his future time on this land. Lin's gaze also swept across the area ahead. There, silhouettes were strolling around the village. The village now had a population of 1,500, and coupled with it being nighttime, Lin couldn't possibly gather everyone now for a search. Compared to searching for the witch, Lin was more concerned with completing the construction of the walls at the mountain forest passageway as quickly as possible. Given the living conditions the village provided to the villagers, 3 meals a day, with meat at each meal, they could eat their fill. Even if there is a witch, she certainly wouldn't destroy this place. A witch is also human and needs to eat and drink. The night grew darker. The villagers wandering around returned to their respective wooden huts, enjoying the peaceful evening. A short silhouette slowly walked through the dark shadow of the village under the night. Some guards patrolling the village passed by, completely unaware of the silhouette's existence. Even walking past it a few meters away, they didn't notice anything. Only after the 4 guards left did the silhouette emerge from the darkness. Faintly, it could be seen that she was a young, tender girl, wearing a simple and thin linen dress, and shoes made of yellowed, tattered cloth. Beneath hair as messy as a bird's nest was a nervous face. Perhaps to disguise herself, her face was smeared with streaks of black ash. Obviously, due to prolonged hunger and malnutrition, the girl's body was thin and frail. Despite this, the girl's eyes were filled with brightness. Under this black night, they were like a pair of bright moons in the darkness. The girl scanned her surroundings, determined the direction, and quickly made her way towards a wooden hut nearby. As she arrived at the hut's door, the wooden door creaked open. Inside, a middle-aged woman immediately pulled the girl into the hut. She glanced around the inside of the hut. The wooden door closed with a creak. Looking at the burning red embers and feeling the comfortable warmth inside the hut, the girl finally loosened the tight embrace of her arms around herself. The middle-aged woman looked at the girl, asking her, "Sienna, no one saw you come, right?" Being called Sienna, the girl quickly shook her head but remained silent. Seeing Sienna's nervous expression, Mara sighed inwardly and reached out to smooth Sienna's hair. This was an attempt to tidy Sienna's messy hair. Mara smiled slightly and said, "The reason Aunt lives separately from you is to divert others' attention. You know, Sienna, your identity is somewhat special." Sienna quickly nodded. "Aunt, I know. It's all for my own good. Just like when Mother told me to hide in the cellar before, it was all for my own good." Upon hearing this, Mara's heart ached sharply. Sienna's mother sacrificed her life to lure away the cavalry that invaded the village to protect Sienna. Not only Sienna's mother, but her own mother and all the villagers of the village were killed beneath the cavalry's lances. The village's more than 300 souls were completely slaughtered. Except for Sienna, no one survived. Mara made a move to hug Sienna tightly. Her voice was trembling. "It's okay, it's okay." Sienna struggled out from Mara's clothes, asking with curiosity, "Aunt Mara, did father, mother, and the villagers die because of me?" Mara's body suddenly stiffened, and she quickly refuted, "Of course not. How could you think that?" Sienna explained with some confusion, "But I can hide in the darkness, and even if they stand before me, they can't see me. I can attract those little creatures, and even understand their words. I am what they call a witch," Mara hastily said. "Even if that's the case, it's not your fault, understand?" Though Sienna didn't speak, Mara could still see deep fear in her eyes. Sienna hesitated a bit. "Aunt, can I sleep with you tonight? Every time I close my eyes, those hateful eyes keep staring at me. I'm a bit scared." Mara held Sienna more tightly in her arms. "All right, we'll sleep together tonight." Together. Mara's eyes started to glisten with tears. Sienna was just 8 years old now. Yet she had witnessed piles of bodies and rivers of blood red as crimson. The following day at dawn, the sky had not yet brightened. Urged by the guards, the villagers responsible for constructing the castle walls had breakfast and headed towards the distant mountain forest pass. Lynn could allow them not to work at night, but they must travel at dawn. After all, traveling would not pose a life-threatening crisis. Upon arriving at the mountain forest pass, over 800 villagers threw themselves into bustling labor. Lynn rode on horseback patrolling. However, not long after, a team of horse-drawn carriages appeared in the distance. With great momentum, wherever the carriage team passed, clouds of dust were raised. Rose, in charge of the guards, wore a serious expression and immediately gathered the surrounding soldiers. The villagers were engaged in labor now. If a battle broke out, they would be affected first. At best, it could affect the construction of the castle walls. At worst, these villagers might lose their lives. Lynn pressed his feet against the horse's belly, heading towards the forefront exit, with Red quickly bringing along 10 guards to follow. Upon seeing Lynn, Rose bowed in salute, speaking respectfully, "Master Lynn, over there." Lynn simply responded, "It's nothing." With nearly 100 soldiers standing ready, the carriage team arrived at the clearing in front of the mountain forest pass. George leaped down from the frontmost carriage. Upon seeing the throngs of busy figures, his face showed evident surprise. He had only gone out for a few days? How could everything have changed so completely? George's gaze shifted and quickly spotted Lynn. He hurriedly stepped forth, walking up to him. "Master Lynn, this is..." Lynn replied calmly, "Constructing castle walls." Upon hearing this, George's face instantly understood the meaning. It was filled with anticipation. Although he came from a merchant family, he clearly knew that building castle walls at the only pass to the territory held great significance. You could even say it was the vital point. Previously, he had considered suggesting it to Master Lin. But, under previous circumstances, there simply weren't the conditions needed for defense. Fortunately, now everything is better. Remember, when he first came to Master Lin's village, counting Master Lin himself, there were only 3 people. Now it has become a village with over 1,000 people. With thousands of acres of cultivated land, hundreds of wooden houses, salt mines, and coal mines. More critically, the villagers live peacefully, with an astonishing level of loyalty and obedience to Master Lin as their lord. Taking a deep breath, George bowed to Lin, speaking respectfully. "Master Lin, I brought back 170 slaves for you, and also 50,000 pounds of barley, 6,000 pounds of meat, 20 horses, and 15 oxen." After listening to George's explanation, Lin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Although the village currently has 1,500 labor forces, for a territory striving to develop fully, it's still too little. Without large mechanical tools, only relying on a massive labor force can increase the efficiency of labor. Lin had George take the grain, oxen, and draft horses back to the village. The remaining slaves, Lin directly let them stay here, joining the construction of the castle walls. With the addition of these 170 slaves, the labor force constructing the castle walls had already increased to 1,000 people. Once all the slaves were divided into tasks and settled properly, Lin finally relaxed a bit. Lin discovered that at some point, George was standing not far in the back, clearly waiting for Lin. Stepping back from the front, George quickly walked up to Lin. Lin looked at George and asked. George hurriedly explained, "Master Lin, while I was out, I got some news from other merchants." Lin responded, waiting for George's further words. George continued, "Master Lin, Marquis Duca's eldest son will be holding a succession ceremony a month later." Lin wasn't surprised. As the eldest son, Mark Ducas was deeply favored by Ducas. Moreover, Mark Ducas was ruthless, while Ducas's other sons were good-for-nothings, frequently caught up in brothels. How could they compare to Mark Ducas? Inheriting the Marquis title was merely a matter of time. Lin nodded. "I understand. Go back and rest. It's been a hard journey." Upon hearing Lin's words, George looked startled, quickly speaking. "Master Lin, you flatter me. This is my duty." Watching George leave, Lin withdrew his gaze. No wonder bandits were appearing in the territory, pillaging villages, and Marquis Duca remained indifferent. Turns out, his heir Mark was busy with his succession matters. With this reasoning, Everything made sense. Lin thought to himself, the speed of village construction must be accelerated. If, once Mark Dukas truly inherits the position and has the time, and he learns that his half-brothers, whom he ordered to be killed, not only survived but developed their own influence. Mark Dukas surely wouldn't let it go easily. No one would allow their enemies to grow steadily. Watching as the granite stone blocks were coated with a mixture of sand and lime, then stacked and assembled, Lin's heart slightly relaxed. Fortunately, everything is proceeding smoothly and orderly. As time passed day by day, the castle walls, originally only consisting of a few stones, had now reached a height of 2 to 3 meters. At this rate, perhaps within a month, the 10-meter-tall castle walls could be completed. But Lin thought again, feeling his thoughts were somewhat naive. At first, the foundation wasn't high, just requiring brute force to move the thousands of pounds of stones into place. Yet as the castle walls continued to rise, the height increasing, the difficulty of construction would only continue to rise. It would rely on constructing stepped stone ladders, moving stone blocks one level at a time. Instantly, an idea flashed in Lin's mind. Without hesitation, Lin mounted the horse, returning towards the village. Upon returning to the village, he went directly to the blacksmith shop. At this time, the blacksmith shop was rushing to make the shields Lin needed. Seeing Master Lin arrive, Irello, who had just sat down to drink a sip of water, quickly stood up. Irello stepped up to Lin, asking respectfully. Lin glanced around the blacksmith shop. The apprentices forging there quickly bowed as well. Lin responded, saying, I need you to arrange for someone to work overnight on making something. Irello's eyes widened instantly. Master Lin, what is it? Lin said, a sliding pulley. As the construction of the walls continued to rise, reaching 7 or 8 meters, transporting these giant stones became increasingly difficult. Even relying on brute force to move them proved both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Instead, it's better to create labor tools that improve efficiency. Irello looked at Lin, full of questions, and asked, Master Lin, what is a pulley mechanism? In his mind, there were only memories related to some wheels and pulleys. A fixed pulley doesn't save effort, but can change the direction of force. A moving pulley can save effort, but cannot change the direction of force. Then there is the pulley group. However, it doesn't matter. He may not remember those memories, but Heavenly Artifacts does. Lin picked up an iron hammer placed beside him and instructed an apprentice to bring out a glowing red piece of high-quality iron. The hammering collisions between the iron hammer and the iron block produced a crisp sound, echoing throughout the blacksmith shop. Sparks burst out from the point of impact, scattering everywhere. Knowledge about pulley production surged continuously into Lin's mind and swiftly integrated. A short moment later, the complete set of knowledge regarding pulley production had perfectly integrated with Lin. Lin looked at Irello and explained, the most important part of a pulley mechanism is the pulley wheel and the pulley axle. Seeing Irello's face full of confusion, Lin showed no emotional change. A pulley mechanism is not something of this era. Irello's lack of understanding is quite normal. Immediately, Lin picked up a piece of charcoal and began sketching on the nearby wooden wall. Watching Master Lin's arm move back and forth, the outlines gradually emerged on the wall. Irello's eyes inadvertently widened. A black outline appeared in Irello's eyes. Evidently, to make it easier for himself to understand the pulley mechanism, Master Lin had deconstructed it. A metal pulley with grooves. Running through the pulley is an iron axle, with brackets fixing both the pulley and the axle. And the critical part that connects the heavy object to the pulley and transmits force, the iron chain. It seems simple and easy to comprehend, but Irello knew that forging a pulley mechanism is not easy. After explaining in detail the key points of pulley mechanism production, Lin stared directly at Irello. I need a pulley mechanism that can lift 10,000 pounds of giant stones, needing just 3,000 pounds of pull. I need 10 of these pulley mechanisms, and I'm giving you 3 days. With such detailed blueprints, if Irello still doesn't know how to produce them, Lin might consider finding another person to manage the blacksmith shop. Irello said nothing but squinted at the drawing on the wall. As a villager in Master Lin's territory, Irello certainly knew what these were for. They were naturally for building the walls at the mountain forest pass. A short moment later, Irello withdrew his gaze, looked at Lin, and said in a deep voice, No problem, Master Lin, but I need you to provide me with more manpower. Of course, Lin nodded and said, I'll provide you with 30 more people. You handle how to use them yourself. The work of forging the round shields naturally cannot be halted. This is linked to the entire territory's military strength. Irello's face relaxed a bit, and he glanced at the apprentices next to him. Irello shouted loudly, Everyone, we have a new task. After Irello's speech, a dozen blacksmith apprentices began to work. Lin looked at Red, who nodded knowingly and left the blacksmith shop. In just a few minutes, 30 sturdy men arrived at the blacksmith shop. Handing these men to Irello, Lin picked up the iron hammer and continued forging. His forging experience had already increased substantially and soon could reach the next level. The sounds echoed continuously in the blacksmith shop, rising and falling rhythmically. A pulley mechanism appeared in Lin's view. Because it was just forged, the pulley mechanism appeared silver-white overall. Lin slid his right hand over the central axis of the mechanism, creating a slight piercing sound. It was the sound of metal rubbing against metal. A string of text also emerged before Lin's eyes. Pulley group to be installed. Composed of multiple fixed and moving pulleys, the amount of effort saved depends on the number of rope segments bearing the weight, usable for construction, etc. Looking at this pulley group, Lin nodded in satisfaction. The forged pulley group only needed to be installed to be used in the construction of the wall. This would accelerate the construction of the walls. Although it took almost a day to forge this first pulley group, it was because the entire blacksmith shop was still unfamiliar with the process. Following the completion of this pulley group, 3 days was ample time to forge 10 pulley groups. Beside him, Irello stared at Lin, waiting for his master Lin's final judgment. Lin nodded and said, Use this pulley group as a reference and start producing with all your might. Receiving Master Lin's affirmative response, Irello's tense mind instantly relaxed. Yet he showed no slacking, affirming, Yes, Master Lin, I promise to forge 10 pulley group mechanisms within 3 days. Lin responded with a sound, then walked out of the blacksmith shop. By this time, the sky had gradually dimmed. Lin had just forged 1 pulley group mechanism, and a full day had passed. In the clearing among the forest, over 100 people sat around bonfires, resting. An iron pot was set up over the campfire, continually boiling, wisps of steam wafting out. Visible chunks of meat were rolling within. In their hands, they held chunks of deep brown jerky, gnawing repeatedly. Despite this, their faces were still full of weakness and fatigue. Looking at the members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood, Hall's face was full of worry. They had been relocating for over half a month. Although they attacked many villages, never lacking food and water sources, the prolonged marching left them exhausted. Continuing like this, even if they could endure, their horses could not. Gulping down the jerky, Hall stepped toward the burly figure not far away. Squatting down, Hall sat directly beside the knight. He was about to speak when Anthony's centipede-like scar directly intruded into Hall's sight. His breathing became heavier involuntarily. Suppressing the tension within, Hall forced himself to speak. Lord Anthony, we cannot continue like this any longer. Anthony's gaze shifted towards Hall. Hall took a deep breath and continued. If we keep relocating, our team will fall apart. Anthony still didn't speak. Hall said, The Iron Blood Brotherhood needs to recover, needs to expand its strength, or else facing enemies will be like scattered sand. Anthony's mouth opened slightly, a hoarse and low voice rising. So, what is your plan? Feeling Anthony's almost piercing gaze, Hall's heart couldn't help but start to race. Thoughts whirled in his mind, and Hall said in a deep voice, Find a suitable area, preferably easy to defend and difficult to attack. First, let the members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood take a rest. They are really too tired. Second, while they are resting, recruit those refugees to expand the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Given the current chaotic situation, as long as we give them food, they will certainly be happy to join us. Finally, purchase or plunder more sharp weapons and horses. Anthony's face remained perfectly calm. That feeling seemed like nothing in this world could cause his emotions to fluctuate. Anthony spoke blandly. Have you found such a place? Feeling the questioning tone in Anthony's voice, Hall hesitantly nodded. Lord Anthony, Manor Lord Aiden of Morgantown invites you to his manor, claiming to have a great gift for you. Time passed by day after day. The size and height of the city wall visibly grew. In 3 days, Irello had already forged 10 pulleys. Each pulley could lift 5 to 6,000 in weight. With the winding chains, only 2 to 3,000 pounds of force was needed to pull the boulders up. With the 10 pulley sets forged by Irello, the construction efficiency was clearly accelerated. The city wall now had a height of 5 to 6 meters. Moreover, blocks of boulders weighing thousands of pounds were continually transported to the wall under the hoisting of the pulley set's frame. Despite the guards' supervision, accidents were still inevitable. Several villagers sustained varying degrees of injuries while transporting the boulders. Fortunately, none were critically injured. Lynn also joined in the construction of the city wall. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Lynn led the villagers back to the village. Just after finishing dinner, the stern-faced old John came to Lynn. Lynn looked at old John with confusion and said, "What's wrong?" Old John quickly spoke. "Master Lynn, I think I have found the source of that dark power." Lynn's eyebrows instantly raised. "You found it? Take me there." Old John nodded. "Please follow me, Master Lynn." Lynn stood up and followed old John. Red, who was responsible for guarding, immediately called a team of guards to follow behind. Walking through the gaps between houses, old John's pace gradually slowed down. Looking at a wooden house ahead, he softly said, "Master Lynn, there's a dark power hidden in that wooden house." Lynn frowned and walked towards the wooden house. Before he got close, a cautionary voice sounded from inside the wooden house, reaching his ears. "Sienna, are you full? I have some barley bread here. Eat it all together." "Aunt, Lord gave such a big bowl of barley porridge and bread, and meat soup too. I'm already full. If you're full, save it for later. You're growing up, and you'll be quick to get hungry." "Aunt, I'm only a few years old. My body is so small. How can I eat so much?" "Listen, who's there?" The woman's caring voice instantly turned cold. The wooden house door opened a crack, and a middle-aged woman poked her head out. But upon seeing Master Lynn and the guards behind him approaching, Mara's face instantly showed panic, and she quickly shut the wooden door, shouting, "Sienna, run, quick." A flurry of hurried footsteps sounded within the wooden house. The wooden house door was pushed open. Mara held the hand of a young girl, with a tender face, running frantically in the opposite direction of Lynn without looking back. However, after running only dozens of meters, a voice called out to her. Mara didn't speak, continuing to run. Sienna's voice continued, "Aunt, wait. They don't seem to be chasing us." Mara's pace gradually slowed down, and she looked over suspiciously. Indeed, just as Sienna said, the guards following the Lord were still standing in place, not pursuing. Mara's face showed some hesitation. Could it be she was being too sensitive? Feeling someone approaching, she instinctively thought they wanted to harm Sienna. Lynn walked towards Mara and Sienna. Mara's expression visibly tensed, while Sienna gazed curiously at Lynn. Lynn's gaze fell upon the two, and text appeared before his eyes. Attributes: Attack F, Defense F-, Speed F-, Constitution F-, Energy F. The middle-aged woman was just an ordinary person. Lynn looked at the little girl. Attributes: Attack D, Defense F-, Speed F-, Constitution F-, Energy D. Talent: Dark Energy Absorption. Actively absorbs dark energy from areas filled with negative emotions, death aura, or dark environments. Skills: Merging into shadow. Can easily hide in the dark and become part of it. Hearing all things. Can listen to the heart's voice of all things. Shadow Mist. Creates a thick mist akin to the dark abyss. Looking at Sienna's panel, Lynn couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 3 skills plus 1 talent. This panel was simply too impressive. Is this the extraordinary power of a witch? Sienna is only 8 years old. No wonder witch hunts are happening across the continent. If such extraordinary powers formed into a group or organization, any ruling class of an empire would be on edge. Feeling Lynn's intense gaze, Sienna's heart inexplicably tensed. Mara quickly stepped forward, shielding Sienna. She politely bowed to Lynn and respectfully said, "Master Lynn, you are." Lynn directly ignored Mara's inquiry, speaking bluntly, "She is a witch." Upon hearing Lynn's indisputable words, Mara's eyes instantly shrunk. She almost hesitated not at all and directly knelt on the lime ground. Merciful Master Lin, please spare us. Sienna acquired this terrifying and hated ability since birth, but she is only 8 years old, merely a child. She has never done anything bad in all her life. If you want to burn, please tie me to the cross for execution. I'm willing to take Sienna's place. Mara's voice trembled. I only hope Master Lin can spare Sienna. If you spare her, I'll immediately have her leave your territory. Will you? Please. Lin's gaze met Mara's, and he countered. When did I say I wanted to execute her? Upon hearing Lin's words, Mara's face instantly held back. Old John's face showed surprise and puzzlement. Mara tentatively asked, Master Lin, didn't you say Sienna is? Lin nodded and said, she is a witch. Upon hearing this word, Mara felt inexplicable tension and fear. Her fear was that others might harm Sienna. Lin continued, but I didn't say I would bind her to a cross for burning. An expression of surprise appeared on Mara's face, with more of an unexpected look. Witches are a forbidden existence not only in the entire Karidi Empire, but even the whole Garonia continent. Almost everyone strives to exterminate them. However, the present Master Lin had no intention whatsoever to capture Sienna. Mara hesitated a bit while looking at Lin and asked, Master Lin, what is this about? Lin spoke indifferently. You can continue to stay in my territory. Moreover, you won't need to do any work in the future. I will provide you with free food and even specialized guards for your protection. Mara's eyes widened instantly. But soon, Mara thought of something. She looked directly at Lin and asked, Master Lin, what do we need to give in return? Lin nodded. Your task is to protect Sienna until she grows up and assist me whenever I need help. Sienna is too young now. If she grows up, not to mention anything else, the 3 skills plus 1 talent alone. With growth, Sienna's abilities will be formidable. As for the dangers of hiding a witch, he already is in a state of extreme danger. 1 more doesn't matter, 1 less wouldn't either. Listening to Master Lin's statement, Mara was filled with disbelief. She and Sienna were slaves of Master Lin. Even without any special treatment, everything she had belonged to Master Lin. Without any hesitation, Mara tugged Sienna and knelt on the ground. Speaking with gratitude, Mara said, Thank you, Master Lin. Even though Sienna didn't quite understand what her aunt was saying to the Lord, she still stared with wide eyes, curiously looking at Lin. Lin nodded and turned to leave. Red followed closely behind with his guards and Old John. As he followed Master Lin from behind, Old John looked at Lin's upright and straight back with a face full of hesitation. After passing several wooden houses, Old John could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Master Lin, are we just leaving like this? Lin did not turn back nor speak, continuing to walk forward. Unyielding, Old John continued. Master Lin, that little girl is a witch. If she grows up, her power can destroy your territory, even the entire Karidi Empire. Lin slightly tilted his head to glance at Old John and asked, So what do you think I should do? Old John didn't hesitate, speaking instinctively. Of course, as usual, bind her to a cross and burn her with fierce flames until she becomes a dry corpse, dispersing the dark power within her. If it weren't for the presence of Master Lin, Old John nearly wanted to rush forward to fight with Mara and Sienna. Lin continued asking, even if she's just an 8-year-old girl, has never used her inner power, and has never harmed anyone, should she still be burned? Old John's face was instantly stunned. He really didn't think about this issue for a moment. Lin said, She was born with dark power, and it's not her fault. With guidance and instruction, her power can be used in the right direction. Witches' powers come from darkness or absorbing various negative emotions. Because of this, witches' emotions become extremely strange and hard to control. Once angered, they often do terrifying things. But if they are directed in the right direction, it will be an incredibly strong power. As for what the right direction is, it's naturally following orders, striking where directed. Upon hearing this, Old John fell into silence. He didn't know what to say for a moment. If the little girl being a witch is the original sin, then what does it mean that he himself killed all the members of the Silver Moon Church? Though the bishop-priest of the Silver Moon Church bore sins, yet they were life nonetheless. Old John's heart became tangled and confused. Lin commented, Old John, the heart as demon, the heart as saint. Weapons never have a distinction between good and evil. In the hands of a good person, they are divine weapons. In the hands of a demon, they are demon artifacts. Upon hearing Master Lin's words, Old John immediately understood the meaning. His eyebrows raised instantly. Looking at Master Lin's still upright back, Old John's heart was filled with admiration. Master Lin seemed so young, yet possessed such wisdom. Under the night sky, in Morrison territory, a dozen or so figures mounted on horses galloped towards a manor ahead. Holding torches in their left hands, reins in their right, their bodies swayed back and forth. They halted in front of a 3-story mansion. Ford, along with several followers, immediately went up to greet. Seeing the burly knight clad in plate armor, inexplicable tension filled Ford's heart. He knew that knight was none other than the leader of the Iron Blood Brotherhood, Knight Anthony. Hall prodded the horse belly, advancing a few steps, looking down at Ford from above and asked, "Where's Aiden Manor Lord? Our leader is here. Shouldn't he greet us himself?" Upon hearing this, an awkward smile appeared on Ford's face. "You all came too late. Our lord is a bit tired and can only wait inside the mansion. However, to show sincerity, our lord prepared a large table of food and drinks." Hall said nothing. He turned to look at Anthony. Anthony's voice was raspy and deep. 20 seconds. Make your master come out." Feeling the coldness in Anthony's words, Ford's tension grew. Even Ford discovered Anthony's right hand was already gripping the greatsword. Moreover, the dozen Iron Blood Brotherhood members also focused their gaze on him. Ford responded and quickly turned to walk into the mansion behind. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps stepping on wooden floors echoed from the mansion, reaching the ears of Anthony and Hall. Soon, a rotund and bloated man stepped out. It was Manor Lord Aiden. Seeing Anthony and others on horseback, a smile appeared on Aiden's face. "Knight Anthony, come inside and rest. The prepared food will get cold if not enjoyed soon." Anthony glanced at Aiden, then moved to dismount. The others, including Hall, followed suit. As Anthony and Hall entered the mansion, the dozen Brotherhood members were stopped by Ford. Aiden smiled. "There are many female family members in the manor. Fearing to scare them, would you all wait at the door? Ford, prepare some food and drinks for them." Ford quickly replied, "Yes, Master Aiden." In the blacksmith shop, Lin is bare-chested, revealing his muscular body full of defined lines. With his right hand tightly gripping the iron hammer, he swings his arm steadily, lifting and dropping it rhythmically, striking a piece of high-quality iron heated to a glowing red. The clear and crisp sound rings out continuously. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Under the high heat of the iron block in the furnace, Lin's skin has turned red. Beads of sweat gather, forming a small stream flowing down. Meanwhile, next to the blacksmith shop, carpenters are embedding cut and dried oak planks into the iron core of shields, fixing them at the center of the oak shield to increase its weight and sturdiness, installing a handle at the center of the round shield for convenient use. Currently, there is a limited amount of high-quality iron, so Lin is temporarily having them make round shields with wooden boards and iron cores. However, oak is durable with good hardness, toughness, and strength. Even when facing the enemy's fierce slashing, it won't be easily destroyed. Then, add an iron hoop around the outer edge of the oak. This makes the crafted round shield more durable. Lin stops, exits the steam-like blacksmith shop, and grabs a wooden scoop from the water tank by the door, taking a scoop of water and gulping it down. Irello rushes out of the blacksmith shop, holding a finished round shield. Though he is as hot as Master Lin, at this moment, he is more excited. Standing in front of Lin, Irello speaks excitedly. "Master Lin, the shield is finished." Receiving the round shield from Irello, a line of text appears in Lin's view. Simple iron core wooden shield, made from high-quality iron and oak, weighs 7 pounds, diameter 60 centimeters, thickness 1.5 centimeters, capable of defending against arrow and one-handed sword attacks, etc. Lin lightly feels the weight. A 7-pound round shield feels a bit light for him. Lin needs such a light wooden shield, one that can defend against arrows and sword slashes without affecting the soldier's agility. After all, these soldiers he is now, despite having undergone Rose's training, are still just farmers from the village. Without the noble upbringing of knights, It's hard to grow into robust physiques. If they start with heavy shields, they might be exhausted before reaching the battlefield. Handing the round shield to Red, Lin draws a scimitar from his waist. Blade and sheath scrape with an ear-piercing sound. Seeing this, Irello quickly steps back a few paces, while Red remains composed and holds the round shield in his left hand. Lin hacks continuously 7 or 8 times before stopping. Returning the scimitar to its sheath, Red knowingly hands back the round shield. Lin examines it closely. Thanks to the iron core and hoop protection, the oak round shield only has a few minor scratch marks. The iron hoop on the edge shows just slight dents. Lin nods in satisfaction. A round shield made with a small amount of high-quality iron and oak has more than sufficient defense. Seeing Master Lin's expression, Irello's tense heart gradually calms. Lin looks at Irello and says, "It's good enough. Hurry and produce more round shields." Irello's face brightens, promptly responding, "Yes, Master Lin." Lin says, "Carry on." With Master Lin's approval, Irello strides back into the blacksmith shop. The sound of galloping horse hooves approaches from afar. Lin turns to look and sees Rose riding a horse quickly towards him. Seeing Lin ahead, Rose swiftly dismounts, speaking respectfully, "Master Lin, the castle wall." The castle wall construction is complete. Upon hearing Rose's words, Lin's eyebrows raise. After so many days, the castle wall is finally completed? Lin responds and walks to the nearby horse, mounting it. With a firm grip on the horse's belly, the horse gallops onto the limestone road ahead. Rose and Red quickly follow along. A large structure comes into Lin's view ahead. Built using heavy stones weighing several thousand pounds, bonded with lime and sand. Overall, it presents a gray-white rocky color, with the wall's height reaching 10 meters. There are 2 towers near the mountain edge of the wall, allowing guarding soldiers to ascend via tower stairs onto the wall. Above the castle wall, there's a row of battlements, arrow slits, and lookout holes, etc., making it convenient for soldiers to observe and attack the enemy. Of course, all these are due to Lin's requirements. The only thing missing now is the vacant entrance at the bottom of the castle wall. However, compared to such a large project as the wall, creating 2 castle gates is extremely simple. As Lin dismounts, Colin unexpectedly appears from somewhere, speaking excitedly. "Master Lin, glad to fulfill the duty. The castle wall is complete." Lin looks at Colin approvingly and says, "Well done." Seeing Colin in front of him, he notices Colin has visibly aged. It's not just Colin. All the villagers who managed the construction of the castle wall show signs of fatigue and exhaustion. However, despite it all, with the castle wall complete now, everything was indeed worth it. Receiving Master Lin's affirming praise, Colin smiles. "Master Lin is too kind. Shall I take you up for a look?" Walking across the busy clearing site, past the villagers, Lin enters the tower on the right. Just as Lin required, the tower has a spiral stone staircase. Ascending the staircase, Lin reaches the top exit of the tower, stepping out to be greeted by a cool mountain breeze carrying the scent of grass and soil. Lin feels an inexplicable comfort. This castle wall being built at the mountain pass ensures it won't be exposed to intense sun even in summer. Walking atop the castle wall, Lin scans his surroundings. The debris on the wall's surface has been cleared, leaving it neat and clean. Build high walls, store plenty of grain. Finally, only then claim the title of king. If you want to knock the enemy to the ground with one punch, you first need to arm yourself. Retracting his gaze, Lin looked at Colin and spoke solemnly. "Tonight, I need to see the gates of the city wall erected." Feeling that direct gaze, Colin quickly agreed. "Yes, Master Lin, I will arrange it right away." Upon hearing Lin's response, Colin took 3 steps as if they were 2, heading towards the bottom of the city wall. Lin's gaze turned and looked at Rose. "This city wall will be under your arrangement for soldiers to guard in the future. Divide them into 3 shifts. Patrol 24 hours. I don't want to see any strangers entering my territory anymore." Rose's face was full of seriousness, quickly bowing. "Yes, my lord." Soon, more than a dozen soldiers holding iron spears, under Rose's arrangement, arrived atop the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall will become the eyes of the entire territory, responsible for observing external movements. After arranging all this, Lin walked down the city wall. His gaze wandered, surveying the surroundings. 1,000 villagers were divided into several teams, cleaning up the tools on the ground, dismantling the pulley frameworks set up, and using remaining lime sand and crushed stones to pave the empty space at the edge of the city wall. Colin was leading dozens to hundreds of villagers, planning the construction of the city gate. With so much labor and materials, constructing 2 large doors would suffice for one night. Just as Lin was about to return, Colin came running to him. Colin spoke, "Master Lin, regarding the production standard of the city gate, I've discussed it with other carpenters, but we need your decision." Lin said, "Go ahead." Colin quickly explained, "We want to cover the surface of the city gate with a layer of iron sheet. It can reinforce the city gate and also prevent fire. Even if there's wind and rain later, it can prevent moisture and rain." Lin gave Colin a look of approval. Even if Colin didn't mention it, Lin would instruct him about this. Lin responded, "As for how many pounds of iron are needed, you can liaise with Arello. Just say it has my permission." Colin's face lit up with joy. "Yes, Master Lin." Without any hesitation, he immediately ran towards the nearby horses. Untying the reins, he climbed onto the horse somewhat clumsily, nudged the horse's belly, and rode towards the village. Lin didn't guess, but understood. Colin, naturally, was going to find Arello. After confirming the arrangements for the city wall, Lin also rode back to the village. Lin directly called Kisi over. Always managing various affairs of the village, Kisi came to Lin, respectfully saying, "Master Lin." Lin spoke, "Have the chefs make the dinner a bit more lavish tonight. Ask Lex to bring out a few barrels of beer and reward the villagers. They've been working intensely for so long to build the city wall. Even though the daily meals are decent, it's still necessary to reward them. Only in this way can their loyalty and enthusiasm be better improved." Upon hearing Lin's words, a look of surprise appeared on Kisi's face. She quickly said, "Okay, my lord, I'll go right away." Watching Kisi's running figure, Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Lin's gaze turned and looked at not far away. Sienna was playing with a few children. Like other children, Lin entrusted Sienna to Old John for teaching. Despite Old John's extreme reluctance, he couldn't resist Lin's pressure. Perhaps sensing Lin's gaze, Sienna turned her head and gave an adorable smile. That smile contained no panic, no fear, only simplicity and relaxation. Retracting his gaze, Lin went to the blacksmith shop. In the blacksmith shop, Arello was still supervising apprentices making round shields. In the warehouse of the blacksmith shop, more than a dozen round shields were already placed. At most in a day's time, 100 round shields could be completed. The 1,000 villagers responsible for building the city wall returned to the village. When they saw the barley bread already made, emitting steam and the scent of barley stew meat porridge, as well as the large bag of fine salt placed on the table, excitement filled their faces. After their lord told them these were their rewards, their expressions grew more excited. Besides the villagers who initially joined Lin's territory, those free people or slaves who came later had never tasted fine salt. Most of them couldn't even fill their stomachs. How could they have extra pence to buy fine salt? When everyone received a pound of fine salt, their eyes were filled with admiration for Lin. They even began to believe that Master Lin was more than just their lord. He was a true god who saved them. They never dreamed they'd live such a happy life one day. Lin's gaze glanced roughly at the villagers. Their loyalty was generally over 90%. He nodded in satisfaction. In farming development, labor is always the most important. Only with enough labor can his territory develop quickly. Lin's mind was also pondering the next steps for development. The 10-meter-high city wall was already completed. As long as enough soldiers are dispatched to defend the city, there will be no security risks for the territory. However, the number of soldiers he has now is still too few. The soldiers trained by Rose are only 100, plus the 50 guards under Red. This is the entire armed force of the territory. Facing ordinary small bands of bandits, they have the power to fight. Facing large-scale forces, with thousands of soldiers and cavalry, even with city walls, it would be vulnerable. There must be conscription. Expand the armed forces. He needs to purchase more quality iron from various places for forging long spears, shields, arrows, and even armor. Unfortunately, until now, he hasn't found the existence of iron mines in the territory. If iron mines are found, excavation will solve all problems. Livestock farming. Lin also needs to put it on the agenda. Developing livestock farming not only provides a stable source of meat for the territory, but also more leather. Manufacturing armor not only requires a large amount of quality iron, but also leather for connection, fixation, and cushioning. Moreover, only by developing livestock farming can Lin have more horses, preparing for future breeding and training of warhorses. Buying warhorses from elsewhere? An excellent warhorse costs at least dozens of gold pounds. No empire or force is able to sell tens of thousands of excellent warhorses. Then, develop handicrafts. Textile industry, metal processing, leather processing, food processing, pottery, and papermaking, etc. all need to be scaled. Only by forming assembly line scales can production efficiency increase. What Lin cares most about is firing red bricks. He needs to renovate the entire village. The function of the simple wooden huts is merely enough to house people, and that's all. Not to mention facing a war, even in a raging storm, there's a risk of collapse. The spacing between the wooden huts isn't far, so if a villager is careless, a single fire could burn the entire village to the ground. There's absolutely no safety to speak of. Previously, due to limited conditions, Lin could only build the most ordinary and simple wooden huts in the territory. But now, conditions have improved. While building red brick houses for the villagers, Lin can partition the territory functionally. This will facilitate the strengthened management of the village. Lin discovers that there are still many things waiting for him to do. While pondering in his mind, a bowl of beer with a faint fruity aroma was placed in front of Lin. Lin looked up. It was Lex. Lex had a smile on his face. "Master Lin, this is the freshly brewed beer. Would you like to try it?" Lin reached out, took it, and drank the beer from the porcelain bowl in one gulp. Instantly, the refreshing taste, carrying malt and fruity aroma, filled Lin's mouth. Lin let out a satisfied burp, looking approvingly at Lex. The beer brewed with hops is indeed much tastier than Rosemary's. Lex nodded quickly. "Yes, Master Lin, hops are the soul of beer. If this kind of beer were to be sold, it would certainly be sold out immediately." Lin nodded, saying, "Well done, Lex." Receiving Lin's praise, Lex quickly bowed. "Master Lin, you flatter me." Lin continued. "However, brewing beer is just the beginning. Later, I will expand the brewery. By then, I'll plant grapes for wine brewing, and even distillation to produce high-purity alcohol. Your task is to brew beer while training more brewers with brewing skills. With current industrial technology, manufacturing industrial alcohol is absolutely impossible. But we can take it step by step, setting small goals first." Listening to Master Lin's words, a gleam gradually appeared in Lex's eyes. Lex had thought his role was limited to brewing beer, but he didn't expect Master Lin to have such long-term plans. Lex's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yes, Master Lin." Lin nodded. "Go about your business." Lex bowed and departed. The following morning, after breakfast, he walked out of the wooden hut, looking at the many villagers standing on the open ground. Lin's gaze swept across everyone's faces. He found the villagers looking at him with burning eyes, filled with admiration and reverence. Lin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "Everyone, the city walls that protect the territory have been completed, thanks to all your efforts. However, this doesn't mean the territory is completely safe. If a large-scale army were to come, the walls alone wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore, I need more soldiers to join my army to safeguard the territory and protect your homes." Lin paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across the villagers' faces. Who would be willing? Just as his words fell, a loud reply resonated among the crowd. "Master, I am willing to. For the Master, I can die to prove my loyalty." Among these responses, Lin even heard the shouts of women. In other territories, some villagers might join the Lord's armed forces merely to get enough food. But in Lin's territory, they genuinely want to join. After all, the treatment Lin provides them is truly excellent. Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I need 100 robust soldiers. Next, Rose will be responsible for selecting and training them." After speaking, Lin's gaze turned to Rose standing straight not far away. Rose instantly understood, slightly bowed, and walked into the crowd of villagers. Lin did not leave, but stood there, waiting. He had previously checked, and the total population of the village had reached 1,670. 250 full-time soldier guards would be the limit the territory could sustain. You must know, not all of the 1,670 villagers are robust men. The elderly, women, and children occupy almost 40%. Any more than that, the territory's development would slow down. Lin couldn't help but sigh again. The population of his territory is still too small. If there were tens of thousands, he could easily choose 1,000 robust soldiers. Until 10 minutes later, Rose emerged from among the villagers with 100 robust men, heading to the training ground to begin preliminary training. Lin watched them, saying, "Everyone, the things you're about to do relate to your own interests." Confusion appeared on their faces. Lin continued, "You will be divided into batches. The first batch, I need you to go to the Acadia River to dig a large amount of clay. The second batch will process the excavated clay and use molds to make brick slabs. The third batch, I need you to use stones and clay sand to build kilns for the subsequent firing of red bricks." Some clever villagers seemed to guess something. Their eyes widened. Lin directly explained the reason. "The fired red bricks will be used to build the red brick houses you will live in." Upon hearing this, the villagers' emotions instantly boiled. Master Lin is actually going to build red brick houses for them? Isn't that the house only a lord can live in? If they hadn't heard it directly from Master Lin, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. With Lin's command, 900 people, led by guards, divided into 2 batches and left the open ground in front of the village. 600 people, holding iron hoes and rakes and carrying baskets, headed towards the Acadia River. Only by digging the clay from the Acadia River, breaking the large clumps, and screening out stones and weeds. After drying, can they proceed to make brick slabs. The other 300 went to a low slope to dig and build kilns. These are just basic labors. The only slightly difficult task is building the kilns. However, with Colin around, Lin doesn't need to demonstrate or supervise personally. Lin turned and walked towards the distant blacksmith shop. Upon reaching the door, he found Irello leading dozens of apprentices, waiting. It was obvious that Irello saw Lin's recruitment on the open ground. Irello bent his body, speaking with utmost respect. "Master Lin, what do you need me to do?" Lin glanced at the crowd in the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop, now led by Irello, had as many as 45 apprentices. Although they were all apprentices, if they all graduated to become true blacksmiths, then led their own apprentices, he would no longer have to worry about metal forging and iron product production. Lin responded, retorting, "How is the progress on the production of 100 round shields?" Irello replied without any hesitation, "They'll be completed by tonight." Lin continued, "The blacksmith shop's next task is to produce 300 combat iron spears and round shields. I'll give you 5 days. 5 days later, I want to see these weapons." Irello's face instantly tightened. With previous experience in producing combat iron spears and round shields, 5 days isn't too tight for them. Irello was nervous because Master Lin had plans to continue expanding the army. He hurriedly bowed his waist again, responding, "Yes, Master Lin." Lin left the blacksmith shop, mounted his horse, and began patrolling the village. Seeing the faint green appearing on the ridges of the 3,000 acres of farmland, his eyebrows raised instantly. Without any hesitation, Lin dismounted and walked into the farmland. Rows of pea stems growing a few tender leaves had already broken through the soil, with the slightly swaying seedlings enjoying the sunlight. Normally, peas enter the germination stage about 7 days after being planted, and in another 7 days or so, they enter the seedling stage. Previously, he had been busy building the city wall and missed the germination stage of the peas. Fortunately, he had Gavin and Wilbur manage the farmland. There weren't any obvious weeds in the farmland. With a movement of his hand, Lin picked up a piece of soil, gently compressed it with a few fingers, turning it into a pancake. With another gentle grind, it turned into some fine soil. The soil humidity is moderate. Being close to the Acadia River, the humidity in both the soil and air is relatively higher than other places. Plus, it had rained earlier, so there's no need to worry about a shortage of water for now. However, Lin pondered, as the weather gets hotter, the land is bound to experience a shortage of water. Irrigation needs to be considered. Lin stood up and looked around. The position he was standing at was already nearly 1,000 meters away from the Acadia River. If it's solely relying on buckets to carry water, it's doable. But it's too time-consuming and labor-intensive. The only way is to use a water wheel for irrigation. Transport the water from the Acadia River at a lower altitude with the water wheel. Then let it flow through channels to everywhere needing water. Lynn had read some in Gavin and Wilbur. Watching the two men far away, wearing vests, rolling up their pants, and donning straw hats, running towards him, Lynn felt a bit of inexplicable emotion in his heart. Gavin and Wilbur arrived. Breathing heavily, they respectfully called out, "Master Lynn, you summoned us?" Lynn asked, "Who's responsible for managing this farmland now?" Gavin and Wilbur exchanged a glance. Both responded simultaneously, "We are managing it together." If it were their own planted farmland, just one of them could manage it. Why do they need so many people? Isn't it just scattering the peas down and waiting for harvest? But Master Lin here has more stringent requirements. The farmland can't have any weeds whatsoever. They need to constantly watch the crop state to evaluate the soil's fertility and observe the changes in soil humidity. Gavin and Wilbur found joy in farming amid this complexity, planting crops into the soil with their own hands, then nurturing the crop's growth. It feels like nurturing their own children's growth. They feel this is true farming. Lynn nodded. Besides you two, how many farmers are assisting you? Gavin replied without hesitation, directly stating, 10 others, like us, are also skilled farmers. Once spoken, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Gavin's face. With their old planting ways, can they even be called skilled hands? Despite having farmed for nearly 20 years before Master Lin, they're no different from rookies. Lin continued, gather them together, and I'll dispatch 30 more people here from elsewhere. I need you to dig channels around the lime road's edge, 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. Once complete, decorate the channels using lime sand for finishing. A channel depth of 1 meter feels a bit inadequate to Lin, knowing these channels will serve the entire territory's farmland. Now, although only 3,000 acres of farmland have been reclaimed, in the future, the farmland will surely become wider, and the range will continue to grow. But for safety reasons, a 1 meter channel is still enough. Upon hearing Master Lin's words, Gavin and Wilbur's eyes lit up instantly. If it turns out as Master Lin said, the river water of the Acadia River will continuously reach into the farmland. They wouldn't have to worry about soil drying out and water shortages anymore. Both hurriedly responded, yes, Master Lin. Task completed, and as Lin was about to leave, Gavin suddenly spoke up. Master Lin, the cotton you planted earlier has already grown cotton balls. Do you want to take a look? If it weren't for Kesey's explanation, he might never have known what cotton truly meant in this lifetime. However, from Kesey's words, he learned that Master Lin highly values cotton, so he had always been carefully watching over it. Lin raised an eyebrow. Let's go take a look. Arriving at the cotton field, looking at the dozens of cotton plants with cotton clusters bursting out, Lin felt a surge of satisfaction. The cotton plant leaves were yellow and weak, marking the maturity phase. The cotton planted for nearly half a year was finally close to the harvest phase. Now, more importantly, is the collection of cotton seeds. During the boll opening phase, the maturity of the cotton seeds is also uniform and plump. It's the ideal time to collect seeds. Lin turned to Gavin and Wilbur. Go back to get scissors and containers. Wilbur responded, without hesitation, swiftly running towards the village. Wilby, carrying several pairs of scissors and some clean baskets, returned to stand beside Lin. Lin took the scissors and began harvesting. He roughly observed, each cotton plant had 6 cotton bolls. Each cotton boll can yield about 5 grams of lint, and 60 cotton plants would yield barely 2 pounds of cotton. Relative to these cotton fibers, Lin cares more about the cotton seeds inside the bolls. Due to limited soil fertility in Wasteland, although the cotton plants mature, each boll's seeds were only about 30 grains. Lin roughly calculated. From this cotton harvest, he could obtain about 1,800 cotton seeds, meaning next year, he could plant 2 acres of cotton. According to the current cotton harvest weight, 1,800 cotton plants could yield nearly 200 pounds of cotton. Farming and development are not possible overnight. It often requires a long time. Whether it's cotton, peas, or wheat, they all have growth cycles. One by one, The cotton bolls were cut down by Lin and others and put into the baskets beside them. 60 cotton plants were harvested completely in just half an hour. Now it's nearing the end of August, and the weather is very good every day. It takes at most 3 to 5 days for drying, to remove the moisture in the cotton bolls. After that, manually stripping them apart, separating cotton fibers from cotton seeds. This way, cotton fibers and cotton seeds for planting next year can be obtained. Instructing Gavin to keep these cotton seeds safe, Lin mounted his horse and continued to patrol the village. The hooves stepping on the lime road made the clatter sound of hooves. Some villagers who were working saw Master Lin and bowed slightly, revealing a sincere smile. Passing through a farmland, Lin headed towards the northern part of the village, the salt factory. Before getting close, a stern reprimanding voice entered his ears. Master Lin provides food and drink for your family. Every meal includes meat, and even your children receive education that's only available to the nobility's wealthy children. You're able to become the squad leader of the salt factory because Master Lin trusts you. And you still engage in such sneaky activities? Is this how you repay Master Lin? Steward Kesey, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was blinded by greed. I'm a disgrace. A series of slapping sounds were heard. Steward Kesey, please forgive me this once. I'll never dare again. When Lin approached the salt factory, a scene unfolded before his eyes. A middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground, his face flushed red, with visible slap marks. His eyes full of plea and even fear. In front of him, Kesey's face was serious, with a cold gaze directed at the middle-aged man. Kesey's words were still icy. I will report this matter to Master Lin and let him decide. Kesey was preparing to leave when her eyes caught sight of Lin not far away. She exclaimed in surprise, Master Lin, you're here. The fear on the middle-aged man's face became more evident. Lin dismounted and spoke in a deep tone. What happened? The middle-aged man knelt, crawling towards Lin, pleading, Master Lin, please forgive me. Before he could approach, Red stepped out and blocked him, guarding Lin from behind. Kesey explained, Master Lin. His name is Ek. He's the squad leader responsible for grinding fine salt at the salt factory, but he abused his position to steal your property. Ek secretly took your fine salt home. Upon hearing Kesey's account, the middle-aged man Ek fell flat on the ground, trembling nonstop. Lin looked at Ek and asked, Do you find any issue with Kesey's account, my squad leader Ek? Ek's face was full of regret, his words halting. Master Lin, everything Steward Kesey said is true. I stole your property. Lin nodded. Since that's the case, you will be punished, beheading publicly. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing those words, Ek's eyes contracted instantly. But in front of Lin, he dared not plead for anything. It was Master Lin who sheltered their family. It was Master Lin who provided their meals. It was Master Lin who offered them a sheltering wooden house. It was Master Lin who appointed him squad leader at the salt factory. However, he has betrayed Master Lin. Ek's face was ashen, responding monotonously. No objections. Lin replied, Very well, but you can rest assured that your family will not be implicated by your crime. Ek managed to force a smile on his face. Thank you, Master Lin. Ek was taken away by guards under Red. Faces of villagers excavating at the open-pit salt mine were full of shock, including Kesey beside Lin. They had considered that Ek would face severe punishment for stealing Master Lin's property, a whipping or chopping off a hand. But they never imagined Master Lin would directly order Ek beheaded publicly. The previous happy life was very real. Master Lin was willing to share his own food with them, allowing the villagers to fill their bellies. But only with Master Lin's permission. What Master Lin gives, they can take. What Lin doesn't give, they absolutely cannot take. Not even the thought of taking should exist. However, they also understood. As long as under Master Lin's rules, they could live on, even enjoy a comfortable life. With this thought, they returned to their respective work. Seeing Kesey's somewhat regretful expression, Lin asked, Why? Regretting bringing him out. Lin spoke calmly. For the crime of theft, if it were in other territories, perhaps it wouldn't be a death sentence. But this is my territory. If theft occurs and is merely dealt with lightly, then next time it won't only be theft, but even robbery, fighting, murder. By then, the whole territory will become chaotic. If I know thus, Why not extinguish this evil spark ahead of time? Kisi widened her eyes at Master Lin. Until Lin finished speaking, Kisi seemed to have realized something, her eyes clear of guilt and remorse. Kisi spoke calmly. Master Lin, I understand. After allowing Kisi to continue work, he once again mounted his horse and headed towards the open pit salt mine. In Lin's mind, thoughts began to stir. The population of the territory will grow larger in the future. Even Lin cannot ensure everyone's character. Under temptation of money, food, or beauty, even the seemingly simple farmer can harbor evil thoughts. Naturally, various incidents will emerge. Quarrels, harassment, robbery, theft, even clashes. Such trivial matters can't all be handled personally by Lin. The territory needs a court to handle disputes among villagers, accountable only to him. And if there's a court, naturally related regulations need to be established. This is just a thought for now. The territory is just at its beginning. He does not have the bandwidth to do these things. Arriving at the open pit salt mine, Lin surveyed ahead from horseback. Silhouettes were busy on the open pit salt mine. From excavating rock salt, initial crushing, to transportation, all procedures were clearly divided. The longer you work on something, the more experience you gain. Thus, they could improve work efficiency. What pleased Lin was, after such prolonged mining of the open pit salt mine, the surface rock salt only concaved slightly. No bedrock was visible. Lin felt this large, open pit salt mine could be exploited for decades at least. As many villagers watched, Lin rode away from the salt factory on horseback. Red, along with several guards, was always following behind. Passing through the lime road on the wasteland and entering the forest, Lin arrived at the city wall. The chaotic ground was cleaned up meticulously, with a lime surface laid down. The logs used to build the pulley assembly were disassembled and piled up in the corner. Clean and tidy, that was Lin's first impression. Along with the 10-meter-high city wall, it gave a mysterious sense of solemnity. The city gate below the wall was already being completed. Lin jumped down from the horse and walked toward the city gate. The main framework of the gate was predominantly wooden, and he could tell at a glance that Colin used sturdy oak. On the surface of the city wall, a riveting method was used to completely cover the iron plates on the gate. The thickness of the iron plate should be around 5 millimeters, which can entirely resist some battering rams or siege engines. Lin nodded in satisfaction. With this city gate that was like iron armor, his last worry was entirely solved. With such sturdy city walls and such a gate, unless there was a completely overwhelming number of soldiers or the arrival of extraordinary power, no one will be able to enter his territory. A steady sound of footsteps came from afar, drawing closer. Lin turned his head and looked, seeing Rose walking over with strides. Rose came to Lin, bent his body, and spoke respectfully, "Master." Lin nodded. "Have the patrolling soldiers on the city wall been arranged?" Rose did not hesitate. "According to your requirements, Master, the soldiers are divided into 3 batches, 20 people per batch, conducting round-the-clock patrols." He continued, "Master, I want to station 200 soldiers behind the mountain forest of the city wall. Do you think it's feasible? The gaps between the forest are about 100 meters wide, with some places or widths of over 10 meters, some places less than 10 meters. It is entirely possible to build tents or construct red brick houses on it." Lin did not answer, and said, "Tell me your thoughts." Rose said, "Firstly, within the territory, there is a guard team led by Red, which can entirely protect your safety and oversee the villagers' work. Secondly, the mountain forest pass is the only way to enter the territory. Despite having city walls, there is still a need for soldiers to guard. If an enemy attack happens, soldiers can organize at the first instance and conduct defense guard. Lastly, soldiers' life itself should be harsh. Eating and living in the military camp, returning home every day after training, what kind of soldiery life is that?" Seeing Rose with a serious face, Lin nodded. "Okay. I will arrange specialized chefs to cook for you all, and daily necessities will also be sent over." Hearing Lin's positive words, Rose felt a surge of shock. Lin, his master, actually agreed to his request? He took the soldiers here, trained them individually, ate and lived together with them. Can almost be said to disconnect from the village. Again, guarding the city and controlling the pass is like gripping the throat of the entire territory. If he had thoughts of rebellion, leading these soldiers to revolt, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nevertheless, despite that, Lin agreed to him almost without any second thought. Is Master Lin simple-minded? Learning from Red, this territory was entirely developed bit by bit thanks to Lin. Rose understood that the reason was due to his master's trust in him. If not, he couldn't think of any other reason. Rose took a deep breath, then directly knelt on one knee in front of Lin. He spoke sincerely. Master, if the enemy wants to enter your territory, they can only step over my corpse. Furthermore, my brother Charles will always remain in the village. Lin responded, all right, stand up. But Lin told Rose that when the red bricks in the village are finished being fired, they would assist in constructing red brick houses for them. Rose's eyes widened instantly. Returning to the village, Lin called Kisi. He asked her to arrange a specialized chef and transport daily supplies to the city wall. Lin toured once around the progress of firing the red bricks again. The dugout clay was already being sieved and dried. Once the clay is dried to a certain level of moisture, mixing in some sandy soil, then using the prepared molds, they could start producing red bricks. On the other side, the kiln construction was fully under Colin's control, so Lin did not need to worry. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin returned to the blacksmith shop again. The clear and melodious, yet rhythmic sounds rang one after another in the blacksmith shop, together with other apprentices forging iron spears and round shields, as if forming a beautiful melody. Lin, satisfied, came out from the blacksmith iron. With a single thought, he opened the system panel. Attributes: Attack F++, Defense F++, Speed F+, Constitution E+, Energy E+. Talent: Heavenly Artifacts. Construction: Level 1, 22/200+. Planting: Level 1, 24/200+. Collection: Level 1, 34/200+. Production: Level 1, 21/200+. Hunting: Level 1, 25/200+. Cooking: Level 1, 24/200+. Forging: Level 1, 139/200+. Medicine: Level 1, 13/200+. Breeding: Level 1, 31/200+. After spending this period of time in the blacksmith shop, his forging skill experience had reached 139. At most, it would only be another 2 to 3 days to level up to Level 2. Opening milestone. Lin claimed all the rewards of the completed achievements. The energy stone he possessed had already reached 3,230. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin moved his mind. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance attack F plus T-? Energy stones can enhance an attribute by a small level. Without any hesitation, Lin used up all the energy stones. His attribute panel changed. Attack F plus turned to E plus. Lin felt a slight sensation in his body, can clearly sense the increase in power. Compared to raising those life skills levels, enhancing his attributes was genuinely valuable. Lin felt that with enough energy stones, relying on his own attribute abilities, he could exist beyond the ordinary. Putting away the panel, Lin walked to the village's open space. The kitchen chef was already distributing the prepared food. After finishing dinner, Lin sat on the bench in front of the wooden house door. Under his gaze, Mara led Sienna over. Red's watchful eyes fell on the two of them. Finally, Mara and Sienna stood a few meters in front of Lin. Lin asked, "What's the matter?" Mara spoke respectfully, "Honorable Master Lin. Sienna has something she wants to tell you immediately. I kept asking her, but she said she could only tell you in person." Lin turned his gaze to Sienna. Sienna, full of innocence, softly said, "Master Lin, I heard from the cuckoos that a team of cavalry is nearing to attack your territory. At most by dawn, they will arrive." Hearing Sienna's words, both Mara and Red were taken aback. Cavalry coming to attack. If it were someone else, Lin might question it slightly. But the person saying this is Sienna. She possesses the extraordinary ability of hearing all things. Lin stared at Sienna and asked, "Did you hear the cuckoo say, how many cavalry?" Sienna shook her head. They raised torches, forming a long line. "My cuckoo friend is afraid of the firelight." Lin nodded. Your report is timely. Go back and rest now. Under Lin's gaze, Mara wanted to lead Sienna back. While walking, Sienna turned her head to look at Lin and softly said, Master Lin, be careful. Lin smiled slightly, until Mara and Sienna disappeared around the corner of the wooden cabin. Lin turned to look at Red. Almost without any instruction, Red turned and left. Until a few minutes later, 50 guard team members, holding torches in their left hands and riding draft horses, gathered. In Red's hand, he also led 2 horses. Lin mounted the horse, grabbed the reins with both hands, and with a squeeze of his legs against the horse's belly, the horse galloped towards the darkness outside the village. The group, led by Red, quickly followed. The burning torches and the sound of galloping hooves naturally drew the attention of the villagers. Soft murmurs arose one after another. What's going on? Master Lin left with the guards. At this late hour? They still want to go out. Could it be? Something's happened. Even the tall city walls were constructed by Master Lin. What could happen? Surely no monster could fly in, right? Initially intending to maintain order with Gavin Wilbur and a few sturdy men, Kesey, listening to the villagers' talks, her expression froze slightly. Only now did she realize that Master Lin had already provided these villagers with a sense of security. Kesey still stepped to the forefront of the villagers. Looking at those unfamiliar yet familiar faces, Kesey became inexplicably nervous. She was appointed by Master Lin, responsible for managing the entire village when Master Lin was not present. But that was only dealing with a small portion of the villagers. Now standing in front of her, there were nearly 1,000 villagers. She had never experienced this. Kesey's mind flashed back to Lin's image. Calm demeanor, clear and precise speech. She took a deep breath and shouted to everyone in a solemn voice. Everyone, I am Kesey, appointed by Master Lin as the territory's steward. What I'm about to say concerns the safety of the entire territory, concerns your lives. Upon hearing this, the villagers were about to become tumultuous. Kesey's voice grew louder, overpowering the unrest, drawing their attention back. For the safety of the territory, for our safety, Master Lin has already led the guard team to the city walls. But we cannot just sit and wait for death. Though we can't fight for Master Lin like soldiers, we can become Master Lin's strong support. Now please return to your homes and take out your tools. Listening to Kesey's words, the crowd's expressions shook, responding one by one. Become Lin's strong support. Become Lin's strong support. Watching them spread from the village, returning to their homes. Kesey's eyes uncontrollably trembled. Just now, for a moment, she was overwhelmed by the momentum of these villagers. Fortunately, she continued to reverse the pressure back. Only then did Kesey realize the difficulties faced by Master Lin. To rein in and by thousands of villagers, let them comply with management, and move in the desired direction was so challenging. Yet, Master Lin resolutely shouldered it. Lin led Red and 50 guards, riding horses, running swiftly. These horses were just ordinary horses, not fast. Even 20 guards were riding draft horses. Nonetheless, the speed of the draft horses far exceeded human running speed. This ride galloped over the lime ground, through the black night, across Wasteland, through woodland, headed for the city walls. As they approached several dozen meters from the city wall, Lin saw a few torch lights flickering ahead. It was Rose, with a team of soldiers patrolling. Seeing so many guards and torches, Rose's face showed some confusion. He bent down and addressed Lin. Master, what are you? Lin dismounted and strode towards the city wall. Enemy attack. Rose's confusion instantly turned into seriousness. Without any hesitation, he called to one of the soldiers beside him. Kaysen, wake everyone up, quickly. The young soldier called Kaysen scattered with the soldiers behind him. Rose followed silently. Entering the tower, climbing the steps, Lin reached the 10-meter-high city wall. Soldiers stationed on the wall saw Lin, immediately bowed, and returned to their watchful state. After walking dozens of meters, Lin stood still, gazing into the distant darkness. The area he looked over revealed no light. The cool night breeze blew, tugging at Lin's hair and the others. More than 100 soldiers were already fully assembled. They held round shields in their left hands, combat iron spears in their right, neatly ordered in phalanx formation, awaiting Master Lin's orders. Time slowly passed by. Although it's late August in the Caridi Empire, there's still some dew and chill in these mountains. Rose was just about to advise Lynn when a low voice reached his ears. Rose followed Red's gaze. At the end of the black night, there was a faint glimmer of light. If not for the reminder, Rose would never have noticed. Moreover, the faint glimmers of light were increasing, becoming more pronounced. Rose's expression immediately turned serious. A visit in the dead of night? Naturally not by merchants. What intrigued Rose was how Master Lin, far away in the territorial village, knew there would be an enemy attack tonight. Watching the torches draw closer, the soldiers on the walls responsible for guarding and patrolling began to breathe quickly. If a battle ensues, this would be their first fight since joining Master Lin's territory as soldiers. Looking at the lights, there was a hint of sternness on Lin's face. A text panel suddenly appeared before him. Task: eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Reward: based on completion. Lin raised an eyebrow. No specific requirements, no time limit. With a glance, Lin closed it. If completing this so-called task meant reducing the number of soldiers he had painstakingly gathered, Lin would rather not. Earlier, to establish his authority, he executed several villagers as an example. But that was to ensure the other villagers better followed orders. In this world, populace equals labor, and a large labor force is essential for rapid development. Watching the torches about 2 or 3 miles from the walls, Rose calmly asked, "Master, how should we respond?" Based on his observations of the lights, assuming 1 torch per person, the approaching enemies might number around 200. If it were in a previous role, he would have led the 6th Cavalry Brigade to meet them before they got close. No qualified cavalry, no suitable war horses. Lin calmly said, "Watch and wait." Why did he choose to invest so much time, manpower, and resources to build this wall? For this very moment. In the absence of absolute strength, the height and fortitude of the walls would keep the enemy at bay. Even with a wall, charging with soldiers would render it meaningless. Hearing Lin's words, Rose bowed slightly. "Yes, master." This was the best decision. For the newly recruited soldiers under him weren't ready yet. Rushing into battle recklessly would only lead to death. Beneath the night sky, showcasing the high advantage of cavalry. This explained their successful raids on many villages. What piqued Hall's curiosity was why leader Anthony agreed to Aiden Manor Lord's terms. Aiden would offer 50 gold pounds to hire the Iron Blood Brotherhood to eradicate all armed forces in the territory, additionally allowing them to plunder the land. The sole condition being, capture all slaves and the lord of the territory alive. Catching a manor lord alive entails an immense cost. While Hall was lost in thought, ahead, a sound of galloping hooves approached. It was the scout he dispatched earlier. As the scout neared, halting his horse, Hall asked, "What did you discover?" The scout, breathing heavily, took a deep breath and said, "Leader Anthony, I saw a patch of darkness at the forest pass." Hall frowned. "Darkness? That's the intel a scout gathers. In the deep of night, with no moonlight. Everyone knew all around was darkness." Anthony also glanced at the scout. A deep fear surfaced in the scout's heart. He quickly explained, "Leader, master, it truly was dark. But above the darkness were torches. The feeling was like a wall, a city wall." Yes, though the scout hadn't seen a wall elsewhere. In his childhood, he'd heard merchants say city walls were like great mountains. Hall furrowed his brow deeper, irritably saying, "Are you joking? In this wild frontier, how could there be a wall?" Ford beside him also said, "There can't be a wall. Not long ago, Master Aiden led us into the woods." The scout quickly lowered his head, afraid to say more. Even he doubted if he'd seen wrong. Hall looked to Anthony, awaiting the leader's decision. Anthony rasped, "Go take a look." Hall promptly answered, "Yes." Over 200 men and horses marched valiantly toward the forest ahead, until they were a few hundred meters from the forest pass. They saw a stretch of darkness, like a sky breaker isolating the forest and wasteland. Everyone widened their eyes. Even leader Anthony wore a shocked expression. Stones piled into a wall, towers, gates, and torches burning atop it. Ford was most shocked. His face filled with disbelief, he muttered, "How? How is this possible? When we came, there was no wall. How did they build such a wall so fast? Am I still dreaming?" Speaking, Ford slapped himself, pain swelling instantly. Ford realized it was all real. Anthony withdrew his gaze, looking at Ford, voice cold. Is this the gift your master mentioned? Hall also looked at Ford, awaiting his response. Without siege equipment or a large army, how could they attack such walls? They're dubbed the Iron Blood Brotherhood, but they're just a band of brigands. Their only equipment were horses and mismatched swords and long spears. If the walls were defended with arrows, perhaps they'd be overwhelmed before even approaching. Feeling the cold gaze upon him, Ford felt extremely tense. He quickly explained, "Gentlemen, I am but a follower, a dog of Master Aiden. I merely do as Master Aiden commands." Watching Ford trembling, Hall turned to Anthony. "Leader?" Anthony stared at Hall, his words calm. "Go and smash the city gate." Hall's eyebrows raised sharply in surprise. "Ah, leader, I can't do it." Anthony tugged at the reins of his warhorse. The warhorse beneath him instantly understood the command, muscles flexing as its neck turned, heading back in the direction it came from. Anthony's cold voice echoed, "Do you think I can do it?" Hall was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Seconds later, he tugged the reins and rode after Anthony. The members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood also turned their direction one after another. Hall's face remained full of disbelief. In such a short period, they had built such a city wall. What kind of strong labor force was hidden in the territory behind the mountain forest? Ford felt he couldn't quite imagine it. Ford came to his senses, looked at the Iron Blood Brotherhood turning around, furrowing his brow, and hurriedly asked, everyone, where are you going?" Understanding Anthony's intentions, Hall responded, "Of course, we're going back to find your Master Aiden. Your Master Aiden invited us to Morgantown, and this long journey has consumed quite a bit of resources. Can't let us run this trip for nothing, right?" Ford's face stiffened. A bad thought emerged in his mind. Could these self-proclaimed Iron Blood Brotherhood bandits be targeting Master Aiden's manor? He must rush back to the manor immediately to inform Master Aiden. Lin rested his hands on a shooting aperture, gazing into the distance. There, the light of torches was gradually fading away. Lin understood that the cavalry attacking at night had already chosen to retreat. The importance of the city wall was instantly evident. If without the city wall, these cavalrymen would have poured in, passing through the forest, crossing the wasteland, and reaching the villages in the territory. Even if he now had over 1,500 villagers holding iron farm tools in their hands. Without strict training, they wouldn't even be able to engage in combat. How many could muster the courage to pick up their tools and step forth? Villagers are villagers. Without long-term intense training, they can never become qualified soldiers. Beside Lin, Rose's face showed a hint of joy. Unable to contain himself, he spoke. "Master Lin, the enemy has retreated." Even Red and the guard soldiers on the wall had their faces slightly relaxed. Lin responded, "I saw." After this perilous night raid, Lin also realized the imperfections of the city wall. Lacking defensive weapons, no crossbows, no rolling wood and stones, no long-handled axes, hooks, or sickle spears, no fierce fire oil, not even the nauseating golden juice. Lin looked at Rose and said, "Instructor Rose, I need you to lead your soldiers to produce rolling wood and stones as city defense weapons." Rolling wood is simply large solid timber, pushed down from the wall, using the impact of its rolling motion to damage enemies and cloud ladders. Stones, naturally, are stones mined from the mountain. Rose instantly thought of something, quickly answered, "Yes, my master." Previously, many stones were mined for building the city wall. Some granite was either too large or of uneven shape and was piled up under the wall. He can certainly lead the soldiers to move these logs and stones onto the wall. They can serve as city defense weapons and be used for soldiers' physical training. Rose's gaze towards Lin became increasingly filled with admiration. He's indeed the deputy captain of the 6th Cavalry Brigade, but he is a cavalryman with more combat experience on open plain grasslands. After giving instructions, Lin walked down from the city wall. With this 10-meter-high city wall, ordinary bandit cavalry simply couldn't cross it. This was only temporary. If there were enough bandits, even with this city wall, it couldn't stop them. Expansion of the army is necessary, and the production of long-range shooting weapons must continue. Mounted on horseback, Lin returned to the village. Along with him were Red and 50 guards. In front of the village, he saw groups of villagers standing solemnly with farm tools in hand. Lin was slightly surprised. At the forefront, Kisi looked relieved as she saw Master Lin and her brother Red return safely. Kisi asked, "Master Lin, are you all right?" Lin responded, "I'm fine. What are you prepared for?" Kisi awkwardly explained, "Because you mentioned there was an enemy attack, I organized the villagers to wait in the village. If you returned after a defeat, we could still defend." Listening to Kisi's words, looking at those faces ready to die, Lin felt inexplicably moved. Among them were Lex from the brewing workshop, Gavin and Wilbur managing the farmland, Irello from the blacksmith shop, Colin and the apprentices building wooden houses. Even, Lin saw the children aged 8 or 9 taught by old John. Lin looked at Kisi with approval. "Well done." Kisi widened her eyes, looking at Master Lin. Lin continued, "The enemy has retreated. Let them disperse." Kisi nodded. "Yes, Master Lin." Under Kisi's explanation and persuasion, nearly 1,000 villagers dispersed, each heading to their wooden cabins. Back in the wooden cabin, sitting by the anthracite-burning fire pit, Lin's mind was planning the zoning of the village. Generally, divided into the castle area, market area, residential area, handicraft workshop district, and so on. A territory has a lord, naturally needing a castle. First, it can defend against external enemies, preventing assassinations, etc. Currently, Lin was just an ordinary person. His flesh and blood couldn't withstand any blades or arrows. Secondly, as a symbol of power, it's also the center of administration. Finally, the storage function. Important resources on the territory are all stored in the castle's warehouse cellar, providing protection. The market area is also where he wants to divide the space. Villagers can go to the market in their leisure time to sell or exchange idle items. This can improve the villagers' living index. Residential area. Now the population on the territory is close to 1,700. According to 2 people or a family per house, roughly will need to build 600 red brick houses. Lin roughly estimated if constructed just as basic 2-bedroom, 1 lounge, it would be at least 30 square meters. Then consider the corridors between red brick houses, lighting, and fire prevention. 600 red brick houses would occupy nearly 70 acres. Compared to the wasteland on his territory, 70 acres is nearly negligible. However, this is only the area needed for the housing of 1,700 people. In the future, there will definitely be more villagers on the territory. Space for the residential area to extend is needed. Finally, what Lin valued most, the handicraft workshop district. Handicraft workshops are the lifeblood related to the development speed of the territory. Now, even though the blacksmith shop has the expertise of Irello, a level 3 blacksmith, Lin must expand the blacksmith shop and create a strict and orderly assembly line. In the future, the blacksmith shop needs not only to forge various farm tools required for agriculture, but more importantly, it must forge weapons and armor of different standards. In terms of weapons, one-handed swords, two-handed swords, long spears, short spears, iron axes, and warhammers, longbows, crossbows, and even catapults. For armor, standardized helmets, armor, shields, and even vests. Different categories require specialized divisions of labor to enhance forging efficiency. To mass-produce these weapons and equipment, the current blacksmith apprentices under Irello are far from sufficient. After planning the functional zones and rebuilding, more blacksmith apprentices must be recruited. The textile industry is also of critical importance. Although it is only the end of August now, winter is not far off. Most of Lin's villagers are slaves brought from various places. They, unlike the free people, do not have winter clothing. If Lin doesn't prepare some winter clothes for them now, they will freeze to death. Moreover, textile materials are needed for making armor linings. In addition, there's the leather industry, food processing, ceramics, paper making, and others. These are all essential industries for territorial development, none of which can be lacking. With a thought, Lin opened the holographic map. After observing continuously for nearly 2 hours, Lin finally determined the area divisions. On the open ground outside the village, 300 villagers are tirelessly using wooden molds to produce red brick blanks. After days of airing, the moisture in the excavated clay has reached an appropriate level. Now, The clay mixed with soil and sand only needs to be placed into molds, pressed, smoothed, and then extracted. A qualified brick blank is thus produced. Simple, yet cumbersome, it requires a lot of manpower. Apart from these villagers, Lynn also called over the children led by old John to participate in making brick blanks. Even Lynn himself was making brick blanks. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. The production experience increased gradually, bit by bit. Lynn's production skills gained experience. A villager pushing a flatbed cart collected all the finished brick blanks and transported them to the rear. Another few dozen villagers stacked the brick blanks crisscross on the open ground to dry these bricks by the evaporation of moisture. On the distant slope, in the fire mouths of dozens of kilns, anthracite is burning fiercely. After days of preparation and airing, the first batch of brick blanks is loaded into kilns for firing. The stages in the firing process for red bricks include warming, holding temperature, and cooling, and different technical requirements lead to some variation in burn times. Lynn did not have high demands for these red bricks. As long as they could be used to build red brick houses, that was sufficient. Moreover, with anthracite's high-energy production, firing can be completed in one day. After a day of natural cooling, the first batch of red bricks can be taken out of the kiln. While Lynn sat on a long bench making red brick blanks, Kesey approached in strides, coming to his side. Seeing Master Lynn's face smudged with mud stains, Kesey considerately brought out a handkerchief to wipe him clean. Kesey explained, "Master Lynn, Grayson has arrived." He recalled the last time Grayson came to the territory, it was with his sister Audrey. Putting down the brick mold in hand, Lynn went to a nearby water jug to wash his hands clean. Soon after, Lynn stepped back towards the village. Upon returning to the village, he saw the familiar figure, Grayson Brown. Grayson also saw Lynn. His words were full of wonder. "Oh, dear Master Lynn, are you the savior sent by the gods? This is too miraculous." He crossed the sea in a longboat and docked at the fisherman's wharf in Kakasong City. To sell his goods to Master Lynn as quickly as possible, he did not stop, heading straight for Lynn's territory. Grayson didn't even visit the brothel he often frequented. He came along the usual route. When he saw the familiar mountain forest pass from afar, Grayson was thrilled. Once through that piece of forest, the slaves and food he bought could be exchanged for fine salt. He just needed to sell the fine salt in other regions. Those would all be gold pounds. When he approached the forest, he found the original mountain forest pass had disappeared. In its place was a towering city wall, built of stone. The city wall rose so high it demanded one look up to it. Grayson even thought the walls of Kakasong City weren't as high as this. The key was, when was the last time he visited Master Lynn's territory? It wasn't even a full month, was it? In under a month, Master Lynn had built a city wall. How could he not be astounded? Lynn smiled calmly. "Grayson, like you, I am just an ordinary person perhaps. A bit luckier." Grayson's heart was filled with admiration. "Is this just a bit of good luck?" Lynn shifted his tone and asked, "What did you bring me this time?" Hearing Master Lynn's inquiry, Grayson finally snapped out of his confrontation. He quickly replied, "Master Lynn, I have brought you the slaves and grain you most need. Originally, there were 800 pounds of premium iron, but the carriage's capacity is limited, so I could only transport these goods first." Lynn looked into the distance, where slaves bound with ropes stood in place. Beside these slaves, rows led dozens of soldiers guarding them. Their expressions were dull, filled with confusion about the future. Lynn nodded. "Tell me in detail." Grayson explained, "A total of 500 slaves, all from the southern campaign of the Portland's empire. As for grain, there are 20,000 pounds of barley and 5,000 pounds of wheat. Regarding the price, I've already calculated it before. Slaves are priced at 5 shillings each, 5 pounds of barley for 1 penny, and 1 pound of wheat for 1 penny, totaling 162 gold pounds." Lynn did a quick mental calculation. To be precise, it should be 162 gold pounds and 10 shillings. Obviously, Grayson rounded off for him. Lynn said, 6,500 pounds of fine salt, or gold pounds. Upon hearing the words from Master Lynn's mouth, Grayson's eyebrows instantly raised. "Fine salt, of course, fine salt, Master Lynn." Lynn agreed. "No problem." Behind him, Kesey heard that the transaction was completed and immediately walked away, calling a group of villagers to start unloading the goods. Lynn looked directly at Grayson and said, "The power of goods transportation by you alone can no longer satisfy my needs. I need to cooperate with more merchants." After so many transactions, Lynn understood that Grayson was a trustworthy partner, as long as it didn't touch his interests. Why before did Grayson risk having all his assets confiscated by the Brown clan and start from scratch just to keep this lord who could produce fine salt? For a few emotionally charged trades? Grayson's intention was to continuously purchase and exchange fine salt from him in the future, earning the price difference. The principle of stability. As a merchant, Grayson naturally understood. Merchants are always after profit. There are no absolute friends, only absolute interests. He possessed salt mines and coal mines, two sources of endlessly producing minerals. He lacked nothing, except for money. But, whether it was George or Grayson, their carriages had capacity limitations. With more caravans arriving, things would be different. Grayson's eyes widened slightly as he inquired, "So, Master Lin, what you mean is..." Grayson naturally understood the implication of Lin's words, but he had not expected this day to come so quickly. From Grayson's standpoint, naturally, the fewer merchants that knew about this place, the more beneficial it was for him. If he could exchange more fine salt from Lin at critical market moments, the fine salt in his hand could be sold at a high price. However, Grayson also understood. Relying on his own power, he could not swallow this salt and coal mine. Lin calmly said, "You can introduce your siblings here. If collaboration is achieved and the transaction is successful, I can give you a 1% commission of the transaction amount." Upon hearing this, Grayson's eyes instantly lit up. His words became a bit excited. "Master Lin, you truly are a divine figure. If you become a merchant, we might not even get the scraps." Despite the simplicity of what Master Lin said, but he had never thought of it. As long as he introduced the merchants of the Brown clan to Master Lin, no matter how many times they transact or for how large an amount, he would receive a commission. If a single transaction amounted to 100 gold pounds, he could receive 1 gold pound. 1 gold pound doesn't seem like much, but the younger generation of the Brown clan alone has some 3 or 4 dozen members, and the previous generation also has over a dozen. They are merchants just like him. Grayson knew better than anyone about the nature of the people in the Brown clan. They are all about profit and can be unscrupulous. As long as their interests aren't violated, they can be trustworthy gentlemen or honest citizens. Not mentioning bringing all members of the Brown clan over. As long as 30 clan members came, the commission he could earn would be a terrifying figure. The key is, he doesn't need to do anything. A curious idea surfaced in Grayson's mind. The position of patriarch of the Brown clan was his for the taking. But soon, Grayson suppressed this wild thought. He knew that currently, his worth was only a few dozen gold pounds. The position of patriarch was too far away. Grayson understood in his heart. If a few years later, he truly became the patriarch of the Brown clan, the Master Lin in front of him would be his benefactor. Grayson took a deep breath and said calmly, "Master Lin, I am very willing to serve you." For him, this was an opportunity for change and a chance to soar to new heights. Lin nodded, "Go ahead." After all 6,500 pounds of fine salt were loaded onto Grayson's wagon, he wasted no time, climbed onto the wagon, and left Lin's territory. This deal with Master Lin filled him with hope for the future. If he truly became the patriarch of the Brown clan, he would absolutely reckon with everyone in the Brown clan. Those ridiculous family rules. As Grayson gradually disappeared from sight, Lin withdrew his gaze. Lin naturally knew that the more merchants knew about this territory, the more dangerous it would become for him. But Lin had no choice. He had to start making efforts. He needed to develop quickly. The distant enemy was his older brother, soon to inherit Marquis Ducas's position. The near enemy, the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandits who left in disgrace a few days ago, and the Manor Lord Aiden who came earlier. This was on the premise that the city wall was completed. He could completely rely on the city wall to keep much of the danger outside. Before, he wouldn't have dared to act so rashly. Look at the 500 slaves still standing in place in front of him. Lin felt satisfaction, despite there being men and women among them, and even children. During transportation, They were so hungry they appeared malnourished. But Lin didn't mind. What were these if not labor? As for their weak bodies, and if they might feel like escaping, with the living standards of his territory, within 1 or 2 months at most, they could be nourished into healthy, plump individuals. As long as they kept their heads down working, they would get food and shelter, and occasionally rewards in gold pounds. If they still harbored thoughts of escape, he would have no choice but to eliminate them. He called Kisi to arrange for cooks to prepare food for the slaves, allowing them to have a hearty meal. Lin drove them all to the vacant area outside the village. What Lin needed most now was labor to produce the brick billets. The arrival of these slaves conveniently solved his urgent need. Not only that, but the efficiency of building red brick houses would also increase afterwards. After arranging the slaves, Lin walked towards the blacksmith shop. Listening to the crisp sound of forging, he felt inexplicably comforted. The 100 newly recruited soldiers were still without weaponry, requiring increased speed. Moreover, his forging skill was also about to advance to level 2. Lin wanted to see what functionalities level 2 skills could unlock. Clang, clang, clang. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. In the early morning of the next day, in front of the kiln for firing red bricks, Lin stood. As Colin dug open the top of the kiln, the situation in the kiln came into everyone's view. Inside the kiln, bricks were stacked in an interlocking manner. Colin took out a finished brick and handed it to Lin. He respectfully said, "Master Lin." Lin reached out to receive it, quickly examining it. This brick was not red, but beige with a hint of white. With a thought, a string of text appeared. Brick, made by mixing clay sand containing high aluminum oxide elements and loess, and firing it. Suitable for construction, etc. Red bricks fired with high aluminum oxide content offer better fire resistance, effectively preventing houses from burning down. Compared to ordinary red bricks, they are more practical in performance. This was exactly what Lin needed. The brick dimensions were 24 centimeters long, 11 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters high, considered typical for red bricks. This size was convenient for transport and use. Bricks are red due to the presence of high aluminum oxide compounds in the clay billets, which undergo an oxidation process during firing. A kiln can fire about 500 red bricks. There were 50 kilns on this vacant land. If all kilns fired at the right temperature, they could produce nearly 25,000 red bricks. Building a 30-square-meter red brick house required about 4,000 red bricks. Speaking of which, including the newly arrived 500 slaves. Just in the residential area, at least 1,000 red brick houses would need to be built. At this firing efficiency, how long would it take to rebuild the entire territory? He had to find a way to improve efficiency. The first thought that came to Lin's mind was to build a large-scale brick-burning factory. Constructing a large brick-burning factory also required a lot of red bricks, so the firing of red bricks had to continue for now. Lin entrusted Colin with supervising the red brick firing and went to the blacksmith shop. Time slipped by like a white colt passing by a gap. Soon, night descended. A string of words appeared before Lin's eyes. Your forging has advanced to level 2. Unlocking. Special building library. Received reward. Skill duplication book ×1. Looking at the text notification in front of him, Lin's eyebrows raised involuntarily. Special building library. Skill duplication book. Although Lin hadn't checked yet, just from the names of these two rewards, they seemed quite extraordinary. With a thought, explanatory text emerged. Skill duplication book. Can replicate the skills of others. The simple description made Lin's mood ripple with strong waves, directly replicating others' skills for his own use. However, for Lin, this is exactly what's most needed. As for what skill to replicate, Lin felt he could wait a bit. It has become somewhat difficult to upgrade skills. The skill duplication book is not easy to come by. Suppressing the waves in his heart, Lin looked at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. In the bottom right corner of the interface, a yellow-brown book icon appeared. Opening the special building library, a panel filled with various blueprints appeared before Lin's eyes. Mutated wild boar farm. The domesticated wild boars will mutate, becoming large and strong, and can understand most human commands. Looking at one of the architectural blueprints, Lin's eyes widened instantly. The domesticated wild boars will mutate? In his mind, a strange image instantly appeared. Knights in armor riding on wild boars with huge tusks, charging. Upon seeing the conditions required to exchange for the building blueprint, Lin temporarily chose to give up. Energy stones to exchange. Moreover, building special structures requires magic or for enhancements. Lin's eyes then moved to other architectural blueprints. Snowball launcher. Produces snowballs to prevent land combustion, ensuring the safety of farms and planting areas. Pharmacy workshop. Medicines can be produced within the pharmacy workshop. Lin briefly glanced over them. Different special buildings require different numbers of energy stones for exchange. Moreover, the materials needed to construct them do not concern him. Even if they're not needed now, it's better than nothing. Lin is looking forward to it. If these special buildings can be exchanged and constructed, after these few days of rush forging by the blacksmith shop, the combat long spear and round shield that Lin needed. The villagers were enjoying the evening tranquility, but Lin couldn't do that. He needed to continue working for the development of the entire territory. Lin asked Kisi to call Guy over. Guy appeared in front of Lin. Lin was about to speak when a dog's barking sound reached his ears. Looking down, he saw two half-grown wolf pups standing beside Guy. One was snow white, and the other was completely black. As they were in their growth phase, their fur was in a bristling stage. It was precisely the ones he had previously named by Ling Hei Yi. Lin was a bit surprised, didn't expect they actually survived. The two wolf pups, by Ling and Hei Yi, passed by Guy and approached his feet. After sniffing around Lin's feet, they started nudging Lin's ankle with their heads. Kisi, who was waiting beside him, couldn't help but reveal a smile. Because they were domesticated, the two wolf pups were more like dogs. Guy echoed with a smile. Yes, Master Lin, their life energy is truly resilient. However, it took a lot of effort, feeding them plenty of fine meat. Lin nodded and instantly thought of a blueprint in the special building library in his mind. Wolf's Den. The domesticated wild wolves will mutate, becoming robust with incredible perception, lightning speed, suitable for reconnaissance, and more. If these two wild wolves can grow up and form a scale, he can later exchange for the Wolf's Den blueprint, Lin said. Then continue raising them. Increase the number of wild wolves. Whatever you need, just ask Kisi directly. Guy replied, Okay, Master Lin. Lin shifted the conversation. The reason I called you over is to inform you that the territory is preparing to develop the livestock industry and build a ranch. Although in the current territory, there are only a few dozen draft horses and oxen. Beyond that, there are no other livestock or poultry. But the construction of the ranch must be put on the agenda by Lin, because the breeding of livestock and poultry requires time. Without livestock and poultry, he can have George or other merchants transport them over. But this would only provide a small portion. Lin needs to construct a ranch, enclose the purchased livestock and poultry for expansion. Only this way will the territory have a steady source of meat, eggs, and milk. Furthermore, the leather needed for future armor production will also come from pigs, horses, sheep, and cattle in the ranch. Guy was puzzled. A ranch? Lin nodded. Yes, a ranch, with a breeding scale that might reach 1,000 heads. Upon hearing this, Guy's eyes instantly widened. A ranch for 1,000 heads of livestock. He does have breeding experience, but previously he only bred a few dozen draft oxen and a dozen draft horses. Lin looked at Guy. Any issues? Guy was a bit hesitant. The hesitation on his face disappeared. No problem, Master Lin. However, I need you to assign me more people. Breeding 1,000 heads of livestock requires many experienced helpers to accomplish. Lin nodded. I'll equip you with 50 people, and as the breeding increases, I'll assign you even more helpers. Guy's eyes lit up. Then I have no issues, Master Lin. The construction of a ranch is not as complicated as the red brick factory. Only a small amount of red bricks and lots of logs are needed to complete it. The most crucial part is where to purchase a large amount of livestock and poultry. 6 or 7 miles outside the village, on a piece of uncultivated land. Lin stood with Guy, Red, and a few guards. Their eyes were constantly sweeping over the surroundings. Guy was the first to speak. Master Lin, if you want to build a pasture, this is a pretty good choice. Guy began to explain. In my experience, the most important factors in building a pasture are the choice of location and the water source. The terrain of the pasture needs to be relatively flat and open with good drainage. This is more conducive to the livestock's movement and growth. Water source is a key element for the pasture. Although there's the Acadia River, we still need to dig wells to access groundwater to avoid rain or flooding, which would cause the water to become extremely turbid. Guy continued. After confirming the location, the next step is construction. Masterland. To build a large pasture, we need to clear out the uncultivated land first, then construct fences to divide the areas, and then build various barns and shelters for the animals to rest, as well as warehouses or silos for feed storage. Finally, there's the residential area for the pasture personnel. Lynn gave Guy an approving glance. Guy had essentially outlined everything needed to build a pasture and all the key points to note. Lynn said, "I will assign you 20 carpenters, 20 stonemasons, and 20 villagers to clear the land and transport materials. I need you to build the barns with red bricks. I want to see this pasture completed in a month's time. There are quite a few villagers with level 1 or level 2 construction skills. Plus, many of the raw materials are already available, like some of the red bricks that have been fired, timber from previous logging, lime that's been prepared, sand that's been dug up. As long as the manpower is well organized, construction of the pasture can begin. With 60 laborers, if the pasture isn't built within a month, it can only mean that Guy's ability is limited." Guy's eyes flickered a few times, and he replied, "No problem, Master Lin." Lin nodded, mounted the horse that Red was holding, and headed back to the village. Red, Guy, and the others followed closely behind. Lin had Kisi assigned 60 villagers. After a series of instructions from Guy, armed with their tools, he led these people to the selected site for the pasture. With the pasture matters arranged, all that was left was to wait quietly. Lin's gaze drifted towards the distant farmland. There, Gavin and Wilbur were organizing the farmers, digging canals. Retracting his gaze, Lin looked at Kisi. "What is Colin doing now?" Kisi pondered for a few seconds and responded, "He should still be over there making red bricks, I think. I'll go get him right now." With these words, Kisi strode towards the distance. Kisi brought Colin before Lin. Colin hastily bowed, forcibly steadying his somewhat chaotic breath. "Master Lin, you were looking for me?" Lin directly stated, "I need you to lead people in building a few large water wheels. Making red bricks requires a water source, the pasture needs a water source, and irrigation canals for the farmland also require a water source. The Acadia River has an endless supply of river water, but because the land is higher, only buckets or water jars can be used, which is too inefficient." Colin didn't think much and answered, "Of course, Master Lin." After telling Colin where the water wheels needed to be installed, Colin turned and left. Colin had previously participated and witnessed the construction of water wheels, so there was nothing to worry about. With the most urgent tasks handed over, Lin gave Kisi a few instructions. Lin, accompanied by Red and a dozen guards, left the village. Mounting their horses, they headed towards the primordial forest in the northern part of the territory. Lin needed to continue exploring his territory. He needed iron, a lot of iron ore. If he could find a mine that was easy to extract, then Lin would soar. He already had a salt mine, a coal mine, and one more iron mine would round it off. With his ability, building high furnaces for smelting copper and iron is not difficult. Even if he couldn't find an iron mine, finding a copper or gold mine wouldn't be bad either. Around the 3-story mansion built from piled stones, tents made of linen cloth were set up on the open space. In the center of the tents was a pile of charcoal burnt to ashes. With a gentle breeze, trails of white ash were lifted, floating in the air. Occasional leisurely chuckles could be heard from various tents. Inside the mansion, in a luxuriously furnished room on the 3rd floor, Aiden Manor Lord was sitting on a genuine leather seat. His face was full of gloom, and his eyes kept darting around. Opposite Aiden, Ford stood cautiously. He hung his head low, not daring to utter a word. The Iron Blood Brotherhood's presence here was due to his suggestion to Aiden, letting the tiger devour the wolf, using bandits to deplete the Lord's armed forces. When both sides were worn out, Aiden would swoop in, cleaning up the battlefield. He could avenge Old Bauer's murder, seize the territory, and eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Finally, he could claim credit from Marquis Duca. It was truly killing many birds with one stone. At that time, Master Aiden couldn't help but applaud the idea, but they never anticipated. A single wall would brutally shatter their fantasies. Now, not only was the territory not seized, the members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood were sticking to his manor like a leech. The entire manor, including the families and the free people slaves, was in a state of panic. Aiden looked at Ford and questioned, "Tell me, how are we going to deal with these thieves now?" Ford's face stiffened. Whether it was the number of thieves or their equipment, they were far superior. Unless Master Aiden could organize all the slaves and launch an attack. But those slaves only know how to farm. Indeed, this dilemma eventually fell upon him. Ford hesitated a bit. "Master Aiden, I don't know." Aiden's tone turned cold. "Don't know?" Ford was terrified. He quickly changed his words. "No, no, Master Aiden, they are thieves." Aiden's tone became somewhat amiable. "Continue." Suddenly, an idea popped into Ford's mind. "Yes, they are thieves. Since Master Aiden, you can't deal with them, why not request reinforcements from Marquis Ducas? You are his vassal. After all, you pay him taxes every year. The Ducas clan can't possibly turn a blind eye, can they? Moreover, if Marquis Ducas's reinforcement troops arrive with a mighty army, you can not only solve these thieves, but also inquire about the missing Wood. Even, you might get the long-awaited territory." Wood, who went to Marquis Ducas, had disappeared for a long time now. Something unexpected must have happened. But they didn't know. Why did the accident happen? Wood was a very cautious person. Aiden's eyes lit up instantly. "Very good idea. In that case, you shall go to Marquis Ducas's castle and request reinforcements." Ford's eyes widened immediately in disbelief. "Huh? Me?" Lynn and more than 20 others rode on horseback, advancing through the forest. As they ventured deeper, the 20 to 30 centimeter tree trunks had turned into ones that several people could hug around. The tall canopies, striving to gain more sunlight, filled the spaces above tightly. Even though it was noon now, only fragments of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the canopy. If Lynn intends to construct ships for the sea in the future, these logs will be the best raw materials. Lynn held the horned bow in his left hand and set the string with his right, fixating his gaze ahead. There, a lone adult roe deer was leisurely foraging. The roe deer seemed to hear this slight sound. Its head rose, its dark eyes scanning the surroundings. However, it was too late. Lynn's right fingers released instantly. An arrow shot through the air towards the deer. The sharp arrow penetrated the roe deer's lung, piercing its heart. Without even letting out a cry, it fell directly to the ground. The arrow pierced through and embedded into the ground. Hunting experience +1. Retracting the horn bow, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. While exploring the ore veins, he can also grind hunting experience. 2 guards sensibly went up, carrying the deer on their backs. The group continued onward, heading deeper into the forest. Lynn and others found a leeward spot close to the Acadia River to camp. On the cleared ground, they started a campfire, placed an iron pot above it to cook the cleaned venison and wheat. Around the campfire, they skewered pieces of venison for roasting. The aroma of meat began to spread across the camp. Exploring the forest consumed as much energy as reclaiming Wasteland. Not only dealing with the constant ups and downs of terrain, but also being ever cautious of poisonous insects and snakes. Upon reaching the deep forest, the horses could no longer be ridden. They could only rely on their legs. The guards smelled the aroma and couldn't resist swallowing hard. The forest was completely dark. Except for the brightness of the campfire, there was no other light. Silence engulfed everything, suffocatingly eerie. The cooked food was thoroughly done, with its rich aroma spreading through the camp. With permission from Master Lin, the guards gathered around to enjoy the outdoor dinner. After eating and drinking, Lin sat by the campfire to dispel the dense dew in the forest. Lin glanced at the ore vein detector. Though they had walked and searched the forest for a day, it still showed no information. Looks like they'll have to go deeper into the forest. Initially, she considered bringing Sienna along, but upon consulting, learned that she could only listen now and couldn't communicate. Lin abandoned the idea. She turned her gaze to Red. "Did you and Kisi see any special or veins while passing through the forest to my territory?" Red, who was guarding beside Lin, wore a look of recollection. But quickly, Red shook his head. "Sorry, Master Lin. We were too busy running for our lives. "We didn't see any or veins." Not only didn't they see, but even if they had seen, they likely wouldn't recognize them. Lynn responded she didn't mind. She instructed Red to arrange the guards for night watch. Lynn lay down in the temporary shelter and drifted off to sleep. As for the other guards, naturally, they had to camp wherever they could. After all, Lynn is the Lord. Last night was Christmas Eve. After breakfast, when the guards and chefs had packed up, Lynn and his group set off once more. Although walking through the forest, Lynn always led them along the banks of the Acadia River. Lynn not only needed to explore the forest and search for ravines, but also to investigate the water system layout of the Acadia River. This was related to the future development of maritime industry in the territory. In the blink of an eye, during this time, the ore vein detector did prompt twice. One time, it was a medium-sized copper mine. Another time, it was a small iron mine. However, both of these ore veins were buried deep underground. Under current conditions, mining them was simply impossible. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lynn stood atop a peak filled with sharp rocks. Beneath the peak, there was an endless stretch of primordial forest. The wide and turbulent Acadia River, like a meandering giant dragon, divided this primordial forest. The end was nowhere in sight. To the left was the Elfini Empire, and to the right was his domain's forest. Lynn realized that exploring the water system layout of the Acadia River like this was unrealistic. He needed a map of the Acadia River. However, there also needed to be covert sentries stationed along the Acadia River. If any ships navigated through this forest towards Crescent Bay, they could issue a warning in advance. Lynn did not want to experience another incident where bandits drove straight into the village. After briefly experiencing the vastness of the terrain and the grandeur of the scenery atop the peak, Lynn led Red and the others down from the peak. He still had so many things to do. The main purpose of this outing was to find an iron mine. This was related to the military strength of the territory. After searching the forest for another 2 days, Lynn still had no results. They had been away from the village for 8 days. Even though Lynn had great confidence in Kesey's abilities and Ross's military recruitment, leaving the territory without his presence for such a long time could easily lead to upheaval. Lynn certainly did not want to come back and find his home robbed just because he was looking for an iron mine. After heading back for 2 days, a string of text suddenly appeared in Lynn's view. Ore vein detector, 200 meters southeast, large open pit iron mine. Seeing the prompt before him, Lynn's eyes widened. And it's a large iron mine. Lynn's mind raced as he opened the ore vein detector. A symbol of an iron mine appeared on it. Lynn didn't hesitate at all, leading Red and the others towards the iron mine. They trekked past colossal tree trunks that would require several people to embrace and crossed moss-covered high rocky slopes. Lynn stood at the location marked by the ore vein detector. As he gazed at the scene ahead, his pupils gradually enlarged, his face filled with shock. Even someone usually as calm and stable as Lynn could not help but feel his emotions rapidly fluctuate. Before him was a tiered, exposed black mountain. Even though there was much moss covering the mountain, the distinct black color was still evident at a glance. The area was extensive, and the mining area could span several square kilometers or even more. Lynn understood that this was indeed an iron mine, an open-pit iron mine, large open-pit iron mine, formed through a combination of multiple geological processes over a long time. The reserves of a large iron mine are at least several tens of millions of tons, or even up to billions of tons. The accidental discovery of a salt mine had already initiated a qualitative leap in the economic development of the territory. The discovery of the coal mine had brought about a massive transformation in the facilities of the territory too. Now, with the discovery of this large, open-pit iron mine, Lynn realized that this time, he was really going to take off. Subduing the shock in his heart, Lynn walked into the mountain body and casually picked up a piece of black ore. Iron ore, high grade, low in alumina content, few harmful impurities, good sintering performance, suitable for smelting and forging, etc. Reading the text description, Lynn felt increasingly satisfied in his heart. And it was high-grade iron ore. High grade means a high mass fraction of iron elements in the ore. This allows for the extraction of more effective iron content. Behind Lynn, the guards were filled with curiosity. Their master Lin rushed here without any orders for them. Red approached and asked in confusion, Master Lin, what's the problem with these stones? Lin's lips curled slightly. Of course there is a problem. With this open-pit iron mine, he will have countless armor and weapons. With this open-pit iron mine, he can arm his soldiers to the teeth. With this open-pit iron mine, he will have an infinite number of heavily armored elite cavalry. With this open-pit iron mine, he will have the confidence to knock out all enemies with a single punch. Red's puzzlement was still apparent. Lin calmly stated, This is an iron mine. Simply put, every soldier in the territory will be clad in fine plate armor in the future. Hearing Master Lin's words, Red was stunned. Not only him, but all the guards behind were also stunned. Before they could indulge in imagination, Lin abruptly announced, This exploration is over. Now we can return. Everyone instantly snapped back to reality, respectfully responding, Yes, Master Lin. Watching Master Lin stride forward, they hurriedly stepped to catch up. They could clearly feel that after finding this iron mine, Master Lin's mood instantly improved. Under the guidance of the guard, Lin walked through the forest. In his mind, he was already planning how to extract this open-pit iron mine. According to the holographic map, the open-pit iron mine is quite far from the village. After 8 days of continuous exploration, Lin and his party had already traveled 40 miles. This was even under the complex road conditions in the forest. Otherwise, they could have gone further. The challenge of how to excavate appeared in Lin's mind. Excavate iron ore like excavating salt mines? As soon as this idea came out, Lin instantly dismissed it. Even if starting from the open-pit salt mine, cutting down logs all the way and laying roads, achieving this nearly 40-mile journey would take too long. Not only that, it would also require a lot of labor and resources. Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. The open-pit iron mine is only 2 or 3 miles away from the Acadia River. It is completely feasible to transport the extracted iron ore by small boats to the back of the village. This means that it is only necessary to temporarily cut down logs and build a road for this short stretch. The road entering the open-pit iron mine can be paved when there is more labor available. With the transportation issue of iron ore resolved, the next task is to produce more iron excavation tools and to arrange for excavation personnel. His party had already exited the forest, mounted their horses, and galloped towards the village. Not even close to the village yet. Lin saw from a distance that Colin was leading a dozen apprentices by the Acadia River, installing the water wheel. With the stone mill and forging water wheels, 6 water wheels were already standing on the Acadia River. In the wasteland farther from the village, a group of people were busily working together. It was Guy and his team of stonemasons and carpenters building a ranch. In the fields, Gavin and Wilbur were tending to the peas. Seeing this scene, Lin nodded with satisfaction. Even after being away for nearly 9 days, the village was still operating normally. Just as he returned to the front of the village, Lin noticed that Kesey was waiting in the open space in front of the village. As he approached, Kesey greeted him with delight. Master Lin, you're finally back, she said anxiously. Lin dismounted and asked curiously, What's wrong? Kesey quickly explained. Barely 2 days after you left, Grayson returned, bringing 800 pounds of high-quality iron, 30,000 pounds of barley, and 10,000 pounds of wheat. Since you were not here, I did not trade the equivalent amount of fine salt with him, but Grayson is willing to leave these goods with you first. Although Kesey had witnessed and participated in the step-by-step development of the village, she was also one of the people Master Lin trusted most. Kesey deeply understood that Master Lin was the real owner of this land. She could collaborate on anything with Master Lin's permission, but she would not overstep when it comes to Master Lin's property. Moreover, the value of these goods was nearly 90 gold pounds. Lin nodded and asked, Has Grayson already left? Kesey replied, Yes, Master Lin. Grayson has already left. However, there is a merchant named Alan Brown who has been waiting outside the city wall for a day. He claims to be Grayson's brother. Even though his surname is the same as Grayson's, Instructor Ross didn't allow his caravan into the city wall without your permission. Lin raised an eyebrow. Lin said, Tell Ross to let them in. The importance of the city wall once again became evident. Without a clear introduction from an intermediary, No one can enter his territory. If they want to enter, they must get his approval. Kisi acknowledged and immediately called a nearby guard to relay Master Lin's order. Lin strode toward the wooden house. Kisi, please prepare a tub of hot water. I need a good soak. Being out for nearly 9 days, his body was sore and smelled. Kisi acknowledged. Yes, Master Lin, I'll go right away. A bathtub filled with hot water was placed in Lin's wooden house. Wisps of white steam continuously floated and spread throughout the room. Lin soaked comfortably, relieving muscle soreness and dispelling the fatigue from his body. The guard rode to the city wall at the mountain pass to deliver the message. The Allen Brown caravan would need at least 2 to 3 hours to reach the village from the city wall, even at a fast speed. Lin had plenty of time. It wasn't until a little over 2 hours later that Lin, having finished his bath, changed into comfortable silk clothes and walked out of the wooden house. A caravan of horse-drawn carriages was traveling along the lime road towards the village. Lin observed the caravan. On 10 carriages, each pulled by 4 strong draft horses, goods were piled high. Because of the rain tarpaulin covers, Lin couldn't see what was inside. The carriages were evidently specially reinforced, utilizing a composite structure with ironwood, thick-spoked wheels, and sturdy bodies. Around the carriages were 30 mounted guards. They had stern expressions, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Their left hands tightly held the reins while their right hands touched the handles of the one-handed swords at their waists, with a metal round shield strapped to their backs. Their bodies were also clad in partial chain armor. Compared to Grayson's attendants, Allen Brown's guards were much stronger. This full suit of armor was enough to dissuade many small gangs of bandits. To ensure the safety of the territory, Ross led nearly 100 soldiers following them. At the front, a similarly armored, fat man was the first to dismount from his horse. His fat and pale face, with a squeezed body, barely fitted inside the armor. Especially those eyes that were nothing more than slits, left a deep impression on Lin. With a thought, a stream of text appeared in Lin's eyes. Ability, Level 3 Trade, Level 3 Oratory, Level 3 Decision-Making. Attributes, Attack F, Defense D+, Speed F-, Constitution E+, Energy F. Talent, Multilanguage Communication, Mastery of multiple languages, enabling communication with different races. Skills, Eloquence, the skillful use of words to handle various situations, persuade others, or strongly defend one's viewpoints. Looking at the words in front of him, Lin sighed inexplicably. Is this the Brown clan's talent as merchants? Whether it's Audrey or this Allen before him, they all possess 3 level 3 abilities, talent, and skills. Suppressing the sigh in his heart, Lin looked ahead, and Allen was already coming toward him with a round belly. Allen's gaze pierced through the slits of his eyelids, looking straight at Lin. You must be the lord of this territory, Master Lin. I am Allen Brown, Grayson's brother. As he spoke, a cute smile appeared on his rounded face. Lin nodded. I am Lin. Upon hearing Lin's affirmative response, Allen was thrilled. Great. Finally, I've met you, Master Lin. If I had waited a few more days, the pork in the carriage would have gone bad, ha. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Waiting outside the city walls for 2 days, not only without any complaint, but still able to maintain a smile with others. Just by using the topic of food to remind, he had been waiting outside the city walls for 2 days. These near-instinctual exchanges demonstrated Allen's uniqueness. Allen smiled and continued. Master Lin, I was recommended by Grayson, saying you need various goods? Lin had no reservations. Yes, any goods can be exchanged with me. Allen furrowed his brows slightly. Exchanged. On the way to the village, he saw many wondrous things. For example, the wide furrows in the fields, the towering water wheels, and the city walls that had kept him out. But no matter how it seemed, this territory was still in its development stage. What goods could such a territory have to exchange with him? Lin directly said, Fine salt. Upon hearing the 2 words coming from the Lord's mouth in front of him, the originally narrow eyes suddenly opened wide. No wonder Grayson is currently frantically purchasing slaves everywhere, transporting them to Kakasong City, this small city. No wonder Grayson would rather have his business confiscated than continue to contest for the position of the Brown clan patriarch. So, that's the reason. Owning the border territory of the Karidi Empire, It's apparent that the lord in front of him is an illegitimate child at best, perhaps even a bastard. Yet, he found a salt mine here and has a way to turn rock salt into fine salt. Calculating this way, is it good luck or misfortune? Dragging back his wandering thoughts, Alan smiled broadly and said, Master Lin, I brought you 5,000 pounds of barley and 10,000 pounds of wheat. If possible, I'd like to exchange them all for fine salt. Lin nodded coolly. I can give you 3,500 pounds of fine salt. Upon hearing this, Ira's mind quickly spun to calculate. At the highest market price, 5 pounds of barley is 1 penny, 1 pound of wheat is 1 penny. So 5,000 pounds of barley and 10,000 pounds of wheat equal 20,000 pence. At the lowest market price, fine salt is 6 pence a pound, so the exchanged fine salt would only be 3,333 pounds. However, the lord in front of him actually gave him 3,500 pounds directly. This is a difference of 4 gold pounds. Alan certainly understood that because he had been kept outside the city, Lin was showing a token of goodwill. Master Lin is too generous, isn't he? You know, as merchants, they'd argue for a long time over half a penny, even though the expenses for their gatherings are in several or dozens of gold pounds. But it's a completely different nature. Alan's face was full of smiles. Let's go with what you said. Lin glanced at Kesey, and Kesey instantly understood. She called a team of villagers to start organizing the unloading. Watching these villagers carry the goods, Alan's eyes moved, and he tentatively asked, Master Lin, how much more fine salt do you have? I'd like to buy some fine salt. Lin looked at him casually. Not for sale. Alan was taken aback. Lin explained, what I need is goods. Any kind of goods can be brought over to exchange with me. Upon hearing this, Alan immediately understood. Indeed, this is a developing territory. What is needed is various goods and materials. Gold pounds are of no use here. The grain from 12 carriages was finally unloaded. Watching the sacks of goods being loaded onto the carriages by the villagers, Alan's attention was instantly drawn over. His assistant directly opened one of the bags, and the crystal-like whiteness illuminated his face under the sunlight. Seeing the assistant nod inconspicuously, Alan felt instant relief. He looked at Lin and asked, Master Lin, are you saying any kind of goods can be exchanged? Lin said, yes, apart from salt, grains, meats, textiles, metals, spices and herbs, even slaves. Listening to Lin list all kinds of items, Alan became somewhat excited. He was already 18 years old. Since the age of 15, he had left the Brown clan, ventured through various countries on the continent, developing his own business. Kakasong City, though a small city, is one of the cities he often visits, because here he can buy a large amount of crops at the lowest price. Transport these crops to the Northern Empire, where food production is difficult, for sale. Seriously earn a profit from the price difference. After this summer harvest, he came to Kakasong City. Coincidentally, he met Grayson, who was preparing to leave. Unlike Grayson, who had just left his family and started to seek a business venture abroad, he had set up several large warehouses in Kakasong City for storing the purchased grain. Crops like barley, wheat, and peas, as long as kept dry and ventilated, can be stored for a long time. Just like the grain he just transported, it's part of the acquisition from last autumn's harvest. Originally, he planned to transport all the stored grain to the Northern Empire in the winter. But now it seems unnecessary. If he can sell at the place of origin, why bother transporting to the distant Northern Empire? Even if the profit from a pound of barley is not much, Alan is willing to make a small profit quickly. The saved time and transportation costs allow him to earn more gold pounds. As for why Alan would not want to sell slaves like other members of the Brown clan, Alan believes it's something only the devil would do. Even slaves are people, not goods. Alan took a deep breath. All right, Master Lin, I understand. My warehouses should still have 300,000 pounds of barley, 100,000 pounds of wheat, and 100,000 pounds of peas. What do you think? Lin's eyes lit up. Send them all over. If Alan transports all this grain over, as long as there isn't an explosive growth in the number of slaves afterward, this food will be enough to ensure that all his villagers and livestock won't worry about hunger for a short time. The cost of this food amounts to only 375 gold pounds, just 15,000 pounds of fine salt. With Lin's affirmative response, Alan smiled even more happily. Then, Master Lin, I'll take my leave first. Alan couldn't wait to return to Kakasong City and have all the stored grain in the warehouses transported over. He could also purchase all the stock from every merchant he knows. Because it's stock, he can even press down their prices and fiercely earn another price difference. Unfortunately, this place is not on the ship's sailing route. Otherwise, he would unceremoniously load his several longboats into Lin's territory and pour all the goods into it. As the village became more distant, Alan couldn't help but look back. He knows, with the presence of the salt mine, this place is destined to rise like a new star, to become a rising power. What does this have to do with a merchant like him? The Brown clan's family motto: seek profit within the law, win within the rules. Buy goods at the lowest price, sell at the highest price, earn the price difference fiercely. As for waging war for plunder, they, being from a family of merchants, disdained such actions forever. Watching Alan's carriage convoy gradually depart, Lin withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the resource management panel. With the addition of the grain just delivered, there are now 90,000 pounds of barley and 13,000 pounds of wheat. Based on an average consumption of 3 pounds of grain per person per day, it's enough to feed everyone for more than half a month. Taking a casual look, Lin closed the panel. There are still many things waiting for him to organize. With large strides, Lin walked towards the distant blacksmith shop. Arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Lin found that Arello was still directing the blacksmith apprentices in crafting iron spears and round shields. Because Lin had previously instructed him, unless there were special arrangements, to forge combat iron spears and round shields exclusively. What are you doing? Who taught you to heat it this way? These are quality iron. Different metals and uses require different temperatures. You? Did I teach you to quench like this before? The purpose of quenching is to alter the hardness and toughness of the metal. It emphasizes vertical speed to ensure the quenching effect is uniform. While admonishing the apprentices, Arello seemed to sense the apprentices' strange gazes. He turned his head in confusion, only to see Master Lin, who hadn't visited the blacksmith shop for several days, standing there. Arello's expression instantly became more amiable. "Master Lin, you're back?" As he spoke, Arello stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Lin directly asked, "How is the progress of the war spear and round shield production?" Arello showed no hesitation. "The war spears and round shields you instructed have been completed and handed over to Instructor Ross. Currently, we're manufacturing according to your request, and both the war spears and round shields have a reserve of over 100. Lin responded, "I need you to allocate 20 people to focus on making iron cross pickaxes, iron hoes, and iron shovels." Arello looked at Lin with some confusion. "Do we still need to make cross pickaxes?" The cross pickaxes he crafted numbered at least 300 to 400. He hadn't even included the iron hoes and iron shovels. It's not that he's questioning Master Lin's orders. He just felt using such quality iron for crafting farm tools was too wasteful. It's known that a cross pickaxe for digging requires nearly 10 pounds of iron just for the pickaxe head. Lin nodded. "It's not enough. I need a large quantity of cross pickaxes for iron mining." Arello's eyes suddenly widened. Arello looked at Lin in surprise and exclaimed incredulously, "An iron mine? Master Lin, did you find an iron mine on your trip?" Lin nodded calmly, "Yes." Receiving Master Lin's affirmative answer, Arello's heart began to race. It's really an iron mine. According to Master Lin, it can be directly extracted. That obviously means an open-pit iron mine. With an open-pit iron mine, it means Lin's blacksmith shop will have endless, inexhaustible iron ore. Arello's breathing became rapid. Without hesitation, he quickly replied, "Master Lin, I'll immediately arrange personnel and start forging iron products. 3 days. In 3 days, I can deliver you 300 cross pickaxes." If it were before, Arello wouldn't have dared to agree rashly. But now, he has nearly 50 blacksmith apprentices. Moreover, after his teaching during this period, these blacksmith apprentices have already learned the most basic forging and quenching. Using them to forge simple iron products is entirely sufficient. Lin nodded and gave a few more instructions before leaving the blacksmith shop. Excavating iron ore isn't easy. Lin must complete all the preparation. The principle of sharpening the tools before doing any work is clear to Lin. As he walked out of the blacksmith shop, he saw Colin approaching from afar. Colin arrived and explained, Master Lin, according to your instructions and requirements, I've built 6 water wheels, one of which is empty and can be used as a spare. Lin nodded. Well done, but there are 2 more things I need you to do next. Colin bent slightly. Master Lin, just give the orders. Lin was direct and to the point. I found an open pit iron mine, but it's far away, at least 40 miles. Colin's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Compared to Arello as a blacksmith, Colin was much steadier. Lin continued, the best and easiest method is to produce punt boats. Colin understood what he meant and asked, Master Lin means for me to produce the punt boats? Lin nodded. Yes, I need at least 20 medium-sized punt boats. The approximate size of a medium-sized punt boat is 8 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a carrying capacity of around 2,000 pounds. They are very suitable for transporting goods over slightly longer distances on inland rivers. Colin's face showed a trace of helplessness. Master Lin, I've never made boats. I'm afraid. Lin replied with a smile. Neither have I, but I will soon. Let's go to your carpenter's shop first. Despite feeling a bit puzzled by the master's words, Lin and his group headed towards the carpenter's shop. Colin's carpenter's shop was simpler compared to Arello's blacksmith shop. The main focus was the saw racks and various iron tools for making things. As they approached, the rich scent of raw wood filled Lin's mouth and nose. It was the smell of resin. Without hesitation, Lin picked up a nearby iron saw and began sawing the raw wood. The deep and continuous noise kept echoing in the carpenter's shop. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Bit by bit, the experience increased. Bit by bit, fragments of shipbuilding knowledge appeared in Lin's mind and quickly merged. The complete knowledge of shipbuilding had already merged with Lin. The carpenter's shop stored a lot of oak wood, used for making items requiring hard materials. It's perfect for making transport punt boats. Under the watchful eyes of Colin and more than 10 carpenter apprentices, he began making boats. The punt boat dimensions were already decided by Lin beforehand. Now he could directly start constructing. The hull of the punt boat is roughly divided into the keel, ribs, and planking, with oars and rudder as well as sealing and waterproofing treatment. The keel is the foundational skeleton of the punt boat, as crucial as the spine of a house. Lin had 4 apprentices bring over a longer and sturdier raw wood and processed it according to the memories in his mind. Using iron saw and planer, he made it smooth and curved, transforming it into the shape needed for the punt boat. The shape of the keel basically determined the overall direction of the hull. Time passed little by little. A finished keel appeared before everyone. Lin did not pause, continuing with his busy work. Spacing along the keel, he began installing the ribs. The purpose of the ribs is to support the sides of the hull and enhance the structural strength of the boat. Simply put, the strength of the ribs determines the loading capacity of the punt boat. Due to the hardness of oak, Lin had to use fire to assist in processing raw oak into appropriate curves. The ribs gradually accumulated with the help of Colin and others. Lin began installing the ribs. The ribs were inserted and fixed into the keel, like fish bones sprouting fish spines. With the ribs installed, Lin started installing the planking. There were already many sawed raw wood planks in the carpenter's shop. After Lin's processing, they could be used. As Lin continuously hammered, assisting with iron nails, plank after plank was installed. The small skiff gradually started taking shape in everyone's eyes. Colin, who had seen Master Lin build a water wheel with his bare hands, thought it was all right. Those newly joined carpenter apprentices had expressions full of shock on their faces. Master Lin actually managed to create a small skiff. Lin still didn't stop and began installing the oars and rudder. He selected a thin log as thick as a thigh, nailed 2 planks onto it, turning it into the rudder. Then he selected some fine logs and planks, making them into oars. Lin stood up, and just as Colin wanted to step forward, a figure strode in. Red came, holding a clay pot, and walked up to Lin. Master Lin, the resin you requested has been cooked. Lin nodded, took it from Red, grabbed a pig bristle brush, dipped it in the resin, and began waterproofing the skiff. A fully completed skiff was displayed before everyone's eyes. All that was needed was for the resin to dry. Then the skiff could be launched. Lin looked at Colin and the others and asked, "Have you learned?" Colin didn't hesitate at all and responded quickly. We've learned, Master Lin. After a demonstration and operation by Master Lin, if he, as an old carpenter, couldn't learn, then he might as well change his profession. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Then get going, 20 skiffs in 5 days. The making of the skiff seemed somewhat complicated, but it wasn't too difficult to make. If there must be something difficult and complex, Lin felt the toughest part was the resin used for waterproofing the skiff. The territory doesn't have cattle or sheep yet, so there's no animal fat for waterproofing materials. Linseed oil and tung oil are even more out of the question. To get resin, one must go into the forest to find pine trees and then collect it. However, the edge of the forest has plenty of pine wood. It's enough to make the skiffs. After instructing Colin, Lin then walked out of the carpenter's shop with heavy steps, under the admiring gaze of the carpenter apprentices. By this time, the sun had already set. Lin sat on the bench in front of the wooden house, letting the fragmented golden sunset rays sprinkle over his face. The distant fields, the water wheel by the river, the Acadia River, and even the majestic mountains beyond, all were tinted a shade of gold by the sunset. Lin straightened slightly, enjoyed the view for a while, and continued planning the excavation of the iron mine in his mind. The tools for transportation and excavation were already resolved. The most important issue now was solving the labor problem. The population of the village reached 2,200, but Lin felt everyone had their respective roles. Mining the salt mines required labor, as it was crucial for the survival and economy of the territory. Mining coal required labor, which was crucial for the territory's basic development. The only solution Lin could think of was deploying the 500 slaves Grayson brought a while ago to the iron mine. With a thought, Lin opened Resource Management. Red bricks, 250,000 pieces. With these quantities of red bricks, let alone rebuilding the entire territory, it's not even sufficient to build a large red brick factory. Lin couldn't help but sigh internally. The current labor force was still too small. It was barely enough to support the development of large industries in the territory. He needed more labor force. Lin still woke up early. Long periods of early rises had already formed a habit in his biological clock. After leaving the wooden house, he ate the wheat bread and meat porridge Kisi personally cooked for him. Lin called over a burly man. A string of text appeared before Lin's eyes. Ability: Collection Level 2, Level 2 Production, Planting Level 2. Attributes: Attack F, Defense F+, Speed F-, Constitution E, Energy F. Talent: Planning, possesses certain planning abilities. Skills: Two-handed axe. Lumber efficiency doubles when using a two-handed axe. Looking at the exceptionally sturdy, burly man barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, Lin was slightly surprised. Not because he resembles a goblin's stature, but because of his talent and abilities. Paul was one of the few Lin had seen among the slaves with skills and talents. Lin looked directly at Paul and spoke. Paul, I need your help. Hearing Lin's solemn words, Garcia was stunned. But in the next second, Garcia's expression turned solemn, and he spoke deeply. Lord, feel free to command. No matter if it costs my life, Garcia is willing. Just please take care of my wife and 18-year-old daughter. Lin couldn't help but chuckle. You've misunderstood. I mean, I need you to lead 30 men into the depths of the forest and clear a wide path for paving a lime road later. Garcia relaxed his expression slightly. Lord, there's no problem with clearing. He instructed Kisi to select 30 relatively sturdy villagers from those making red bricks, equipped with harvesting tools and daily necessary living materials along with a chef. They headed into the depths of the forest under the escort of 2 guards. There's a 3-mile distance from the open pit mine to the Acadia River, and the 30 or so of them needed at least several days to complete the clearing. The logs in the depths of the forest were not like the ones at the edge. Those pine woods were only 2 to 3 centimeters thick. In the coming days, they'll be living in the forest depths. Before leaving, Lin instructed Garcia to start from the open pit iron mine and choose the closest, flattest direction for clearing. This was all for the convenience of paving roads later, saving the labor of ox carts and horse carts for transporting iron ore. Whether it's the blacksmith shop or the carpenter's workshop, both are preparing for iron or mining. With Aurelio and Colin, Lin doesn't have to worry too much. In the fields, there are Gavin and Wilbur. In the brewing workshop, there is Lex. Kesey oversees the salt factory and coal mines. Rose is in charge of training soldiers and guarding the city walls. Old John educates children in reading and writing. If there is any unknown danger, there's Sienna, the little witch, for early warnings. Lynn feels that his team is gradually coming together. The presence of these people, more or less, shares some of his work burdens. Lynn understands that it should be like this. An individual's energy is limited. Not just now, but it will always be this way. Lynn only needs to propose a general development direction and then assign relevant planning tasks to the appropriate personnel to execute and complete. Lynn's gaze shifts, looking towards the distant horizon. There, dozens of figures are busy on the wasteland. They are the people led by Guy, planning and building ranches. Making Red lead the horses, Lynn mounted and headed towards Guy. Lynn arrived at the ranch site. Dozens of carpenters and stonemasons are constructing shelters for the livestock. Seeing Lynn arrive, Guy quickly came forward. Master Lynn. Lynn dismounted and glanced at a water well not far away and a few villagers digging a well. The original weed-filled wasteland has now been cleared a large area. The progress of the ranch construction is quite fast. Lynn nodded and asked, "Encountered any difficulties?" Guy, without hesitation, promptly replied, "Master Lynn, no problems at all. With 60 villagers collaborating, building a large ranch is relatively easy. The most crucial part is the construction of the shelters. Consideration must be given to the stability and safety of the shelters. However, the territory now has baked red bricks and some iron nails forged by the blacksmith shop. We can completely build stable and secure shelters. Aside from the poultry and livestock shelters, the primary concern is the zoning of the ranch. However, for someone with breeding experience like him, it's not a problem at all. Master Lynn decided to build such a large ranch, which excites him even more. Finally, he can prove his ability." Lynn nodded approvingly. Under the gaze of dozens of villagers, Lynn rolled up his sleeves and threw himself into the construction of shelters. Lynn took a rough look. Guy's planned shelters are quite conventional long-strip, single-room structures. This means one cow or horse occupies one single room. Cows and horses have different habits, and mixing them can easily cause conflict, resulting in injury. Moreover, different single rooms vary in size. This means Guy has divided spaces differently according to the differing habits of poultry. Lynn nodded in approval. Such construction might consume a lot of red bricks, wood, and land. But what Lynn lacks the least are these resources. With his left hand picking up a red brick and his right hand the trowel, scooping out a bit of lime sand from a wooden bucket, Lynn began plastering. Under the surprised gaze of several stonemasons, Lynn skillfully placed the red bricks, gently tapping them with the trowel. Thus, tap and adhere the bricks together, increasing stability. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Seeing some stonemasons stop, Guy sternly said, "Why are you standing around? Don't you want lunch?" Those stonemasons quickly returned to work. Unlike the stonemason's surprise, Guy was already accustomed to it. Early arrivals in the village all knew that Master Lynn always liked to work with his own hands. This is one reason why they admire Master Lynn. Time gradually passed. Lynn spent the entire day constructing walls on the ranch, gaining dozens of experience points. Lynn rode the horse, returning to the village with the dozens of villagers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Lynn and Colin's group are standing by the Acadia River. 20 completed skiffs have been launched for waterproof testing. 2 men per skiff, sitting at the front and back on the skiff, steering across the river. Half an hour has passed. Still, no one has reported seepage or leakage on the skiffs. Colin's tense face slightly eased. He looked at Lynn and said, "Master Lynn, the skiffs can be put into use." Lynn nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. The past 3 days have been hard work. Kesey, send 50 pounds of pork over to Colin and the others." Kesey smiled. "Yes, Master Lynn." Colin did not refuse and gratefully said, "Thank you, Master Lynn." The apprentices at the carpenter's shop were nervously rowing the sampan. But upon hearing Master Lynn's words, they rowed even faster. Lynn continued, "The sampan is built, but I also need you to construct a dock here." Colin was not surprised. With the sampan built, Master Lin naturally needed a corresponding dock. Lin said, "It's to transport the iron ore from the sampan to the village, preferably constructed of stone." Colin began to contemplate. A few seconds later, he said firmly, "No problem, Master Lin." Lin nodded. "I'll assign you 50 more people, and you can tell them that as long as they graduate under you, I'll reward them just like I do with the blacksmith shop." Some of the uninformed carpenter apprentices curiously looked at their Master Lin. Lin continued, "A reward of 1 gold pound per person." The crowd of apprentices widened their eyes instantly. Including the current members of the carpentry shop, there are now already 80 people. The reason for this, of course, is that Lin is planning for the future. Only by having a large number of carpenters can a large-scale production line form, producing various standard arrows or catapults. Although the construction of a dock is stonemason's work, Lin could not find anyone more capable than Colin right now. Thus, Colin had to take on both roles of carpenter and stonemason. Colin's eyes lit up visibly. "No problem, Master Lin. I'll get the dock built as soon as possible." After Lin acknowledged this, he left the dock and headed towards the brick-making site outside the village. In 3 days, Irello had completed the production of the cross pickaxes and other iron tools he needed. The passage to the open-pit iron mine had been cleared. It only needed a lime road laid and hardened for passage. What Lin needed to do now was to gather the villagers and head to the open-pit iron mine to start mining iron ore. Lin led a massive entourage of 400 people out of the village. Walking on the lime road, they formed a long line, heading deep into the forest. They held various iron tools in their hands. The open-pit iron mine was the battlefield where they would work in the future. As for their living supplies, they could be transported upstream using the sampan. Lin also considered using the sampan to transport these villagers upstream of the Acadia River. But thinking that a sampan could only carry 2,000 pounds, and with one villager weighing 100 pounds, at full load, it couldn't possibly go upstream. Moreover, if anything went wrong, a whole boatload of people would sink into the Acadia River. The loss would be too great. Lin decided to give up on the idea. They crossed the Wasteland, passed through the forest, and traveled 40 miles. Setting off early in the morning, it wasn't until midday that the team led by Lin arrived at the open-pit mine. 40 villagers rowing the sampan had already arrived in advance. Seeing this vast group, Garcia and the dozens of people sent earlier by Lin to chop wood were filled with joy. Even though Master Lin had given him 30 men, it still felt eerie and desolate in the otherwise quiet forest. This was due to the lack of human presence, causing psychological unease. Garcia promptly came to Lin, respectfully saying, "Master Lin, as per your instructions, we have already cleared the passage from the open-pit iron mine to the Acadia River." Lin nodded and said, "Nicely done, but your task is not over yet." With 400 villagers arriving, Lin did not immediately throw them into iron or excavation. To enable high-efficiency work, the first priority was settling their lives. Constantly worrying about meals and where to sleep, they wouldn't be able to focus on mining iron ore. In less than 3 days, they would develop a rebellious mindset. Lin divided the 400 people into 4 groups. The first group, 50 people, went to the Acadia River to transport the sampan supplies. The second group, 100 people, continued chopping timber, clearing an area beside the open-pit iron mine to build temporary shelters and kitchen facilities. The third group, 100 people, went to the open-pit iron mine, removing moss to clear the way for future excavation. The fourth group, the remaining 150 people, were responsible for paving roads. Although the road had been cleared by Garcia and the others, since this was a forested area, the ground was covered with soft, decomposed soil and dead leaves. Even stepping on it felt sunken and loose, let alone carts filled with iron ore. Paving roads was necessary. After assigning tasks to all the villagers, they quickly engaged in their respective work. Lin checked the loyalty of these villagers, and the vast majority had loyalty above 80%. Bear in mind, these villagers had been in his territory for less than half a month. Such high loyalty was naturally due to the territory's stability and superior living conditions. Lin made them trek almost 40 miles through the forest, and they did not complain at all. With everyone's labor, the forest centered around the open-pit iron mine was being cleared bit by bit. The open area was becoming larger and larger. In a clearing, dozens of villagers had already started building wooden houses and a kitchen. The kitchen was the first priority. With iron hammers, iron saws, and iron nails, it wasn't necessary anymore to use mortise and tenon structures like Lynn had initially. The mortise and tenon structure weren't less stable than a house nailed together with iron nails. It was just too tedious and complex. Lynn walked among them, inspecting, with Red following closely behind. When Lynn once again arrived at the open-pit iron mine, seeing the moss that had been scraped off like clothing, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Next to the open-pit iron mine, simple wooden houses capable of accommodating 400 people were all constructed. The lime road leading from the iron mine to the Acadia River was also completed, just needing to harden before it could be used for travel. During these 3 days, Lynn ate and lived with the villagers. This further increased the loyalty of the villagers. They had never seen, nor even heard of, a lord of a domain living the same life they did. Upon Lynn's command, 400 villagers surged towards the open-pit iron mine. Previously, Lynn had carried out a secondary division of labor for them. 300 villagers were responsible for digging. 50 villagers were responsible for loading the excavated iron ore into wicker baskets, driving carts and wagons to transport it to the banks of the Acadia River. The remaining villagers would carry the wicker baskets into the punts, allowing the punt crew to transport them back to the village. Lynn had thought about building a blast furnace for iron smelting near the open-pit iron mine. However, transporting the materials needed to build the blast furnace upstream was too difficult. It required transporting countless red bricks and anthracite as fuel. It was much simpler to load the iron ore into punts and let them drift downstream along the river. Red arranged for 10 guards to maintain order here and protect these villagers. After confirming that no arrangements were overlooked at the open-pit iron mine, Lynn then boarded a punt with Red and headed downstream to the village. Pushed by the surging waters of the Acadia River, the villagers hardly needed to paddle to float along. Perhaps because it was carrying only 4 people, the punt moved quite quickly. A journey that took 4 hours on foot through the forest was now just an hour by punt. It showed the importance of the punts. Lynn personally experienced the significance of water transport. Simultaneously, he also felt the width and small wonder that the Acadia River became a boundary line. It was bottomless and nearly 1,000 meters wide. Without large ships, it was simply impossible for large troops to land on such a river. When Lynn returned to the village by punt, Colin was leading dozens of apprentices in constructing the dock. Jumping off the punt, Lynn stepped onto the riverbank. Upon seeing Lynn, Colin and his group quickly bowed in salute. Master Lynn. In 3 days, the dock had begun to take shape. Thick oak logs had been nailed to the rock layer at the riverbank's bottom, and slabs of rock and wooden planks were placed to serve as a foundational platform. After that, it only required building as per the designed wall thickness, height, and stone arrangement using lime mortar. In a few more days at most, a dock constructed of stone could be completed. After supervising for a short while, Lynn left the dock. Returning to the village, Kesey happened to come forward to greet him. She spoke. Master Lynn, a merchant has arrived in the territory but was blocked outside by Rose. Lynn asked, a merchant from the Brown clan? Kesey shook her head, saying, no, it's a crop merchant from nearby Morgantown. Rose said the merchant only had 4 carts and claimed to be carrying a large amount of linen, and apart from the coachman, there were no guards. Lynn pondered for a moment. Let him in then, and tell Rose that in the future, as long as it's confirmed there's no danger and the merchant carries a large amount of goods, they can enter the territory at any time. However, he needs to arrange for soldiers to oversee, and they must not wander freely. With only coachmen and no guards, it was evident he was a walking merchant within the marquisate of Duca's domain, or perhaps in a village near Morgantown. Kesey responded, yes, master. Immediately, Kesey summoned a guard to report the message to the city wall. Lynn did not linger and headed to the brick-making site outside the village to continue accumulating his production skill experience. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Lynn glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Production, level 1, 113/200, Plus, through persistent effort, the production experience had already exceeded 100. The upgrade to level 2 was not far off. For half a month, the kiln for firing red bricks had not stopped working. With the inexhaustible anthracite fuel as support and the villagers' improved skills, the number of kills had increased to 70. From Lin's perspective, the densely packed kiln chimneys were whirling with smoke and steam, with each kiln firing one batch every 3 days, producing 500 red bricks per batch. This meant 35,000 red bricks could be produced every 3 days. But compared to the number of red bricks needed for rebuilding the village, it was a drop in the bucket. Establishing a large red brick factory was imperative. Only in this way could the production of red bricks be increased, freeing up labor from brickmaking. For carts were parked outside the city wall. A coachman wearing a linen robe looked at the middle-aged man, speaking, "Master Boar, we've been waiting for 2 hours and still can't get in. Should we just leave it?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Boar, turned to glance at the coachman. "Give up? That's not possible. We've come this far. Besides, aren't any of you curious? Not curious why there's a new city wall here?" The 4 coachmen glanced at the city wall made of huge stones in front of them, then continuously looked up at the highest point of the wall. After retracting their gaze, they all felt a bit of neck soreness. Truthfully, they were curious too. Just as the coachman was about to speak, a heavy grinding sound entered their ears. Boar hurriedly turned his head to look over. The iron-plated city gate slowly opened inward. It stopped only after opening 7 or 8 meters. A large man walked out of the iron gate. His deep and serious voice rang out, "Everyone, you may enter." Upon hearing the man's words, Boar felt a surge of joy in his heart. He stepped forward. His hand moved as he skillfully took out a stack of pence and handed it over. "Sir, thank you very much. Just a small token, insignificant." Rose glanced casually and did not accept. "No need, just go on in." Listening to the burly man's voice, Boar was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he encountered a gate guard who did not accept toll fees. Could it be that he offered too little? But even if it were more, he couldn't afford to give more. Boar, with a face full of awkwardness, said, "Thank you. Thank you." After getting permission to enter, Boar finally led 4 wagons through the city wall. The first thing that caught his eye was the paved, smooth, wide white road. The road meandered, winding through the forest, reaching the end of the woods. Just as he was observing, the heavy iron gate closed with a bang. Boar turned back for a glance. The iron gate was heavy and sturdy. Once closed, it seemed to completely isolate the place from the outside world. Retracting his gaze, Boar continued to push forward with the caravan, followed closely by 5 guards carrying iron spears and round shields, riding on horses. Boar's heart inexplicably tightened with tension. Time continued to pass slowly. Soon, Boar passed through the forest. The view in front of him suddenly opened up. Moving along the lime-covered road, Boar's face gradually became covered in astonishment. In the cleared and cultivated lands were neat and orderly ridges. On the ridges, peas were sprouting tender shoots and leaves, and in the distance were stretches of wooden houses, forming a vast village. Could even be said the outline of a small town. By the river, round objects he had never seen before were rotating continuously, driven by the river water. A doubt arose in Boar's mind. Since when did such a large town exist here? He had never heard of it before. This area was Wasteland, and not just for him. Very few people would come here. This visit was purely on a whim. From afar, Boar saw a distinguished and handsome man, accompanied by a maid and guards, standing on the open ground before the village. Only then did he slightly temper the astonishment on his face. It was apparent that this handsome man was the lord of the territory. Arriving in front of the village, Boar hurriedly dismounted, his words full of reverence. "Greetings, my lord. I am Boar Hansen, a merchant from Morgantown." Lin nodded. "I am Lin." Receiving Lin's response, Boar's heart slightly relaxed. The young lord present was more approachable than he imagined, and also younger. Boar showed a gentle smile. "Master Lin, I have 4,000 pounds of linen on my carriage. Would you be interested?" Lin was not surprised. The Boar in front of him was like George before, buying and selling in the local area. Without enough connections and transportation ability, he could only earn a small amount of profit margin. Lin nodded, asking in return, "What's your price for the linens?" There was no disdain nor any neglect. Compared to those self-important lords, Master Lin's attitude towards people gave him a strange sense of comfort. Boar quickly bent down. Master Lin, if you are interested, I can offer you a price of 3 pence for 2 pounds of linen. Lin began to ponder. The value of linen was originally above wheat. It was mainly determined by planting costs and market demand. If the merchant named Boar were to transport these 4,000 pounds of linen to Morgantown, he could sell them at a price of 2 pence per pound. Lin nodded. No problem. I can offer you 2 choices. 25 gold pounds, or 1,000 pounds of fine salt. Boar smiled and said, Master Lin, of course, I would like the gold. Before he finished his words, he suddenly stopped. Boar widened his eyes looking at Lin, couldn't help but ask, Master Lin, did you say? Fine salt. A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the open space. There was actually a salt mine here? The territory he stumbled upon actually had fine salt? Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Boar hurriedly said, Master Lin, fine salt. I want the fine salt. The difficulty of planting linen was significantly greater than that of wheat or other crops. It mainly required more careful care and fertile soil conditions. He originally thought to bring this batch of linen back to Morgantown and at least earn 1 or 2 gold pounds. If he could exchange it for fine salt with Master Lin here, the profit he could earn would even double, at least 2 or 3 gold pounds. Lin gave a calm smile. Of course. After all the linen was unloaded and a few sacks of fine salt were loaded onto the carriage, Boar left. He left with an expression of excitement and surprise, even frequently tugging the reins, urging the carriage, making the draft horse accelerate continuously. Because before leaving, Master Lin told him that he could transport any goods to this territory, to trade them for processed fine salt. For a small traveling merchant like him, this was undoubtedly a way to make a fortune. To be precise, it was an opportunity to change destiny. The market demand for fine salt has always been high and has consistently been on the rise. As long as he returns to Morgantown to sell these fine salts, the profits earned would be more than enough for him to exchange all his carriages for dual horse-drawn carriages, then purchase various goods from different places and bring them to Lin's territory for barter, just like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger. Thinking of this, Boar smiled even more happily. After watching Boar leave, Lin retracted his gaze. Boar's arrival was good news for him. He needed many local traveling merchants like Boar, because local traveling merchants only acquire and sell goods locally, which means primarily agricultural products. He needed slave labor, but he also needed many crops just the same. Grain crops, vegetable crops, cash crops, and fruit crops, etc. The territory is just getting started and is completely starting from zero. Naturally, there would be many shortcomings in planting. Before these shortcomings were addressed in the territory, he can completely purchase from other merchants. As for the existence of fine salt, whether this information would be exposed, Lin would worry, but he also didn't need to worry, because, as long as a competent merchant learned that a territory was selling fine salt, merchants would all choose to keep it confidential without prior agreement. Even if relying on his own ability, he cannot consume all the fine salt the Lord sells. Merchants are also unwilling to disclose this intelligence information. Otherwise, wouldn't it just increase market competition? Suppressing his thoughts, Lin looked towards Kisi. He spoke. Arrange for a few people to start reading those 4,000 pounds of linen. Turning linen into linen cloth is not just about directly weaving it. Several steps are required. Firstly, the seeds need to be removed from the flax. Flax seeds can be used for oil pressing and retained for next season's planting. Secondly, redding, soaking the flax in water and waiting for the pectin and other substances in the flax stems to gradually decompose under the action of microorganisms in the water, allowing the fibers to separate. Only the flax fibers are needed for weaving. This process takes about a month. After that, the fibers need washing and combing to make them straight and uniform. Finally comes the weaving into linen cloth. Even though the process is lengthy, Lin still instructed Kisi to start preparing. The textile industry is an essential industry for the development of a territory. Kisi responded, Okay, Master Lin. Many people in the territory are villagers, so redding flax is not difficult for them. After giving instructions, Lin strode towards the blacksmith shop. Irello saw Lin and quickly came out to greet him. Master Lin? Is there a new task? Lin responded, yes, call out your idle apprentices. Hearing Master Lin's words, Irello did not immediately comprehend. He answered twice, hurried into the blacksmith shop, and called out 30 blacksmith apprentices. Lin looked at the puzzled faces of Irello and the apprentices. 30 laborers were enough. Irello curiously asked, Master Lin, you are going to? Lin explained, build a blast furnace for iron smelting. Irello still looked puzzled and confused. Though he is a blacksmith, he had never heard of the term. Without waiting for Irello to continue asking, Lin divided the 30 people into 3 batches. 10 people went to the vacant wasteland beside the blacksmith shop, clearing the ground of weeds, roots, stones, and other debris to ensure the ground was level. Then, dig a 2-meter deep, 20-square pit as the foundation pit for the blast furnace. 10 people went to the kiln and lime pit to transport red bricks, lime, and sand as bricklaying materials. The last 10 were responsible for building the blast furnace for iron smelting. The members of the blacksmith shop were naturally brawny and of excellent physique. Because they needed to rush to make various iron products every day, Lin even had the cook prepare an extra meal of meat for them separately. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the continuous energy to work. Within an hour, a pit had already been excavated. Materials for constructing the blast furnace were also delivered. Under Lin's leadership, the blacksmith apprentices began building the walls. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. The knowledge of building a blast furnace continuously emerged and quickly integrated in Lin's mind. A properly functioning blast furnace for iron smelting reaches temperatures of over 1,000 degrees and can be dangerous with the slightest mistake. Therefore, the foundation for constructing the blast furnace is extremely important. This is why Lin instructed the apprentices to dig a 2-meter deep pit until they reached the hard soil layer. Using a mixture of lime and sand as an adhesive, the red bricks were laid using overlapping seams to build the lowest foundational platform, raising it above ground level. During this process, Lin kept a close eye on the levelness of the foundation platform. After confirming there were no abnormalities, Lin then allowed the apprentices to begin constructing the furnace body. The construction of the blast furnace body involves shaping the inner layer of the furnace walls, the tuyères, reinforcing the outer walls, constructing the furnace top, connecting the blowing equipment, and creating both the tap hole and slag hole. The concept in Lin's mind for the furnace wall's thickness was to build up to 0.5 meter with red bricks and then layer by layer ram down clay. The thicker the furnace wall, the more effectively it can prevent heat loss and the leakage of harmful gases. The clay extracted from the Acadia River is rich in alumina, eliminating concerns about the high heat of anthracite causing the clay to detach or burn away. As Lin was constructing a medium-sized blast furnace, he allocated 10 tuyères at the base on land, ensuring anthracite can burn thoroughly. Time flew by, and in no time, it was afternoon. The apprentices were already working on reinforcing the outer layer of the blast furnace with clay. Because the entire construction utilized red bricks, there were virtually no gaps in the furnace body until nightfall arrived. Despite Lin's guidance and the collaborative effort of 30 apprentices, the 10-meter-high blast furnace had only completed a main structure. Further construction is needed for the furnace top, blowing equipment, and both the tap hole and slag hole. One can see the difficulty and complexity of constructing a blast furnace. And that's with Lin possessing the complete construction memory and knowledge of a high-quality blast furnace. If it were someone else, it's unimaginable. The iron smelting technology in this world truly is too backward. The next morning, bright and early, Lin, after having breakfast, arrived at the blacksmith shop. Irello was already there with 30 blacksmith apprentices, waiting. Upon seeing Lin, they all bowed in salute. Lin nodded. Let's continue. Next, we'll be constructing the furnace top. Constructing the blast furnace top is not easy. A special charging opening, observation ports, and exhaust vents, among other things, need to be present. Lin decided on a dome-shaped furnace top, which can leverage support so that no matter how high the temperature inside, it won't cave in. Because it was a medium-sized blast furnace, manual blowing would be impossible to ignite the large amount of anthracite efficiently, even if the blacksmith apprentices exhausted themselves. Lin's idea was to use a water-powered, water-wheel-driven blowing device. This is the advantage of having a territory near a medium-sized river. There is an inexhaustible source of water and unending hydropower. Finally, the most important aspects are the tap hole and slag hole. Of course, the tap hole is for releasing the refined molten iron and can only be set at the very base of the furnace. The slag hole is also at the base. The slag and molten iron naturally layer, needing only periodic cleaning. A blast furnace 10 meters tall with an internal diameter of 4 meters and a half-meter thick wall stood beside the blacksmith shop. Because it was dusk, the golden sunset enveloped the entire blast furnace. The golden hue also held a faint grayish-white tint. This medium-sized blast furnace, when calculated based on the density of piled iron ore, can accommodate 100,000 pounds of iron ore at once. The only thing missing now is the water wheel blowing. However, with the experienced Colin in building water wheels, everything is not a problem. Compared to Lynn's casual and calm demeanor, excitement filled Colin's face behind him. Has it finally been completed? During the construction over these days, he listened as Master Lynn described it. With this blast furnace, the efficiency of iron smelting would double. As a blacksmith himself, he naturally knows how low the yield of normal iron smelting is. A small iron workshop often needs days or even weeks, using the bloomery process, to get only 100 to 200 pounds of malleable iron from 1,000 pounds of iron ore. This is assuming the iron ore has few impurities. If the ore contains many impurities, the amount of malleable iron might not even reach 100 pounds. Irello also understands that the yield of iron isn't just this simple. The method of smelting, fuel temperature, and iron content in the ore all limit iron output. But Master Lin said this blast furnace could double the output, if it truly can. Then Master Lin is set to revolutionize the entire forging industry. Irello is filled with anticipation. Lin arrived at the riverside of the Acadia River. Colin was already there with dozens of apprentices, completing the final touches of the dock. Upon seeing Lin, Colin quickly bent and said, "Master Lin." Lin nodded. "The blacksmith shop has established a blast furnace. I need you to construct a water wheel for the blower's operation." Colin turned his head and glanced into the distance. Though the dock is some distance from the blacksmith shop, the 10-meter height of the blast furnace is clearly visible at a glance. Colin had no hesitation. "Of course, Master Lin. The final touches on the dock can be completed today." Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Then construct 2 pulley system supports. The pulleys left from constructing the city wall can be directly used at the dock. Using iron hooks and ropes, crates of iron ore can be hoisted from barges onto the dock. Moreover, only need to construct a wooden pulley system support. It both saves effort and changes the direction of force, making it easier for iron ore to be brought ashore. Now the only thing to consider is the connection of the blowing equipment and the blast furnace through pipes. With a blacksmith shop and over 100 pounds of high-quality iron left, Lin's first thought was naturally to use iron pipes for the blower system. If it was before, Lin would naturally be reluctant. A few hundred pounds of high-quality iron just to make pipes for blower equipment? But now a whole open-pit iron mine has been discovered. High-quality iron is nothing. He has plenty. Lin returned to the blacksmith shop and assigned this task to Irello, letting him handle it himself. Iron pipes of several tens of meters, connecting the forging water wheel and the iron smelting furnace. It's not hard. But it's not easy, either. Simply put, it's about forging iron into sheets, then bending and securing them with iron nails and screws. Minimize wind loss as much as possible. After everything was instructed, the pulley group on the dock just got installed. One by one, sampan boats swiftly glided down from the upper Acadia River. Inside those sampan boats were baskets of black stones. Lin's eyebrows raised involuntarily. He understood that his territory could finally start smelting iron. Basket after basket of iron ore was hoisted up by the pulley system. Apprentices from the blacksmith shop hustled about, loading these iron ores onto wagons, urging the draft horses, heading for the blacksmith shop. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, the iron ores were piled in the open ground at the back. The weather is excellent now. There's no concern about rain. Through the quantity display on resource management, Lin made a rough estimate. The sampan boat's load is a bit over 2,000 pounds, aside from the weight of 2 boatmen. One trip with a sampan boat can transport about 2,000 pounds of iron ore. 20 boats mean 40,000 pounds. Although 40,000 pounds are just iron ores, how much high-quality iron can be smelted is only known after smelting. However, Lin is not worried. This is just the beginning phase. Now the iron mine has started extraction and operation, and from today on, there will be endless iron ores sent to the village. He can vigorously develop iron products. In terms of daily life, things like iron pots, iron shovels, iron doors, iron barrels, iron tables, iron chairs. In terms of breeding, heavy plows, iron feeding troughs, iron fences, iron hooves. In terms of armor, plate armor, chain armor, heavy armor, full metal shields, even vests. In terms of weapons, long spears, lances, winged spears, hook lances. Lin can now craft all sorts of required armor and weapons for soldiers of different attributes. Without realizing it, Lin's breathing started to quicken, and now he has iron. As long as he gets enough manpower, who would dare to provoke him? Lin let out a long breath, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart as much as possible. His future now is unlimited, but at the same time, he still needs to continue developing. Food production is insufficient. From March to now, aside from the few acres of wheat, vegetables, and those cotton plants that Lin and his people initially planted, he has not truly harvested anything yet. The food consumed in the territory now all comes from external purchases. This is an extremely unstable method. One must know the grain production in this world is extremely volatile. Perhaps a single adverse weather condition could lead to a wide-scale harvest failure in the entire country. By then, even with money, grain couldn't be bought. To obtain sufficient and stable grain supplies, planting must be done on one's own land. There is not enough population. Without enough people, even with these, it's still impossible to form a large army. Only with enough war horses can a substantial cavalry be formed, and cavalry is the killer on the battlefield. Highly mobile, strong in assaults. The current situation is somewhat dangerous, but Lin doesn't have much to worry about. With the existence of city walls, he can continue to develop. However, the day of his rise is not too far away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Near the blacksmith shop by the forging water wheel, the blower water wheel was also erected. In the pool of the river water, the water wheel started to rotate rapidly. The rotational movement of the water wheel is transmitted to the pistons and other parts of the blower through a gear transmission device, causing it to produce reciprocating motion or continuous rotation. When the piston is pulled or pushed by the transmission device, it creates a pressure difference in the bellows, thereby generating wind force. Thus, it can continuously supply sufficient oxygen for the combustion of the anthracite in the iron smelting blast furnace. Lin stood 6 to 7 meters away beside the iron smelting furnace and could still feel the heat radiating from the furnace walls. The needed protective measures were all in place, yet there was still heat leakage, which is unavoidable due to current limitations. After all, the conditions now are limited. The working principle of the iron smelting blast furnace is not complicated. Iron, ore, anthracite, and limestone are poured into the top of the furnace. Then, through the tuyeres at the bottom of the blast furnace, continuous air blowing is performed to accelerate the complete combustion of anthracite, thus raising the temperature inside the blast furnace. Under high temperatures, the carbon monoxide produced by burning anthracite will strip the oxygen from the iron ore, obtaining molten iron. The molten iron will separate from the impurities, flow to the very bottom of the blast furnace, and be drawn out from the rough iron tap. This process is called reduction. The impurities in the iron ore will combine with the limestone to form slag, which is blocked by a top layer. Manpower is needed to pick up and scoop out the slag from the slag outlet. The only regret for Lin is that the gas from smelting iron ore cannot be collected, otherwise it could be used. Despite the molten iron radiating intense heat and appearing yellowish-red like lava, Irello showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, those brown eyes were glued to the molten iron. Lin noticed that his entire body was even slightly trembling. It's a success, truly a success. Irello suddenly looked at Lin, his words full of excitement. Master Lin, the high furnace you've built has really smelted iron. Lin nodded, remaining silent. The main reason was that he had already been excited about it a few days earlier. He naturally knew that the iron-smelting high furnace would succeed. His mind was filled with complete and extremely mature memories and knowledge. With Irello leading, a group of apprentices started bustling about. They needed to pour the molten iron into specially made wooden molds to press out the desired shape of iron blocks in the sandbox. This was the simplest and most basic sand mold ingot casting method. Forming them into iron blocks made them easier to store. Currently, Lin had no knowledge or memories about armor production in his mind. Looking at those sandboxes, Lin raised an eyebrow. The sandbox could cast the molten iron into blocks. So why not directly use the sandbox to cast the iron into the shape of armor? The molten iron would flow from the high furnace directly into the armor mold sandbox. Once cooled, it would become a complete piece of chest armor, wouldn't it? Lin certainly knew that a set of plate armor consisted of several pieces. Chest armor, shoulder guards, arm armor, gauntlets, etc. But it was still possible to use different molds, replicating the process extensively to produce different components. Isn't this the method of making standard armor? To achieve mass production of cavalry or armed troops, relying solely on a blacksmith to forge piece by piece, for Lin, was unrealistic. Currently, there was no plate armor in his territory. If he formed an army of 1,000 soldiers, they would need 1,000 suits of plate armor. Even if several blacksmiths and apprentices were highly skilled, crafting a suit of plate armor would still take at least a month. Does Lin need to wait 1,000 months? Of course, this is an irrational calculation. Therefore, using different molds to make armor is the best solution. Lin did not require the armor to be very exquisite, nor particularly detailed. They only needed to withstand the enemy's blade and sword, and shield against volleys of arrows. That would be enough. Lin also understood. Relying solely on this iron-smelting high furnace and the group under Irello would be far from enough to manufacture standard armor. He needed more manpower, needed more iron-smelting high furnaces. After confirming that the operation of the iron-smelting high furnace was all normal, Lin left the blacksmith shop. He no longer had to worry about lacking quality iron. Even more, he no longer needed to buy from outside sources. After dismounting from his horse, Lin noticed his expression was no different from that of the traveling merchant boar, even more exaggerated. George bent over towards Lin, his words full of excitement. "Oh my, Master Lin! If I hadn't seen Instructor Ross, I would have thought I walked into the wrong place." How long had he been gone? Lin had even built city walls. If he stayed away a little longer, would the entire territory turn into a city? Lin smiled calmly and said, "It's good that you're back." George exhaled deeply and responded, "Master Lin, I've brought back 300 slaves for you. 50,000 gene of grain and 300 gene of quality iron." George also wanted to bring back more slaves and food for Master Lin. However, he couldn't travel to various territories and empires like those traveling merchants crossing oceans. He hadn't obtained the trade permit from the Merchant Guild, nor did he have a long ship for transport. The slaves and goods he brought back were purchased from Kakasong City or a few nearby small cities. Combined with the transportation capacity limit, the number was naturally limited. Lin looked into the distance, and sure enough, there were groups of figures following behind the caravan. Lin praised, "Well done." However, in the future, there's no need to buy iron blocks from outside. To be precise, you no longer need to go out. Listening to Master Lin's words, George froze. Was he disappointed because, despite so many trips, he still couldn't buy the slaves Master Lin needed? Indeed, his abilities were still limited. If he were Master Lin, he'd also consider replacing himself with someone else. A trace of sorrow appeared on George's face. "All right, Master Lin." Lin sensed the change in George's mood and gave him a puzzled look. "What I mean is, my territory needs a merchant steward." The sense of defeat instantly vanished from George's face. He looked at Master Lin in disbelief. "A merchant steward?" Lin nodded. "Yes, specifically responsible for managing trade goods." As more and more merchants cooperated with his territory, it was impossible for Lin to meet and conduct transactions with each one personally. With that time, Lin would rather invest in gaining experience and achievements. Enhancing skill experience, obtaining energy stones, boosting attributes. Improving oneself is the true path. The George in front of me, although he does not possess the skills and talents of a few members of the Brown clan. However, George is a genuine merchant who knows the bottom line prices and market trends of various goods. Moreover, George is loyal to him. His whole family lives on the estate. This gives Lin peace of mind. After listening to Master Lin's account, learning that he could control the exchange of fine salt on the estate, George was moved and knelt on the ground with one knee. Master Lin, thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint your expectations. Lin nodded and said, very good. He let George go back to rest first. Lin's gaze swept over the slaves in front of him. They were emaciated, with blank eyes and faces full of tension and fear, because they understood that from now on, their fate was in the hands of that young lord. Lin did not immediately send them off to labor. Instead, he called in several chefs to prepare a lunch for these newly arrived slaves. Indeed, there were many things on the estate that required labor, but it wouldn't hurt to wait a little while. George, walking tens of meters away, looked back. George's heart could not calm down for a long time. He originally thought Master Lin had given up on him, but unexpectedly, he was retained on the estate. George understood Master Lin no longer needed merchants, as long as he was willing. Even if he just leaked any information about the salt mine, iron mine, or coal mine, there would be an endless stream of merchants coming to his estate, squeezing out their unsavory smiles to do business with Master Lin. The scale of the estate was getting bigger, and more work needed to be done. Master Lin needed loyal people to help him manage, and this was exactly what George wanted. No one wanted to wander outside every day, fearing bandits, fearing the aggression of other lords. Who wouldn't want to eat well, drink their fill, and sleep with their wives and children every night? Staying on the estate, with Master Lin's soldiers guarding it, there was no need to fear any danger. George made up his mind not to disappoint Master Lin again. Arriving at the open space outside the village, he looked at the number of red bricks on the resource management interface. After 10 days of red brick firing, there were now nearly 400,000 red bricks. Lin called Colin over. Looking at this somewhat weary middle-aged man in front of him, Lin said, I need a factory capable of large-scale red brick firing. With 70 kills working at full capacity, they could produce 35,000 red bricks in 3 days. But the efficiency of firing still fell far short of Lin's expectations. He needed more red bricks. Otherwise, the reconstruction of the estate would be a long-term prospect. Colin showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, not hiding anything. A large-scale red brick factory? Master Lin, in regards to others things, I might know a little, but this red brick factory, I have never heard of. Building city walls was nearly his limit. Lin was not surprised in the slightest. That's okay, I will guide on site. If Colin had said he could construct it, Lin would have rather found that strange. Hearing Lin's words, Colin was filled with curiosity. What kind of existence was Master Lin? How could he know everything? With Colin and a group of people, Lin arrived at a stretch of open wasteland downstream of the village. Like building a pasture, constructing a red brick factory also required careful site selection. First, they needed to find a site with a large quantity of high-quality clay. This problem was simply ignored by Lin. The Acadia River had plenty of clay. In fact, Lin had even considered building the red brick factory at the bottom of the waterfall furthest downstream. When the villagers were digging for clay, they would simply hollow out that waterfall. In doing so, it could seamlessly connect with the downstream water body. But Lin immediately dismissed this notion. That waterfall was obviously formed due to geological issues, and manpower alone would hardly solve it. Lin decided to place the large red brick factory 5 miles from the village, on Wasteland near the river. It could ensure clay excavation, with abundant water resources for mixing clay and sand. The distance guaranteed manageable transport difficulties. The expansive surrounding wasteland could be used for stacking clay, brick billets, and other materials. Additionally, being downstream, there was no worry about pollution from firing red bricks. Having determined the location, Lin returned to the village with his guards. Lin noticed that the slaves, who had just eaten barley bread and barley meat porridge, seemed to have improved in complexion and spirit. Obviously, they had not had a full meal in a long time. Lin's gaze swept over the slaves, who immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Taking a deep breath, Lin called out, Everyone, I am the lord of this estate, Lin. From now on, your fate is in my hands. His words were full of authority, suffocating, leaving no room for resistance. But you are fortunate, despite the slaves' hearts being filled with panic upon hearing this final sentence. They couldn't suppress their curiosity and raise their heads. From this moment on, as long as you work hard, hunger will always be one step behind you. When Lin's words rang out again, their eyes were filled with surprise. You will receive 3 meals a day, and each meal will have meat. You will receive a red brick house to shield you from wind and rain. You will receive a stable job, though exhausting and tough. You will never be whipped. You will receive a safe life. Listening to the continuous words of Master Lin, the expressions on their faces turned into shock. If it were said by someone else, they would scoff. The Lord's boasting, merely tricks to deceive people. But the Lin before them had provided them with food the moment they arrived. Indeed, there was genuine meat inside. Moreover, upon entering Lin's territory, there truly was a wall that made people feel hopeless. Feeling the now intense gaze of the slaves, Lin continued speaking. But now, I need to construct a large red brick factory. I need a substantial workforce to produce countless red bricks. And these red bricks are to build the red brick houses that will sustain you in the future. The group of slaves was completely stirred. Lord, I am willing to go. I want to go. I want to eat. I want to live in a red brick house. Watching those eager bodies, Lin said satisfactorily, "Very good. Next, I will assign you tasks. You just need to work. As long as there is enough construction experience and knowledge, 300 healthy laborers are enough to build a large-scale red brick production factory in a short time." These 300 slaves were assigned by Lin. 50 are responsible for transporting red bricks, lime sand, logs, and other building materials from the kiln. 50 are responsible for clearing weeds and stones from the wasteland. 100 are responsible for digging the foundation of the red brick factory. The remaining 100 are responsible for paving the lime road from the village to the red brick factory, with plenty of iron agricultural tools and spare lime sand. Doing these tasks is simple. Watching these slaves who had been assigned tasks, carrying iron hoes and sickles heading to the chosen site for the red brick factory, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Lin never considered himself a good speaker. He just informed these slaves in advance about the achievable results. And these slaves were also moved by the simplicity and attitude in Lin's words. They knew this Lord was not boasting. This Lord truly offered them the life they desired. They were willing to strive for the life they wanted until they achieved it. It's just that simple. Lin rode a horse, following behind these people. When they arrived at the location, the group of slaves began to get busy. Lin did not join them in labor, but remained on horseback, surveying the surroundings. To facilitate future water extraction for the red brick factory, a water wheel also needs to be constructed beside the riverbank near the factory. And to dig wells, construct kitchens, latrines, and so on. These are all daily necessitated supporting facilities. Moreover, the operational red brick factory would be very hot. All villagers working in the red brick factory need a significant amount of water replenishment. Otherwise, heat stroke or dehydration could easily occur. After confirming the area for the red brick factory, Lin called over 10 slaves, letting them dig wells, kitchens, and latrines at the confirmed locations. Even though it's just 5 miles from the village here. But going back and forth would take 2 hours. 2 hours every day is enough to accelerate their construction progress. Seeing dozens of square meters already cleared and the foundation starting to be laid, Lin rolled up his sleeves and entered the pit. Taking a plastering knife and a piece of red brick, Lin began constructing. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. As experience increased, the vision of how to construct the red brick factory in Lin's mind gradually expanded. Detailed knowledge completely integrated in Lin's mind. Lin's face instantly filled with confidence. Even his gaze became different. A large red brick production factory requires a very wide area, at least 30 acres. This includes areas for clay storage, clay pretreatment, fuel storage, brick making, brick drying grounds, kiln firing areas, finished brick storage areas, warehouse storage, and more. Then there are living quarters for brick workers, management offices, tool storage areas, etc. A large red brick factory indeed needs many areas to be built. Even constructing a wall is not as technically demanding as a red brick factory. Even operating it requires at least 200 to 300 people working simultaneously. However, despite this, Lin has no intention of giving up. A large red brick production factory requires 5 days for one firing cycle, but one cycle can produce 360,000 red bricks. The firing time has become longer, but less labor is required. Brick quantity has doubled. This is where the advantage lies. Lin wants to use more advanced technology to liberate the villagers from the most primitive production industries. Only then can he use labor force where it truly matters. For 3 days, Lin devoted himself entirely to the construction of the red brick factory, digging foundations, plastering walls, transporting materials. Not only that, but Lin also needed to teach Colin and others the key points of constructing these red brick factories. One could say that in those 3 days, he never once sat down. There was even a time when Lin wanted to split himself into several parts to get everything done. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lin could no longer bear this state, so he called Colin alone into a newly built red brick house. Looking at Master Lin in front of him, Colin asked with some confusion, "Master Lin, is something the matter?" "They are still waiting for me to check the foundation's depth and precision." In his eyes, a line of text appeared. "Do you wish to copy the knowledge of large red brick factory construction and pass it on to Colin Hall?" Without any hesitation, Lin thought, "Yes." Inheritance successful. The text before his eyes vanished. Lin looked at Colin standing in front of him. Colin's expression did not change at all. Seeing Lin not responding, he called again, "Master Lin." Lin replied, "It's nothing. You can go ahead and get busy." Watching the puzzled Colin turn and leave, Lin couldn't help but frown. Yet, the memory pearls had changed from 9 to 8. The text prompt did appear. That the knowledge was bestowed into the other person's memory in an imperceptible way? Colin turned back with a puzzled look. Although he didn't understand why Master Lin would act this way, he did not ask further questions. Exiting the red brick house, Colin immersed himself in the construction of the red brick factory. Seeing the dozen or so villagers laying bricks, his brows immediately wrinkled. "What are you doing? Who taught you to lay bricks like this? Where's the plumb line? Without a plumb line, where's the wooden right-angle square?" What Colin didn't know was, it was his first time saying words like plumb line too. Yet he didn't find it strange at all. At the door of the red brick house, Lin took in the scene completely and nodded with satisfaction. This was Lin's first time using the memory pearl, trying it out as an experiment. But unexpectedly, its effectiveness exceeded his imagination. After this trial, Lin no longer had to worry about the subsequent inheritance of memory. Watching Colin busily moving among the crowd, Lin's heart inexplicably felt at ease. Such laborious work naturally needed someone to share the burden. Otherwise, he would be tied down to this red brick factory. Lin still had many other matters to handle. Riding on horseback, Lin surveyed the entire village. On the open land, an enormous shelter made of red brick had already been built. Lin's plan was to breed large numbers of pigs, horses, cows, sheep, and various poultry. A single shelter was clearly not enough. The domestic animals and birds hadn't been purchased yet, so there was still time. In the reclaimed fields, a series of irrigation canals had already been constructed. With the regular turning of the water wheels in the distance, wave after wave of Acadia River water was lifted and poured into the canal openings. The river water flowed through the channels to reach the depths of the fields. Gavin and Wilbur, along with a dozen or so villagers, were leading the efforts to apply different water irrigation based on soil moisture variations. In the distance, a series of draft horse carriages occasionally transported rock salt and anthracite back from the salt mine and coal mine excavation sites. In the Acadia River, a line of small sailboats sailed downstream from above in unison, returning to the Crescent Bay Pier, waiting for the villagers at the pier to lift baskets of iron ore on board. In the village's outskirts, the villagers producing brick blanks and firing red bricks never ceased their work. Until the red brick factory was completed, the kiln remained the only source for producing red bricks. Beside the blacksmith shop, a 10-meter-tall iron smelting furnace was operating at full capacity, continuously spewing out hot weapons. Lin clearly sensed the explosive growth in the development speed of the entire territory. In merely half a year, from surviving in the wilderness alone to a village of 2,500 people now. With this level of development, the territory was already on par with some small towns. After resting for a while on the bench at the wooden house's entrance, Lynn had a guard call George over. After 3 days of rest, George looked evidently more refreshed. Coming before Lynn, George bent down and saluted. "Master Lynn." Lynn acknowledged. "How have you been resting these past few days?" George grinned wryly, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "The rest was quite good, but my wife is pressuring, saying that since our living conditions have improved, we should have another child soon." Lynn couldn't help but laugh as well. Upon reflection, this seemed quite normal. Previously, to help him purchase various goods, George almost returned on the same day and left with the wagon convoy early the next morning. There's barely enough time to rest at night. How could there be time to consider other things? Lynn responded. "If you have another child, the territory will offer the best treatment. Soon enough, the territory will be filled with poultry and livestock. By then, the children in the territory will have eggs and milk to consume." George's eyes lit up at Lynn's words. Now, without needing to venture out, George naturally had thoughts of having offspring. If he had Master Lynn's support, he wouldn't worry about any uncertainties. Lynn turned his gaze and looked at Red, who was not far away. "You two, feel free to find a woman and get married." Red froze for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm not in a hurry." George couldn't help but smile. They were among the earliest acquaintances. Even though Master Lynn had truly become a Master Lynn now, the conversation status during idle times was unmatched by others. Lynn looked at George and shifted the topic. "I'm planning to establish a merchant guild in the territory." George's face instantly showed surprise at Lynn's words. Lynn nodded. Currently, the territory lacks everything, almost entirely relying on external purchases to maintain its development. But within at most a year, this territory will achieve self-sufficiency. By then, other merchants wanting to exchange goods such as fine salt, coal mines, or iron ore from the territory will be restricted by my merchant guild. Only merchants who meet my guild's criteria will be able to trade and purchase. George's eyes remained widened. This model immediately made him think of the Merchants Guild that spans the entire Garonia continent. But the reason the Merchant Guild can span the continent is because its leading members are emperors and nobles of various empires. Seeing George's startled expression, Lynn calmly said, "No need to be nervous. It's just a plan right now. Your current task is quite simple. Just host the merchants coming for transactions. Use appropriate pricing, even exceeding market price, to exchange and acquire all their goods. Once the large red brick factory is completed and enough red bricks are fired, I will conduct a reconstruction of the territory. At that time, I will construct a guild hall specifically for transactions where you will work and meet the visiting merchants." George's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Looking at Master Lynn's serious expression, George couldn't help but feel fortunate again. Fortunate to have had a chance encounter with Master Lynn in Kent Village. Fortunate to have come to Master Lynn's territory to purchase beer. Fortunate to have placed his future in Master Lynn's hands. Bordeaux City, Marquis Castle. A young man wearing a circular neck leather armor jacket adorned with woven patterns and small metal pieces, along with a layered leather skirt armor, was walking in the Sky Dome corridor. Though the castle outside was dim, the interior was lit brightly by ground animal oil lamps, with no trace of darkness felt. The slightly flickering brown-yellow light mixed with a touch of blue lit up the young man's face. Sharp facial features, pale skin, a jawline as if chiseled by a knife. Yet those brown eyes were full of sharpness and rebelliousness. As he stepped along the corridor, the guards patrolling respectfully addressed him. "Marquis." Mark Dukas directly ignored the 10-member patrol guard team and headed towards the deeper part of the castle. Mark Dukas arrived at a double door room. As he got near, the guard at the door kindly reminded him, "Marquis, the master is unwell and already lying down to rest." Mark's sharp gaze swept over him. "So what? Are you going to stop me?" The guard was terrified at his words, hurriedly lowering his head, daring not to speak a word. Only then did Mark retract his gaze, extending his hands to strongly push open the double doors in front. Beyond the double doors was a spacious room. The walls were adorned with murals bearing obvious traces of time. The most prominent one depicted the Dukas clan, alongside the emperor, winning the Empire's realm, the first Marquis. In the middle of the room, near the wall, lay a bed frame padded with a mattress filled with wool and feathers, covered by a single silk brocade cover. Mark walked over the wool carpet laid on the floor and through the slightly dim light of the room, walked to the bed frame. His gaze deeply focused on the elderly, weak man curled up in the brocade blanket. In Mark's mind, though the Ducas Marquis held a Marquis title, he was ever a lion, strong-bodied, boundless vitality, making people awe-inspired. But now, Donovan Ducas lay like a dead dog on the sickbed. Even getting out of bed for a stroll had become a luxury. Didn't know how long it took. The elderly man seemed to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes, those cloudy eyes watching Mark. Upon hearing the man's voice, Mark's cold face finally showed a hint of a smile. "Father, the guard captain said you're unwell, so I came specifically to check on you. Has the doctor seen you?" Donovan Ducas spoke flatly. "He's checked me. Nothing serious. Just—" "Oh, speak. What do you aim for this time?" Mark hesitated a bit. "Father, I heard Princess Yuna is about to come of age and host her coming-of-age ceremony banquet." Donovan's cloudy eyes slightly narrowed. "I understand. I'll help introduce you." Mark's expression shook. "That would be best. Father, you have a good rest. I'll take my leave." Donovan hummed lightly. In the midst of soft footsteps, Mark retreated and walked out of the room, courteously closing the door behind him. The door was gently pushed open, and a man in his 50s or 60s walked in. He carried a wooden box by his side, with a faint herbal scent wafting around. "Master, it's time to apply the medicine." Donovan didn't speak, merely hummed faintly. Then, he allowed the estate doctor to begin his work. As the estate doctor lifted the clothes on Donovan's back, a clearly visible rotting wound that reached deep to the bone could be seen. A strong, putrid smell filled the air, causing even the estate doctor to frown. Seeming to sense the estate doctor's hesitance in applying the medicine, Donovan calmly asked, "Has it become more serious?" The estate doctor replied, "Yes, it's more serious, master." Donovan seemed indifferent. He changed the topic. "Old chap, Mark came by again just now." Very casually asked, "Marquis still cares about you?" Uh, uh, uh. Strange sounds emanated from Donovan's mouth. Several seconds later, Donovan exhaled warmth, as if those laughs had drained all his strength. He spoke. "Yes, he cares about me. But he cares more about power. He's starting to make a move on Una Carolyn. Doesn't he know that Una Carolyn is the daughter of the prince who was stripped of the Spear of the Empire title? How does he dare? He even wants to dabble in imperial authority." Donovan couldn't care less about the medicine being applied on his back. His body moved as he stared directly at Barry. His words were full of laughter. "Old chap, my son wants to become the emperor of the empire. Even the position I dare not think about. My good son is already showing ambition. And now he's starting to plan. What do you say? Is this good or bad?" Barry remained silent. Donovan Ducas, as the Marquis of the Caridi Empire, was the emperor's childhood playmate. Even so, Donovan's words were already an affront to the emperor's majesty. But as a mere doctor, how could he dare to opine? He had treated Donovan's injuries for many years, but he was very clear about what topics should be discussed and what should be ignored. Mark was walking with strides in the Marquis's castle. Just after turning a corner in the corridor, a middle-aged man stepped forward to greet him. The middle-aged man directly came in front of Mark and bowed. "Marquis, a follower from your vassal wants to meet you." Mark's originally joyful expression instantly turned gloomy. The middle-aged man confirmed. "Yes, Marquis, he says he's Maury." Mark coldly declared, "Let him get out." The middle-aged man's face showed surprise and hesitated. "Marquis," but he said. Mark's voice rose angrily. "Raoul, can you not hear, or do you not understand what I say? If not for the fact that your father served Marquis Ducas all his life, do you think you qualify to stay in the Marquis's castle?" The middle-aged man Raoul's heart was terrified. He hurriedly fell to the ground, continuously kowtowing. "Marquis, please forgive me." Mark snorted coldly and left. Would a mere follower deserve to see the Marquis? Confirming that the Marquis had gone far, Raoul then cautiously got up, stepping back towards the side door of the castle. Outside the castle's side door, Ford was waiting anxiously with several followers. They had already been in Bordeaux City for 2 days. As followers of the Manor Lord, They had no qualifications to see the marquee. Fortunately, within those 2 days, they found the steward's son Raoul. The side door opened. 10 guards rushed out before Ford and his companions with shocked expressions. Behind the guards was Raoul. His words were filled with malice. Drive them out. If they resist, execute them on the spot. Listening to Raoul's orders, Ford hurriedly shouted, Master Raoul, didn't you say you'd help me? How did it become like this? Bell didn't say anything. Ford still refused to give up. Master Raoul, didn't you take 10 gold from our Master Aiden? Bell's expression changed, scolding. Nonsense, slap him 50 times, then kick him out of Bordeaux City. Amidst the terrified gazes of some residents, a series of painful wails echoed. Alan Brown had a warehouse in Cacasong City that could store grain. He once again transported full loads of barley back to Lynn's territory. 12 four-horse-drawn carriages, each capable of carrying 6,000 pounds of goods. This time, Alan brought 60,000 pounds of grain to Lynn. However, this time, it wasn't Lynn who received him. It was George in charge of the transactions. Looking at the young man in front of him, Alan was somewhat surprised. So from now on, you're the one responsible for Master Lynn's transactions? George smiled calmly. Just call me George. I'm just following orders. I was a merchant like you before. The implication is clear. He had Master Lynn, the Lord, appoint him. At the same time, he was also a merchant in the past and knew the ins and outs of the merchant industry. This was both a self-introduction and a warning to Alan. His words were amiable and approachable, indeed suitable for a steward merchant of a territory. Alan nodded and said, Then I look forward to your guidance in the future, Master George. You know how difficult business is these days. After all 60,000 pounds of barley had been transported down, George, following the price agreed in the previous transaction by Master Lynn, exchanged it for fine salt. He then arranged for the villagers to load the fine salt onto Alan's carriage. The time for a transaction was neither long nor short. If it were Lynn conducting the trade, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. Listening to Alan's barrage of complaints, George smiled slightly without interrupting him. After a while, Alan finally stopped. George unhurriedly said, Mr. Allen, I understand everything you've said. If all your grain is transported over and sold, you can also transport other goods over. I remember Master Lynn mentioned that he plans to develop animal husbandry. If someone can help him transport a large number of livestock and poultry, he should be willing to purchase them at a price higher than the market. Listening to George's words, Alan's chubby, round face subtly lifted his brows. However, a look of worry appeared on Alan's face. Poultry, huh? I can give it a try to see if I can find some. George nodded. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Allen. If you really can't find any, it doesn't matter. Mr. Grayson and other merchants should have ways. Alan's smile remained unchanged. Of course. After chatting with Alan for a while longer, and once bags of fine salt were loaded onto the carriage, George watched as Alan left. Now, all he had to do was have these merchants transport everything Lynn needed according to his requirements. In this process, there was inevitably a mental game with them. This kind of strategic evaluation was something these merchants transporting goods needed to undertake. George only needed to convert the goods they brought over into fine salt, and the transaction would be complete. Watching as Alan's caravan, under the escort of Rose's soldiers, gradually faded into the distance, George retracted his gaze and quickly walked towards the brick production site just outside the village. George found the figure of Master Lynn among the crowd. Striding forward, coming to Master Lynn's vicinity, George respectfully called, Master Lynn, Mr. Allen has left, and he brought you 60,000 pounds of grain. Busy with brick production, Lynn didn't lift his head and said, Well done. You don't need to report to me after every completed transaction in the future. I will find you when necessary. Just boldly proceed with your work. There is plenty of fine salt. With the resource management panel at his disposal, he was aware of the resources on hand, what was lacking, the rate of increase, and the rate of consumption. He could see clearly at a glance. This was also why Lynn was confident in letting George handle things. George hesitated to speak, but finally expressed his gratitude. Yes, Master Lynn. George withdrew and left. Lynn continued his involvement in brick production. A line of text appeared in Lynn's eyes. Your production has leveled up to level 2. Unlocking. Real-time projection. Reward received. Skill duplication book ×1. Seeing the text prompts before him, Lin's eyes showed a hint of joy. After so many days of effort, the production skill finally leveled up to level 2. Another skill duplication book, Lin was quite satisfied. If he wished, he could now learn 2 skills. His gaze shifted, looking towards the unlocked function. Real-time projection projects all characters in the territory in real time onto the holographic map. Seeing the function description, Lin was slightly taken aback. Real-time projection? Without any hesitation, Lin activated the holographic map feature. On the map, various figures began to appear on it. His visual perspective seemed to be suspended dozens of meters above the territory, with everything below clear and visible, such as the current brickmaking site. Lin could clearly see Red holding the handle of a scimitar with his right hand, surveilling the surroundings vigilantly. Moreover, as long as it was within the territory's range, a mere thought, and he could arrive instantly. Lin's vision was momentarily covered by a faint gray mist, and in the next instant, as the mist dispersed, he could clearly see the scene of Guy leading the villagers in construction. With another thought, the view shifted to the mountain forest pass. On the city walls, 20 soldiers were vigilantly standing guard. Below the walls, Rose was leading 180 soldiers in training. On the limestone road in the forest, Alan's caravan was seen bustling along. Lin attempted to reach outside the city walls, but found it impossible. Only places he had been would appear in his view, allowing him to see buildings, villagers, and more under his perspective. Places he had not been remained a mystery. After briefly scanning critical areas within the territory to ensure there were no abnormalities, Lin nodded in satisfaction. He had unlocked the holographic map feature long ago, but it could only serve as a map within the territory. Now, with the addition of the real-time projection feature, even if he stayed indoors, he could oversee all movements within the territory. This function, akin to the vein detection, counted as a supplement to the holographic map's features. Nevertheless, it was very useful. 70 kills, still working day and night, drying out most of the moisture from the raw bricks, and then firing them. After cooling, they are transported by ox cart and horse cart to contribute to the construction of the red brick factory and the pasture. Although Lin currently really needs the pasture and the red brick factory, he understands that such a large project cannot be completed overnight. Just like when building the city walls, Lin came to the blacksmith shop, walking inside, inspecting around. Currently in the blacksmith shop, aside from the newly joined blacksmith apprentices forging farming tools as preliminary learning and initiation, other more skilled blacksmith apprentices are still crafting round shields and iron spears. Irello and Red are following closely behind him, waiting for instructions. After making a round, Lin called out, "Irello." Irello behind him immediately stepped forward 2 steps, coming to Lin's rear right side. "Master Lin, I am here." Lin asked, "If I want your blacksmith shop to start forging standard plate armor, do you think you can achieve it?" Listening to Master Lin's words, Irello's face showed a slight surprise. Does Master Lin want to start making plate armor? Standard plate armor? Not only Irello, but Red's face also held a trace of mild astonishment. Their expressions quickly returned to normal. Having an inexhaustible supply of high-calorie anthracite and a large amount of low-impurity iron ore, if not used for forging weapons and making plate armor, then what is it for? Irello said, full of shame, "Master Lin, we might not manage it. Not just us, probably no one in the entire territory can make standard plate armor." Lin gave a slight nod, unconcerned. Even though Irello has level 3 forging, he has always been just an ordinary farming tool forging blacksmith. At most, he can make some simple standard weapons. Asking him to make standard plate armor is truly challenging him. For making standard plate armor, the most important part is naturally the raw materials. These, Lin does not lack. Next is the design and production model for the standard plate armor, including the size data for height, chest circumference, waist circumference, arm length, leg length, and other key parts. Because only by collecting these data can molds be made in sand or metal for casting, thus making standard plate armor for common physiques. But on second thought, Lin only needs to make a few types of body standard plate armor. He can completely use the plate armor standard to select different kinds of soldiers. The territory still lacks leather and linen cloth for linking and assistive production of plate armor. Although Lin is a bit impatient now, he can only continue to wait. Lin continued, I need you to make something that can standard produce raw bricks. Irello raised an eyebrow. After giving instructions, Lin left the blacksmith shop and headed straight for the village's open kitchen. Under the astonished gazes of dozens of chefs, he began cooking. Lin picked up a bone-cutting knife with his right hand, chopped fiercely on the cutting board's pig bones. The power was immense, and the bone-cutting knife was sharp. Instantly severed the arm-thick pig hoof bone. The bone-cutting knife even sank into the cutting board by 7 or 8 centimeters. After using the energy stone for enhancement, Lin clearly felt his physical power increase greatly. He chopped all the remaining 10-something kilograms of pig bone, poured it into a 2-meter diameter pottery pot, continued wielding the knife, chopped some carrots finely, and poured them in together. Lin then poured barley from the bag, added a large amount of well water. Finally, covered the pot with a lid, leaving it to cook with the red-hot anthracite below the pottery pot. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Lin did not stop, repeating the operation, continuing cooking the next pot of barley and pig bone porridge. Expression serious, technique skilled, speed fast. The village women who had cooked meals for decades were full of shock on their faces. They even started to doubt if their eyes were mistaken. The master Lin, who controls over 2,000 people, unexpectedly came to the kitchen, actually assisting in cooking meals. They were merely stunned for a moment. With Master Lin being so considerate of the servants, how could they possibly just stand aside waiting, knowing that the village's open kitchen must prepare food for at least 2,000 people every meal? Moreover, it could only be excessive, not deficient. Of course, this was specifically instructed by Master Lin here. If there's excess, the spoiled food can be fed to cattle, horses, and pigs. If insufficient, villagers will have a rebellious attitude, affecting future labor. If it's always like this, phenomena of food snatching will occur. Gains do not outweigh the losses. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the open kitchen, Lin is still busy cooking dinner. A sound of galloping hooves, from afar to near, eventually stopped not far from the kitchen. Lin looked over, seeing Guy gasping for breath, striding forward. Guy swallowed, tried to make his voice as calm as possible. Master Lin, the pasture. The pasture construction is completed. Guy's words were still a bit intermittent. Lin responded, then let's take a look. With real-time projection, even if Lin spends every day in the kitchen cooking, he can know the development progress in the territory. After Red led a horse over, Lin mounted up, clamped the horse's sides with his legs, heading towards outside the village. Amidst the sound of hooves, a rough outline of a ranch appeared in the distance. Dozens of large sheds built with red bricks were neatly arranged. In front of the sheds was a wide and flat open space. After several days of cleaning by the villagers, the open space was clear of weeds, roots, and stones. Sections were made using logs and wooden boards for specific functionalities. Different sections could serve various purposes, such as free grazing, activities, or training and domesticating warhorses, among others. Looking at the holographic map, Lin noted that the ranch covered nearly 1,000 acres, roughly equivalent to 90 football fields in size. Roughly estimating, if only breeding horses, it could accommodate at least 1,500 horses. 1,500 horses may not sound like much. However, there was still a large stretch of wasteland far from the ranch. If Lin wished, he could completely clear the wasteland to supplement the ranch grounds. The current size of the ranch was merely the limit of the labor force Lin had, not the limit of the wasteland. Riding a horse, Lin surveyed the ranch. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Guy was indeed an excellent breeder. Even matters he hadn't specifically instructed, Guy handled excellently. If it rained, the evident pits on the ranch would undoubtedly gather water. After finishing his inspection, Lin looked at Guy and commended, "Very well done. From now on, you will be in charge of this ranch. I'll assign enough helpers to you." Upon hearing Lin's words, Guy quickly bowed. "Yes, Master Lin." Continuing, Lin said, "It shouldn't be long before the first batch of poultry arrives. Prepare yourself." Guy's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Yes, Master Lin." Lin left the ranch and headed to the red brick factory. 300 villagers were busy transporting continuously at the red brick factory. The red brick factory was already in the finishing stages. The burning area of the entire factory, the clay material and fuel storage area, and the workers' living quarters covered nearly 50 acres. The red brick factory had 10 production lines and 10 kilns. Each kiln's internal space was approximately 60 cubic meters. Based on the previous red brick standard, one kiln could produce around 36,000 red bricks at a time. This means, with a full operation of the kiln, 360,000 red bricks could be obtained in 5 days. This number is more than 5 times that of 70 earthen kilns used for red brick firing. In at most 2 days, the entire red brick firing factory could be put into production. The villagers involved in construction will become workers in the red brick firing factory, because they are the villagers most familiar with the red brick firing factory. When Lin returned to the village from the red brick factory, night had already fallen. For the next 2 days, Lin immersed himself in the open kitchen, working bit by bit on cooking skills experience. Until 2 days later, the red brick firing factory was completed. The large-scale firing of red bricks began. In the brick drying area, rows of stacked bricks were drying under the sun. 200 villagers were using grid-shaped iron products made by the blacksmith shop to produce standard bricks. In the clay storage area, carts of clay were being excavated and piled on the open ground. Villagers were driving horse-drawn carts, periodically transporting clay to the storage area. Now that the red brick factory was completed, Lin had combined the 300 villagers outside the village with the 300 villagers who built the red brick firing factory. These 600 villagers would now live and work in the red brick factory, residing in shared dormitories, 4 to a room, focusing their efforts on firing red bricks. Watching the busy figures, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Once the red brick factory fires several batches, the territory can begin reconstruction and renovation. As Lin was filled with anticipation, a guard came to Lin's back and reported, "Master Lin, Lord George requests your presence in the village." Glancing at the guard, Lin activated the holographic map. In the village's open space, George stood opposite a man. This man was Boar, the one who exchanged linen with Lin. To Lin's surprise, even Alan hadn't located domestic poultry yet. But Boar, a local merchant, had found them first. Behind Boar were 8 horse-drawn wagons. On the wagons, wooden chicken coops with layers were secured. Inside the coops were sturdy domestic chickens. Each coop had 6 layers, with at least 20 to 30 chickens per layer. Estimating roughly, there were at least 1,000 domestic chickens. Responding, Lin left Colin in charge and, as Red brought the horse, mounted and headed towards the village. Lin returned to the village. Upon sight, George quickly approached and helped Lin hold the reins. Seeing Lin, Boar took 2 steps forward and slightly bowed. Acknowledging with a nod, Lin's gaze shifted to the chicken coops on the wagon. Golden chicken, one of the oldest chicken breeds, with a decent egg production, smaller eggs, easy to fatten, a dual-purpose breed for meat and eggs. Sussex chicken, known for its tender meat, fast growth, good fattening effect, and good egg production. Rose-crowned bantam chicken. Seeing the descriptions in front of him, Lin felt slightly satisfied. Even though the chickens seemed a bit low-spirited now, there were no signs of avian flu or such diseases. If just one bird were affected, the entire flock would be doomed. Boar stood quietly, waiting. However, from the subtle changes in Lin's expression, he could tell that this transaction and exchange would go off without a hitch.